morning to support staff, as well as South Africans who are following us in the different platforms. This includes civil society organizations that take interest on the work of the subcommittee. As you are aware, we are continuing the interviews for the SABC board appointment process. This is our almost last day.
Okay.
So we'll just have to check with Ms. Ndabeni if the
recording in progress.
But I just thought, honorable members, just to place on record, Ms. Ndabeni, if you can just indicate in relation to the withdrawal of one candidate who was also scheduled for today, before we get in the candidates to interview.
Okay, Chair. Thank you, Chairperson. We received a withdrawal from Ms. Nwabi Samakyumza. It reads as follows. Thank you so much for considering me. Unfortunately, after extensive consultation with multi-choice HR and legal, it seems it will not be appropriate that I join the SABC board due to potential conflict of interest with my current role. As such, I would like to retract my application. This is an exciting opportunity, and please be assured of my support towards the development of the SABC and the industry. And I hope that through my work with the Talent Factory, I will still be able to contribute towards this vision. Once again, thank you for consideration, and I wish you luck in finding a strong board. Kind regards, Nwabi Samakyumza. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Ndabeni. So we're just putting this on record as also part of accountability, because we shortlisted, made the public aware, and we need to make them aware of the developments since publication of our list. We'll now be going through the program as you see it, honorable members, and we will try and go through until we are done this evening. So I take it all members, as we are getting in the candidate, if the candidate is ready, all members can hear properly and
yes, thank you, Chair.
Able to get in. Okay, thank you. We will now, honorable members, just check with administration once the candidate is into. Right.
Thank you, Chairperson. The candidate is available on the platform right now, Chairperson, and the name is Ms. Thandeka Qubulembeki. Thank you, Chair.
Welcome, Ms. Qubulembeki. Is that Honorable Liako before that? Yes, you can.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. I just, I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes.
I wanted to raise an issue. Honorable Pambo will be joining a little bit later. So until he does, I think he will join from about 11. If I may represent him or stand in for him, because he has a couple of questions that he would like to pose. So I'm representing him, basically I'm his mouthpiece until he comes onto the platform, if that's okay with you.
Okay. No, thank you, Honorable Liako. We did get that indication. I was also going to deal with it when I deal with introductions. But we are aware. Thank you. You would have the opportunity to raise these questions if it's not in yet. Thank you. Can we then welcome Ms. Qubulembeki? If you can switch on your video camera and unmute your mic so as to be sure also that we can hear and that you can hear us also.
Good morning, Mhlalingaphambilini, Honorable Maneli. It's an honor and privilege to be speaking to you and the Portfolio Committee this morning.
Thank you. I take it that we can hear each other quite well. You are indeed welcomed. This is a subcommittee of the Portfolio Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies, as it's said in the National Assembly now. And in terms of the rules of the National Assembly, the committee there's provision for the committee to put together a subcommittee for a particular task and report to the committee. Our task as the subcommittee is the appointment process for the SABC board, for which you've been nominated and shortlisted for and appearing before the subcommittee. As the subcommittee is constituted by different political parties as represented in Parliament, of course, proportional to the size of the electoral support received in the 2019 election. So it's not a one-party committee, it's quite representative as a reflection of Parliament. So having said that, I will just outline how we are going to approach a conversation we're going to have with you or an engagement of some sort. So we try and take the interview word just outside a bit. We'll come back to it when we close. But we want to have a conversation that allows you to share honestly with the committee, and that we can learn from your responses, and surely you'll also learn from the questions that members would pose, even beyond just the interaction. So we want you to relax. We know it's a Friday, so the energy may be to the weekend that's kicking in, but yeah, we are still standing after a few days that we have been going through. So this is our last day, the 5th day. So we have 45 minutes of engagement with you. In that 45 minutes, it includes the brief introduction of the committee members on the platform, as well as those that may not be here, just for you to know the full complement of the committee. Immediately after that, we'll give you 5 minutes to briefly introduce, which also gives an opportunity to also talk to your skills, experiences, and how that could contribute if you were to be recommended for appointment to the board. After that 5 minutes, we'll then go to members who want to interact with you, who would then raise hands and interact with you. The interaction will be 5 minutes per member, which would take into account both the questions as well as your responses. After the members would have interacted with you, if there's any matter that I still want to clarify with you, having been raised in how you've responded to it, that's the time I may probably ask a question. Otherwise, I just do the facilitation and then get back to you, give you another 3 minutes to address the committee before we conclude the interview process. I must just put a disclaimer immediately that the experience has shown that yes, we have set the 45 minutes. Sometimes it may be less than 45 minutes, depending on how you cover the ground and the questions that get asked. But there may be times when members do make follow-ups because they really want to establish what they want to get out of you. And in that way, there may be some spillovers in terms of time. So please bear with us in that regard. But we take it, as I said, on the basis of a conversation that helps us even beyond just the interaction with the candidate, as we continue to play oversight role as the committee over the SABC board. So in that context, so I'm raising it in that context. So that's how we are going to approach. So you can relax. and just read your mind for a conversation with the subcommittee members. I will then quickly go to introduction of members, starting with the NC on the platform. We have Honorable Mthembu. Honorable Mthembu, are you able to hear?
Good morning, Honorable Chair. Greetings to Miss Nwabisa. Is it Nwabisa?
No.
Yes, Nwabisa.
No, that's Tandi. Kobule Mbeki.
Oh, yes. And good morning to Miss Mbeki. How are you doing this morning?
I'm well, thank you, Honorable Member. I'm very pleased to be introduced to you.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's Honorable Mthembu from the NC. We also have the Honorable Dr. Basop from the NC. Honorable Dr. Basop, can you hear?
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, and Nakuwe Mamu Kobulembeki. Good morning.
Molo, Tata, Molo, Dr. Basop.
That's Honorable Dr. Basop, myself, Honorable Maneli, who's from the NC, but also the chair of the subcommittee. So greetings once again, as I welcomed you on behalf of the committee. We have also on the platform the Honorable Kolabanat from the Democratic Alliance. Honorable Kolabanat, sorted today?
Sorted today, no technical dramas yet. Thank you, Chair. Good morning to you.
All right, thank you. That's Honorable Kolabanat from the Democratic Alliance. We also have Honorable Bambo from the Economic Freedom Fighters, but as he would join a bit later, represented by the Honorable Yako.
Good morning, Honorable Kolabanat. Good morning, Honorable Yako. Good morning to our candidate, Ms. Kobulembeki Ndiazibosela, and thank you to the committee for welcoming me. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Yako. We have Honorable Majosi, who couldn't join us because of an activity this morning. She'll probably be able to join us later, but I can confirm that she's aware. We also have Honorable Mulala, who should be also trying to connect. We have challenges in different spaces, so he may do that whilst we proceed. Is also from the African National Congress. So it's a 7-member committee, but looking at people on the platform, as we can see, we have adequate numbers to proceed. So we will be proceeding in that regard. So that's really the brief introduction of members. So we are now back to you in 5 minutes to briefly introduce yourself. Maybe just to say this point, that as you introduce yourself, from there, as I said, it will be members. But when members interact with you, don't go into it beyond their 5 minutes introduction, as they have had an opportunity of going through your CV that has been submitted. And once I give to members, just keep that in mind, that it's not the intention of the chairperson to come between you and the member interacting with you. So we'll allow the flow of the conversation until I point at the next member to speak. Thank you. Over to you now, 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Maneli. My name is Thandeka Kobulembeki. I'm a lecturer at the School of Journalism at Rhodes University. My specialty is teaching TV, although I do and have previously taught South African media history, which I have a really big passion for. I was the economics editor for the SABC and the longest serving economics editor for the SABC.
I was one of the SABC 8 who stood up to growing censorship at the public broadcaster in 2016. I've worked in various editorial capacities throughout the South African press, including being associate editor of the Financial Mail. I've taught journalism not only at Rhodes previously, but also I was the founding lecturer and member of department for the School of Journalism at Monash. It is an Australian university which has an offshoot in Johannesburg. In my part-time, I write books. My most significant book was the book No Longer Whispering to Power, the story of Thuli Madonsela, our previous public protector. I will not go into my qualifications because you have my CV. Safe to say that I hold a master's degree from the Columbia School of Journalism, Columbia University, New York, and several qualifications from Wits Business School, London School of Economics, the Said Business School of Oxford University, and I hold a Nat Nakasa Award for Media Freedom and Integrity and a Guardians of Governance Award from the leading accounting body of our country. The most important thing I think about my candidacy is that I have lived the SABC. The SABC has been my greatest teacher. I did my master's degree, my MPhil in I graduated in 2021. And basically I did it on comparing business models of international public broadcasters across the world. I looked at the Japanese public broadcaster NHK. I looked at the funding model and the business model of the BBC. I looked at two Nordic Scandinavian public broadcasters because they are often held up as the models, them and the BBC. I also looked at a number of African public broadcasters, as well as at CCTV, China's gigantic public broadcaster. Well, it's a state broadcaster. So this is my research trajectory, public broadcasting. I'm currently doing a PhD, and guess what? It's on the public broadcasting dispensation of South Africa and on critical moments in public journalism in our country. Journalism is at a crossroads in our country. It's challenged by social media and the rise of fake news and many other factors and phenomena that cause journalism to redefine itself and define publicly its borders more stringently and more strictly. Public broadcasting universally is also going through a bit of an impasse and is critically ailing in a number of nations, in a number of jurisdictions. And in our own country, we are going through a socio-economic and political impasse. And the SABC has a crisis of its own, given the massive drop in audiences and the concerns about governance and other things flagged by the Auditor General, as well as concerns about its going concern status. So my concerns as a person and my purpose as a professional and as an activist for social justice is that we may find a way to unite as stakeholders in public broadcasting to cross the river of the many impasses that we are faced with and the multiple dimensions of the crisis we face, and that we can unite across sectors and find a way forward.
Thank you, Ms. Kulembeki. like I said, we'll now go to members. So Honorable Dr. Basop, stand is already up, followed by Honorable Kola Barnett.
Okay.
Will then Honorable Yako, Honorable Mtembu will then be following in that order. Just remember, I said I would not be coming in between. So it's just going to be a flowing conversation in that regard. Honorable Dr. Basop, you are recognized. You can proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much, Ms. Mbeki. Thank you very much with your intensive kind of presentation to us and the experience that we have within the industry, which is very much interesting. But I think some of us might have heard about the story with SABC, but can you briefly tell us exactly why you left SABC?
There are three reasons
And
why.
then all of a sudden now you
Yeah, allow me to
go
finish the
back.
question and get back to you. Honorable Basop, Honorable Dr. Basop,
They should have serious
Honorable Dr. Basop. Let's see what happens when you switch off video camera. Oh, we've lost him. We'll come back to him because I could see that there was a problem. We'll come back to him once he's back, but we will now proceed with Honorable Kola Barnett.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, good morning to you. I wonder, before I proceed with the question, could you just explain to me the last sentence or so of your opening presentation? I must have taken it down wrong. You said you wanted to see a time where the state and the public broadcaster came together. That's how I typed it down. I might have done it incorrectly, so if you could explain that. And then I think it may relate to the previous question, but let me go through anyway. You resigned from your post as the economics editor of the SABC. It seems you were facing serious disciplinary charges, which are alleged to have included intimidation of a colleague, offensive language and behavior, and violating the PMFA. Now, obviously, while you are admired along with the other members of the so-called SABC 8, although the book by Futa Krige speaks to you rather self-imposing yourself on it, in their unfair dismissal proceedings during the tenure of former Claudi Motsoeneng, the former COO, given your reputation and your seniority at the SABC, it's very surprising that you chose not to subject yourself to an independent disciplinary inquiry into the charges, nor did you challenge the disciplinary inquiry, for example, at the CCMA or in the courts. And you know, without that challenge to the charges proffered by the SABC, and without any kind of settlement having been reached with the SABC, your resignation appears to reflect an unwillingness to defend yourself against them. That's the difficulty here. The fact is, we you know, unless we see the actual evidence and the charges and decide they were brought on a malfide basis, well, one has to accept the SABC's bona fides and in bringing the charges. So please speak to that. And then your plans to change the SABC should you be on the board. What changes would you look to introduce or to stop, specifically to protect the independence of broadcasting, the independence of the newsroom without political interference, especially in the run-up, obviously, to the next election. And the SABC now, of course, is competing enormously in a very difficult space. as you quite rightly said, hugely dropping listenership and viewership audiences. In-depth programs are being scrapped. In fact, there's very little content, despite the fact that 800 million is sitting there untouched. And there are major issues. So what would be your plan to turn that around, not only financially, so that's one area, but also in relation to the revelations of the Zondo Commission about corruption within the SABC. Also, please address the issue of the 600 or well over 600 who were, well, they say laid off and retrenched. They were retrenched, they were fired, and taking with them huge expertise, which now the SABC finds they're missing, and very little product is coming out, no local content's being produced. And so now they're advertising for over 400 to come back to fill those positions that they had emptied. And yet there's no sign that they had offered any training to the over 600 that they got rid of to fulfill new requirements, which they allege the new 400 and something will fill. So please just speak to that. And I may come back a bit later. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Collar Barnett, for the opportunity to explain. I will start with the issue of my resignation, and perhaps I should start with my last statement regarding the state of public broadcasting. I have had 3 tenures at the SABC. I was recruited by Quinton Green in Dakar, where the SABC leadership at the time, during the crossover to democracy, were considering how to transition the broadcaster back into being a public broadcaster, which has an arm's length relationship to the state and an arm's length relationship to commercial vested interests, and to place the broadcaster along Riethian principles. And the Riethian principles were universal access, talking to citizens as equals, and that was very necessary given the apartheid period that we were emerging from. And the third part was talking to citizens as citizens and not as consumers, and ensuring the independence of the board and the executive from the state and commercial vested interests. Protection of children, the poor, the weak, in public broadcasting. Public broadcasting, as we envisaged it at that time, was supposed to operate like a, how can I explain it? Like a New York bus. It was supposed to bend and kneel for the weak so that all could climb on. And it was supposed to have a deep concern for the poor. The promotion of languages universally is one of the biggest roles of public broadcasting, and the sustaining of citizenship and therefore universal access. The promotion of education and learning, and the support of the artistic industry. So I had worked at PBS in New York by the time I met the SABC leadership, Quinton in particular, in Dakar, and approached them, and I said, I would love to come home, because when I was studying in New York and working at PBS New York, I had fallen in love with the ideals of public broadcasting. So I came back, and that was my first tenure. I left the SABC the first time to join the President's office, to work on RDP communication for development. So public communication has always been my deep interest. The second tenure was, I was a part-time employee at a weekend live in particular. It's part of Morning Live, it was then. And I I stayed a very brief period because I wanted to return to the academy, but I wanted to do both, and I had time difficulties reconciling that. Then my third tenure began at the SABC. I was approached to join, and I was reluctant to return. But then I thought that perhaps, even though I didn't agree with the approach of Mr. Hlaudi Motsoeneng, who was then on seat, I knew Jimmy Matthews, who was to be my boss, and I respected him journalistically, and I decided to join when the late Sabc Onyaka, who had actually trained me in my earlier years in journalism, approached me to return. It took about a year to decide to return, and then I returned in December 2013, throwing my entire heart and soul into leadership of the desk and actually bringing up the ARs. And soon we were having ARs at lunchtime that were piercing the opposition and had begun to initiate 5 different economics shows that were enormously successful. Many of them still remain on the platforms till today. My departure from the SABC was threefold. After the rather heated meeting in the newsroom, I became a target. What had happened was that I was asked by people in the newsroom, Honorable Kola Barnard would know that there are these routines and rhythms in the newsroom that begin with a morning diary meeting and end in the evening with people rushing to file. On this particular day, people were expressing reluctance to file or to go on air, and morale was very low. I was asked by colleagues to go and fetch the head of news so that a discussion could occur. After that rather heated meeting in the newsroom, I was targeted, literally targeted. I had run the cost center and had letters to this effect from the finance director. Well, he's not a director, he's the head of finance for the news division. And I had run the cost center with great diligence and care, and absolutely adhered to the PFMA. And there had been absolutely no adverse audit findings. And a colleague of mine and I, Lemise, was our administrator, really took care to cross our I's and dot our T's, and took pride in our stewardship of the rather large cost center that we ran. We ran major, huge broadcasts going to Parliament, going to the World Economic Forum, moving teams and technologies across jurisdictions, and we always came in on budget and under budget. But all of a sudden, there were a number of queries. First, there was an accusation that I had improperly paid an anchor. Then that accusation was withdrawn as it was unfounded. Then there was another accusation that there was a mistaken payment to somebody else, and then to another voiceover artist. And I then said, if there is any technical mistake that has happened, please show me the documentation. I was shown the documentation, and nowhere was my signature or my approval evident. 5 months went past after that, and after the heated newsroom in the meeting, this issue came back. I never intimidated anybody, and the reason that I decided not to contest it in the CCMA was that I took some time out to study and to rest. I had spent nights that turned into mornings in the newsroom. I worked every single day of the lockdown, and it had begun to take its toll on my physical health, and I went in for an operation and decided to recuperate, and was advised by my doctor to actually step away, take another look at what is happening, and study again. And I decided to do that, even though I did litigate against the SABC under the PDA, which is the Protected Disclosures Act. As to the issue of the SABC 8, Honorable Collar Barnard would know that the SABC 8 wasn't a grouping that decided to exist. We were thrown together by circumstances. I was the first to object to a decision to ban violent protest coverage. And I was joined by Futa Kricha and by Suna Fenter. Futa and I still continue to enjoy a relationship, and I have the greatest amount of respect for him. And my reading of the book wasn't that there was an imposition. My reading of the book was that I had an objection to some of the organizations that decided to support us because of their history, their racialized history during the apartheid time. With regards to what I view as the possible solutions to the SABC's troubles and the troubles of public broadcasting as it enters the digital age in our country, I do believe that as we did during the transition period, a lot of the problems that face the SABC lie in the regulatory space. For example, the transition to digital is something that will need new regulations, and new, ICASA will have to design a new regulatory regime for PBS in the digital space. That requires a lot of research, a lot of thinking, a lot of interaction between different stakeholders. I do believe that the SABC has the wherewithal to put together a corporate strategy.
Recording stopped.
A corporate strategy for a digitized SABC. And I believe that that strategy would offer a number of opportunities.
Recording in progress.
First of all, digitization offers us relief. If you look at the financial statements of the SABC or the public is paying about 92 million per month for signal costs to Centec. If you look at the balance sheet of Centec, you will realize that we, or the SABC rather, is the biggest client. And at times throughout the years, the debt has grown so large with arrears that if Centec had called in the debt, we would have collapsed. Centec was previously, as indicated in Willem Harms's book, a part of, it was a division, profitable division of the SABC. And when the decision was made that it should be the signal distributor for all broadcasting, which was an appropriate decision, the SABC did not receive much compensation for the extraction of a high functioning business unit. The advantages of going digital will be that we can compete in the HD space, and many adverts are attracted to HD because it's of higher quality. And we can immediately fan out into a number of niche channels, and obviously digital migration will relax spectrum constraints. And it increases the number of channels that any broadcaster can have. And encryption technologies allow us to introduce some of the pay-to-view options, which would bring in new revenue streams for the SABC. And the technologies involving PVR can enable viewers to have greater choice, and we can play to those demands for greater choice. We would have greater programming options and increase our commissioning of programming, especially our programming of local content, and we'll be able to win back through programming both advertisers and audiences. Because we'll also be able to channel our, to package our channels much better. The beauty of looking at a state broadcaster like CCTV, I didn't look at CCTV because of its ideological inclinations. I looked at it because of the nature of the business opportunity. Between 2005 and 2010, the Chinese government had decided to migrate to digital, and they, province by province, migrated to digital. And they went to a regime that offered direct to home services, where you would pay for your digital television services as you would pay for water or electricity. Now, I'm not advocating necessarily that for South Africa, as I would have concerns about the socioeconomic profile of our country and its appropriateness for that. However, the beauty of CCTV is that it has 50 digital channels, and it's able to preserve languages. For example, you'd have one channel for one language. Imagine if we could have one channel for an indigenous language that is marginalized, one channel to focus on the revival of dying languages like Kwe and Kwe. Like the SABC does have a service in that regard. However, that service was in danger during the Section 189 process and the rationalization of the SABC bureaus across the country. So I'm saying that analog broadcasting requires each channel to have a dedicated frequency band, and this is very limiting, and that the opportunities for the commercially successful SABC lie in the digital space. However, we would have to find unity in the form of an agreement between the department, the SABC, ICASA, and the process would perhaps have to be led by yourselves as Parliament to mediate different interests, so that public broadcasting, which the country desperately deserves, can have a future in our country. I also believe that the SABC must be spared a thought, because the current funding model is not viable. It makes the SABC leadership look as though they were on a fool's errand. And if we do not change the funding model, this parliamentary committee will have to unwind many boards after failure to perform commercially. The TV license regime is not working, and there is talk of replacing it with direct to home, a sort of a household levy. Now, household incomes have been devastated by 2 successive recessions. We were entering a recession before COVID devastated our economy. Household incomes have been blighted in our country. And if we impose some kind of household levy, we will be in trouble with our universal access goals, and we may crowd out the poor. So just as Quentin Green had expressed that we need to replace the TV license regime with something that accommodates our socioeconomic climate and still maintains our duty to uphold citizenship and universal participation in the dialogues of our country through the airwaves. So yes, and the pay-to-view options of digitization are enormous, and would increase our capacity to have revenue streams. But I also believe that on some of the channels, the price should be set at zero to enable viewers who would be crowded out by price ceilings to still have quality public broadcasting. What I did when I was studying.
Yeah. I'm saying as you wrap up.
Okay, I will do so soon. When I was studying the public broadcasters of other nations and how they are funded, the issue of sports rights also came up. There are countries that ring fence legally sports rights to ensure revenue from advertising and other kinds of revenue that accrue to those who hold, to broadcasters who hold sports rights. So there are some countries that, especially South American public broadcasting regimes, do ring fence sports rights for public broadcasting, because this is a big money spinner for public broadcasting, and it can provide much needed revenues. I also believe that we should claw back at big tech and allow them to pay major taxes, and that those taxes should be used to fund public broadcasting in our country. Because while they compete with us as public broadcasters, they do so on an uneven playing field, because they don't pay tax, and an exemption further for public broadcasting should be considered, as should a hike or a higher amount of the direct fiscus contributions to public broadcasting. The 2% is largely insignificant, and it is an anomaly globally. Direct contributions from the fiscus can start at 30%, and with NHK in Japan, it's at almost 100%.
Honorable Kolabanat.
I'm happy, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Dr. Basop, we lost you, having raised the first question, which I think what has also taken a bit longer is because there was also a response to that question on reasons for leaving and coming back to the board. So I will just give you, in case you still had further question to ask.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My apology. I think there's a problem of network here. For my first question, I did get the reason for resignation, but I didn't get exactly, because the next question was, why does she want to go back? I didn't get anything from that. Then the last question from my side, Honorable Chairperson, Mamokobule Mbeki, you know, in terms of the Zondo Commission, the state capture report, amongst the findings that have been identified, is the terrible mismanagement of funds within this organization, and corrupt practices that has taken place. Now that you are going back to that kind of situation, one, what mechanism would you put in place to ensure that issues of this nature don't occur again under your watch? Then secondly, what is it that you can do to ensure that you recover the money that have been squandered in that organization? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Basop. I believe that the mandate drift, both financial and the drift from the actual social and editorial mandate of the SABC, is occasioned and directly related to the lack of funds. When the irregular decisions were taken to sell the archive, it was justified on the basis of bringing in finances. First of all, you cannot sell the archive. According to the Broadcasting Act, it's to be preserved for posterity and for scholarship and for the quality of journalism, which desperately depends on a well-preserved archive, and so does research. And so the Broadcasting Act, in its wisdom, prohibits the sale of the archive. And I'm by no means justifying the sale of the archive. I am saying that perverse behaviors have been justified on the grounds that the SABC's public mandate is unfunded. And therefore, I would seek to, first of all, ensure that there is a good agreement between all stakeholders, collaboratively, of course, because the board has limited ability to determine things that lie in the regulatory space or those things that are in the domain or for the action of the executive arm of government, of the state rather. So I would plead with some kind of deterrent among all the role players for an altered, a desperately, urgently altered funding model. Once that is concluded, the issue of a business model and a turnaround plan using the new sources of revenue that are more viable, that would be the next order of business. Of course, the other things like programming policies that would bring in money and increasing our share of audiences compared to the competition, as well as prudent financial management. I would be concerned as a board member about fruitless and wasteful expenditure, as I was concerned about the damning audit report by the Auditor General, citing irregular expenditure running into millions and raising concern about the going concern status of the broadcaster. So prudence, a new business plan based on a new funding model, and a successful migration to digital with a new regulatory regime for the survival of the values of public broadcasting in the new digital regime would be the course of action that I would pursue. With regards to the reasons for wishing to return, it seems to me personally, being somebody who has dedicated much of their life to public broadcasting and who is dedicated to universal access to public broadcasting and all its benefits for a country, especially educational benefits and its benefits to democracy. It's a democracy propeller second to none. In fact, it's one of the most significant institutions of democracy in the 21st and 20th century. So I really do believe that if we can solve these problems, we will improve the quality of our democracy and its lived experience by citizens. I have dedicated myself, my teenage years, to fighting for this democracy, and I would see myself as collaborating with others to make sure that the institution of public broadcasting, which is important to democracy, survives.
Honorable Dr. Basso.
Thank you, Chair. Just a little follow-up, Mama Kobole. You know, the possibility, Madam, is that some of the people that you are fighting with within this organization might be in the system. Don't you think that for you going back, that would create unnecessary tensions within the organization? if that is the case, how would you manage to harmonize the situation? Can you take us into confidence as the committee? Because we are engaged in this process to ensure that at the end of the day, we come up with the product that will make sure that we change the problems that are around this organization, as you know. So don't you think that will create unnecessary tensions, madam? Can you take us into confidence as a committee? Thank you very much.
Sir, I have no enmities with any individual person. I also don't think that we matter much as individuals. I think that, yes, our conduct is important. I think that our values are important, yes. But I think that what the country needs from public broadcasting matters more than our individual career ambitions. And one of the reasons why I am keen to de-emphasize the enmities between the different stakeholders is that I think that unity in order to cross the digital river is the only way forward for public broadcasting, because there is no future on the analog signal. First of all, it drains our resources, and we were delayed too long on the analog signal. And that paying close to $1 billion a year is what has really drained the bailout. It's no particular individual's fault. It's a multiplicity of factors that have led to the current corporate impasse. I don't blame particular individuals. I have a structural and systemic understanding of this. I have also had the benefit of stepping back and thinking again. I went and studied leadership, and I went to Oxford afterwards, trying to look for a new way of playing a positive role in my country and in the broadcasting dispensation. And I have had a big opportunity to critique the approaches that we previously used in objecting to the death of the languages. Because yes, it's true, I did lead a meeting that had put together a document that warned that you will experience the disengagement of the South African public from not only the broadcasting dispensation, but from the democracy and the participation in the democracy if you commercialize too aggressively and you compromise the amount of time given to individual indigenous languages, which we have an obligation in Section 6 of the Constitution to uphold. Yes, maybe we fought a bit too vigorously for the languages to survive. But these are not personal fights. These were fights for ideals. These were fights for public broadcasting in its classical Wrightian sense.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Kobule. Thanks, Honorable Chair. I'm fine.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Basop. I'm supposed to take in Honorable Liako. I take it Honorable Kolabanat, that's a legacy hand.
No, Chair, I found I have a follow-up. I wasn't quite happy with or satisfied with the one answer, if I may.
Okay, Honorable Liako, we just allow the conversation to complete so that when you have your own questions, don't get back to that area. So that's the nature of the conversation.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Kalabala.
Yeah, I'm uncomfortable with having one side of the issue that you went through when you resigned aired here without having, we're not a disciplinary panel. We're not the CCMA. We have no judgment that we can go by. It does reflect an unwillingness of yourself to defend yourself. without going through due process. And it's a case of, well, we're not here to judge. We should have the judgment, as it were. So it's a sort of one-sided issue. It's very difficult. I see you shaking your head, but it's not up to this committee to take decisions. It should be taken by a disciplinary panel. And if you disagree with, then to be ruled on by the CCMA. So I just wanted to say that to you, that I'm uncomfortable with endless explanations with now no official outcome from any side that one can go and refer to. Thank you.
I understand your discomfort, and I don't seek to explain my decisions beyond just telling the truth of the circumstances that I experienced. I was falsely accused. I did not do what I was said to have done. I had experienced good relationships in the newsroom, and I continue to have some of those relationships to this very day. And I did place a matter before the South Gauteng High Court, and it's still in the system, and I did not withdraw the matter. It's true that I don't want to pursue caustic individual justifications in the courts. I don't think that individualism will save me much. I have litigated to justify myself. Previously, I have won all those court cases, and on the final amount of the false accusations that I faced in the end, there's only so much one person can take emotionally and psychologically, and there's only so much one person can take reputationally. So I just decided to go home and find another way of contributing that can be more positive.
Thank you, Chair. I'm done.
Thank you, Honorable Kolabana. Now, Honorable Yako from the AFF. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to Ms. Mbeki. I think we may be going back and forth on one issue, and I think Dr. Basopo covered me quite a bit on the issue in that when you explained on why you left, why would you want to come back? Because I know you explained that you went and then introspected, you went and you did leadership, and you went and you tried to find yourself. However, in real life situations, we don't really know how we react to situations. And I think the concern is that you left and you resigned. So why would you want to come back, especially when you might be working with the exact same people who were there persecuting you or accusing you falsely. So I think that concern is still there and it's lingering, and I don't think I'm quite covered in respect of that. I have three other questions here. There have been wide reports that you were part and parcel of a covert unit within the media fraternity, which was established by the apartheid government to discredit liberation heroes, in particular Winnie Mandela. This unit was known as Stratcom. Were you a member of Stratcom? Another question is, where do you think the allegations that you were part and parcel of this distribution of this disinformation machinery stem from, and do they have any merit? My last question, do you not think that the perception that you were part of this disinformation machinery of apartheid may harm public confidence in the public broadcaster, which has been under fire for partisanship and possible censorship of opposition parties? Those are my questions. Thank you.
I'll first address the issue of underrepresentation of opposition parties. Part of what the SABC 8 objected to, and Futa does explain this in his book very clearly, was when we were asked not to cover the EFF, and we objected to that because we believe in universal access to the airwaves, and that parties, political parties in our dispensation, should have the kind of coverage that is prescribed by the IEC, not only in the run-up to elections, but in between election periods themselves. I am frankly a bit surprised that the EFF wants us to return to the Stratcom allegations in the light of a judgment from the High Court actually prohibiting them from repeating these allegations because the court ruled them unfounded, untrue, malicious, and the EFF was compelled by a court order to apologize and to recant. And the EFF duly did so on its social media platforms and on other platforms. So that is a bit surprising to me because legally these allegations have been barred from being repeated precisely because of their falseness. A declaration of falsehood was achieved. I subsequently have had some discussions with EFF leaders about this. And these concern the, what I would say are false allegations directed at us as the SABC 8 and me in particular, in order to discredit what we stood up for. And I don't know what to say other than that I never was part of this. I can tell you that I was part of COSAS, some of the founding executive leaders of COSAS, and I went around the country forming young people's organizations. I was part of the DCO Matiwane Youth League that we formed in the Pietermaritzburg area, and it was later absorbed into the ANC Youth League that Mr. Malema and them also have their roots in. And when I became a journalist, that is in the late 80s, from 1987, I was emerging from a period of detention without trial. I was detained with Mr. Dalimpofu, and I served a period at John Foster Square under torturous circumstances, and also spent time in the prisons in apartheid dungeons. So I don't understand how this allegation was constructed. I did, however, have the responsibility as a journalist of looking for Stompie Seipei, who were said to have disappeared. I duly found him, and I wrote the story of finding him without accusing Mandela of anything whatsoever. So I'm as mystified as you, but I can tell you that as a person who stood up to the Saudi regime, before that, there were no problems with my reputation. After that, I have suffered enormous vilification unjustly, and it's typical of what is suffered by whistleblowers in our country. And I firmly believe that it must be looked into. I haven't ever done anything in terms of misusing public funds, abusing anybody. It's incredible. But here I am, still willing to serve. Service is the only reason for being.
No, I'm covered, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Yako. Honorable Mtembu, I've noted you. Honorable Mlala, you'd follow.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Greetings to you, Honorable, Ms. Mbeki. Ms. Mbeki, I just want to find out if you may reconsider as one of the SABC board members. What will be your new plans to uplift the standard of the institution financially and to deal with the underspending and also fruitless expenditure? Thank you, Chair. A bigger part of my questions covered by Honorable Basop.
The important thing, Honorable Member, thank you for the question, is to separate the PBS element from the commercial element, and to have the PBS element costed, and to have the government indicate how they will raise that 2% to a higher percentage in order to support the public mandate. The public mandate needs to be publicly funded, and I believe that a gentle tax, an imperceptible tax, must be levied across the working population in order to subsidize those many South African citizens who do not work, and in order to give them access to public broadcasting with all its attendant fruits and benefits. Then the commercial side of the company should operate like any other commercial company in our country in the broadcasting space. It can also choose to list on a stock exchange and have another bite and give the public another bite at owning a stake or a share in the SABC. I envisage that there would be a holding company that holds both the entities, the public mandate side as well as the commercial side. What would then happen is that the commercial side would have a dividend policy to continue to fund aspects of the public mandate, because the commercial side would exist to support the public mandate. Now, this is the model that the BBC is also operating along. The public side is directly funded by the British taxpayer and the British viewers. And they are going to move away from in the next charter period, the BBC is going to move away from the TV license regime and have some kind of gentle tax, which is the way most public broadcasters across the world are going. Then the BBC Foreign Service is pretty commercialized and is the one that competes with us, the SABC, and the other entities all over the continent of Africa even. And that BBC World Service, which is commercialized, does contribute well to the revenues of the entity. So a similar structure would do for us in a digitized environment. Then the issue of the management of the PBS element. The PBS element will be subject to the PFMA. And then the commercial side would be free from the PFMA so that they can be subject to the Companies Act and be free to transact commercially and also to internationalize, to have a similar sort of internationalization of the SABC, akin to what Al Jazeera did in their attempt to become the voice of the Global South. Now, I do believe that the position of being the voice of the Global South and the voice of the indigenous peoples of this continent of Africa belongs to the SABC, and we shouldn't allow all these international networks to eat our lunch in this respect. And it also contributes to the soft power of the South African people in the communities of nations, and it also enables us to support the creative communities of South Africa and the African continent. So I do believe that the first thing is to restructure the entity, divide it up, as the minister said to the ANC conference, divide it up into the PBS side and the commercial side, and allow the commercial side to list and to fundraise on any bursts throughout the world.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kobulembeki. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Mlala, last. Do we still have Honorable Mlala on the line?
Yes, I'm here. Good morning. I hope it's still morning. Good morning. This is Kobulembeki, and good morning, Chair, and my colleagues. Yeah, I have a few questions, but I've been listening very attentively to Mrs. Kobule. I think she's not the only one who has spoken about the shining example of the BBC. But I want to be a bit critical about the BBC example of how the public mandate is implemented. Because in terms of the BBC, the mandate is it's more of a how should I say it? It's more of a government spokesperson, BBC. There's nothing that you can get from BBC that is anti-British government, which I think in South African context is not that ideal in terms of our democratic principles. However, I think in terms of financial sustainability, yes, BBC is a model that we can follow. But in terms of ethics, I doubt from where I'm sitting that it will be an ideal example. Maybe perhaps Al Jazeera to some extent can be considered. But Ms. Kobule, my question to you is, we have been struggling since 1994 on this question of cohesion and how do we build one South African national identity, despite the fact that we have SABC as a key driver or proponent in that regard. What would be your views? How best do you think we can achieve this using SABC as a vehicle? Because we have been struggling to find, yes, we can have 12 official languages being broadcasted, but for me, it's not enough in terms of social cohesion. It does not necessarily bring South Africans together. If you are observant, you would recognize that since 1994, South Africans are gradually going back to their old Bantustan politics, if you like, of some sort. Xhosas are more concentrated in the Eastern Cape, Zulus in KZN, Tswanas in Northwest, and that is not bringing our nation together. Now, that's the role that I think the SABC should be playing. What would be your views on that? The second issue that I want to raise, I've heard you speak about largely the content. This issue about governance at SABC. I want you to stick to that and tell us how you think governance can be improved there, because the bigger challenge we have there is governance. I've heard you've responded to the interrelation between the committee, the shareholder, and the board, the administration, and the general public, because I think there's no balance there. There's no balance in relation to how the three interface. Maybe what would be your model in that regard, so that you can also give us some wisdom because for the past donkey years, there's been either fight between the committee and SSBC board, or between the board and the staff, between the board and the shareholder. So this is consistent battles. And maybe you have a better view on how can we manage that. I hope I have asked all the questions that I wanted. There are three, I think. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Malala. I share your view that the BBC is most instructive to us as a business model, and most problematic perhaps in their promotion of the values of empire and the instruction to the citizens of the world about what it, representing the UK, but that's their choice. We need to determine our own course of action. And I'm grateful that you ask about social cohesion, because it is the biggest quandary of my PhD studies at the moment. The understandings that we have about public broadcasting is that that the highest ideal of Rythian public broadcasting, or the typical model of public broadcasting, is that it must enhance our experience of each other, it must promote mutual understanding, and it must promote dialogue between people, and thereby enhance social cohesion. So the absence of quality programming prevents precisely this mutual understanding, and it also inhibits our understanding of each other and each other's languages. We promote languages not to remain in enclaves, but to understand how these languages speak of our histories, our antiquities, and how we can share language, and how we can develop language and develop common languages. Language is not static. It's something that is socially useful to promote bridges of understanding, and it is dynamic, like cultures evolve and are dynamic. The universal role of public broadcasting is to promote that understanding, that melding of cultures through the understanding and the promotion, and that all cultures and all languages are equal and deserve equal representation, because we all have an equal right as citizens. So the promotion of social cohesion has been very difficult because of our experience of the post-colonial and the post-apartheid period, because our socioeconomic divides have proved intractable. We are the most unequal society in the world, and it's difficult, therefore, for the public broadcaster to cohere us if our economic inequalities are dividing us and preventing us from having an equal opportunity of experiencing the beauties of democracy. So we need to attend to promoting an understanding of that which divides us in order to find ways of unifying South Africans and promoting mutual understanding and social cohesion. It's one of the reasons why I want to come back. And I do not believe that we must ever give up on the vision of a unified, cohered South Africa across all races. It's that promise that we held out to the world when we burst into democracy in '94. And it's that promise that we must hold ourselves to, because it is at the heart of our Constitution's promise to the citizens. And it is a beautiful constitution, and we must never give up on it. And we must never give up on the SABC, no matter how financially devastated it may be by our numerous poor choices in the past as a people. We cannot give up on public broadcasting. our people deserve a viable public broadcaster.
Honorable Mlala.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I think in terms of the national identity, I think I'm covered in that regard. The area where I'm not covered, I think Mrs. Kobule, you have been at the heart of the editorial independence campaign at SABC. Even before I think we met at this level, I have known you to be one of the key people who were fighting for the independence of the editorial hub at SABC.
Yes.
But you see, my challenge is if you take the model of the BBC in terms of their editorial hub and compare it to, because sometimes we confuse independence to mean that editorial team must just become rogue. If Makubule at the editorial team is supporting EFF, she will push whatever agenda, because independence should mean that you are not aligned to any political view, but you are loyal to the South African citizenry. But in our case, most of the active participants are either way aligned in a subtle or whichever way. Now, I want you to try and model up an editorial independence within the context of South Africa and from where we come from, because in most instances when we are with SABC, we can feel that, even if we are not told, but we can feel, as board members speak, we can feel, oh, this one is EFF, this one is DA, this one. It's how we are brought up through liberation processes. Now, possibly South Africans are so free, they have views. Now, I need us to conceptualize this editorial independence so that it's not independence that is biased to a particular direction, but in the eyes of the public is called independence. And the participants, how do we manage that? Because sometimes we say it's in editorial independence, they must decide, but the person at the head ultimately defines what editorial independence is. Now, I even if there's a team, but there's a final person who accept a story or reject the story. Now, I want us to have a model that will shape up that independence to be what is reflected in the ANC constitution. Maybe you have an idea about that, but I don't think a BBC model will work in this instance. But you can bring ideas to the committee to say, but yes, we want it independent, but with the current type of society we have, even if Makubule is well qualified, whoever is well qualified for that position, how do we ensure that she does not reflect what she stands for at the level of decision making?
Indeed, sir. Editorial independence is a very important thing. It is akin and related to the idea of a free public sphere. You would know, sir, that at Kliptown, where the Freedom Charter was taken, as well as at in Sophiatown, there was a public square where all citizens could come, of whatever persuasion, of whatever class, of whatever ideological position, and the residents would sit down and listen to whoever had something to say about how to improve the conditions of life for residents and for citizens. This is the attitude of the true public broadcaster. the accommodation of views, the ability to differ without rancor, to accommodate a view that isn't necessarily your own, but it's important that you reflect different views, because this is the nature of democracy. All views must come to the public broadcaster and be welcome and equally welcome. And that creates a vibrancy. It creates, as it did in Sophiatown, a culture of debate, a culture of engagement, a culture of respect for each other through the exchange of ideas. And indeed, it promotes the very social cohesion that is our goal. I came across this saying, sir, that may assist us. And I came across it in my research on social cohesion. And it's a quote by an academic who researched the area of public broadcasting and social cohesion. And he says, if a society has not decided its own preferred character in a broad sense, it will find it exceedingly difficult to determine its character in the particular sense of its broadcasting. Public broadcasting was the single most important social, cultural, and journalistic institution of the 20th century. It is now, as it was said of Wegener, a corpse on leave universally. Its likely disappearance constitutes an indication of a real deep-seated crisis within liberal democracy. So if we are serious about building a democracy in which all citizens have got equal voice and have got sufficient representation in the community of the nation, then we will be serious about really bridging the problems that we have with public broadcasting. In fact, Tatu Maneli, funeke siqheshe umanyano, and we should sibeke phansi intonga and really submit to leadership from the SABC, the parliament, the shareholder, and the regulator to build public broadcasting in a digital era, and make sure that we regulatorily create an environment in which it can thrive, and we redraw the rules of the game. And frankly, even if I do not get the opportunity to serve on the board, we will meet again, because I will be and will remain committed to ensuring that we at least talk about how to realize the best possible experience of democracy for our people through public broadcasting, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Mlala.
No, I'm okay, Chairperson.
I don't want to close out Honorable Yako as we are wrapping up. I think it's not a legacy hand.
It's not,
A
Chair.
follow-up, right?
Yes.
Yes.
I just want, okay, Nkosi Chair. Ms. Gobelembeki, I just want to know, does she not think, because I'm just concerned, does she not think that she'll be too close to the day-to-day running of the business at SABC, being a board member, since she did serve there and she did resign under those circumstances? That's the question that I have.
A board member has a different role. The board member has to ensure governance and the financial sustainability of the entity in respect of the fiduciary duties that the board member would have. The board must not interfere in the operations of an entity. I serve on the boards of two financial services companies and do not interfere in the running of the entities by the executives. I respect their skills. I respect the fact that they have been selected to run these entities, but that does not mean that vigorous oversight and contribution that is positive, polite, and informed is not necessary to enhance the performance of that entity. Board members are extremely important. They bring a set of values, a set of ethics, a set of practices and governance mind frames that can guide an institution towards success. And regarding what Zondo, the Chief Justice Zondo recommended about ring fencing the newsroom, I couldn't agree more. In fact, this is something that I raised with him during my testimony before the State Capture Commission. There needs to be some kind of ring fencing of the editorial independence of the newsroom. The SABC has got beautiful editorial policies. I agree that there's room to tweak here and there. However, those policies are much admired and much loved by the newsroom. And there's no need, if those policies are adhered to and the values are upheld, to be interfering with the execution at operational level. The Broadcasting Act in Section 12 only requires that members of the board be people who uphold the freedom of the press and the right of the public to know. I believe I am such a person.
Thank you, Honorable.
Yeah, I'm covered. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kubulempeki, we are now wrapping up. Of course, I would have been very lenient in ensuring that members can get the responses they need as this helps in the deliberations later on. But of course, you'd agree that you can donate from the 3 minutes, at least a minute, and then take 2 minutes to address the committee before we close.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Maneli, thank you for this opportunity to share with you and to share my concerns about the crisis in journalism, the crisis in public broadcasting, which is a universal crisis, as well as the challenges facing our country and the concerns about governance and going concern at the SABC. I believe that fundamentally, the challenge that lies ahead is to restructure the balance sheet of the SABC, to restructure the organization fundamentally, to prepare it for the digital age, and to realize the big revenues that lie ahead. It has been said that the 1 trillion rand economy that lies ahead must be harvested for the good of our people, because public broadcasting is for sustaining citizenship. Finally, I would just like to say that the task needs absolutely visionary leadership, the kind of leadership that can make differing sectors cohere and people who differ find common understandings and a way forward. We cannot give up on the dream of public broadcasting. It is in peril, and we cannot lose the SABC to a lack of going concern status. We need to act vigorously and urgently to save this important institution of democracy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Kubulempeki. As we close, it will just be to just indicate a few things. Firstly, on the formalities, that if you have got any follow-ups or queries post this interaction, you would be interacting with the administration, Portia and the team who were interacting with you as you prepared for the appearance before this committee. But as it relates to the decision making structures, committee and House until the appointment by the President, those are transparent processes. As you know, our committee meetings are also open to the public, and therefore South Africans, including yourself, are able to follow what we are doing. So if you were an absent follower of the committee, I think we can increase the numbers that you have another person joining in yourself to be following the deliberations of the committee in that regard. So thank you for making the time to come before this committee. Of course, the objectives set earlier on, I think, would have been reached, that of learning from what you've shared with the committee, and of course, the questions that the members would have asked, which we could still be reflecting on even post this interaction. Thank you.
Thank you very much for every single question and for this opportunity. May God be with you.
Thank you. Thank you, Becky. We now welcome the other candidate as we allow Ms. Kobulembeki to get off the platform. Admin, please assist.
Thank you, Chairperson. The next candidate is on the platform, and the name is Mr. Lance Rothschild. Thank you, Chairperson.
Welcome, Mr. Rothschild. Welcome, Mr. Rothschild. Can you hear us? You are muted.
Chair, good morning and thank you very much. It's an honor to appear before you and this committee.
Good morning. Please feel welcomed. Of course, we also do appreciate that you may probably have been on the waiting room looking at the time slots that was allocated to you. We appreciate that. You are appearing before a subcommittee of the committee in the National Assembly on Communications and Digital Technologies. So this subcommittee reports to the main committee as such. Of course, just from a point of constitution of the committee, it reflects Parliament. It is constituted by political parties proportional to the size of the electoral support received in the 2019 elections. And therefore, it's representative in that sense, not a one-party committee. The approach we are taking, it's 45 minutes interaction with you, which includes a brief introduction of members on the platform, which is members of the committee and those that may not be with us now. Immediately after introduction of members, we'll then give you 5 minutes to briefly introduce yourself. You'll use that as an opportunity to also speak to your skills, experiences, and how that would contribute if you were to be considered for appointment in the SABC board. After your brief introduction, then we'll start a conversation so you can understand we're putting the interview a bit on the side. We'll get back to that word as we close, but we would want to keep it as conversation with you so that you can share honestly your views with the committee in response. It's 5 minutes per member, which includes questions and your responses. And I want to make a disclaimer now so that you understand as we move forward that the 45 minutes may be less depending on how you cover the ground in the response to questions. But there's instances where members would want to follow up on the question because they would want to get the best out of the answers that you are giving in your response. And in that way, there can be some spillovers in terms of the time. But we're doing this because it will also be helpful for the committee that will be presiding or doing oversight over the new board that we're putting up in the SABC. And therefore, we're learning from every candidate that comes before this committee for matters that we may also take up beyond just the interview. So if you can just bear with us on that it happens, it may be less, but it may also be a little bit more, depending on how you respond to the questions. I will therefore say relax and just be ready to have a conversation with the committee. I will quickly go to the members on the platform. From the ANC, we have Honorable Mtembu. Honorable Mtembu, I still here. I see you're muted. I will move then to. Okay, I see. Honorable Mtembu, can you hear now?
Yes, Chair. Good morning, and good morning to the gentleman.
Good morning, Honourable Member. Nice to meet you.
Yes, that's Honorable Mtembu from the African National Congress. We do have Honorable Dr. Basop from the African National Congress. Honorable Dr. Basop, can you still hear now?
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Honourable Basop. Nice to meet you.
Yes, so that's Honorable Dr. Basop from the ANC. We have the Honorable Mulala from the ANC. Honorable Mulala. You are muted. Yes, the video is on, but you're muted.
Good morning, Mr. Rothschild, and good morning, Chairperson. Rothschild are known to have more money. I hope you are bringing the economy back in South Africa.
Good morning, Honourable Member. I wish I were one of those Rothschilds.
No, thank you, Honorable Mlala. Okay, myself, Honorable Maneli from the NC also, but also Chair.
Hello.
Mute, Honorable Mlala, mute.
Yeah.
Mute, Honorable Mlala, mute. Thank you. As I said, Maneli from the NC also is a committee chairperson who has welcomed you on behalf of the members as we started. We also have on the platform Honorable Kola Barnett from the Democratic Alliance. I hope the gadget is still doing good.
Yes, all good today. Thank you, Chair. Welcome, Mr. Rothschild.
Good morning, and thank you very much, Ms. Kola Barnett.
We also have Honorable Pambo from the EFF, who's at this point represented by Honorable Yako until he joins. Honorable Yako, can you still hear us?
Yes, I can. Good morning to Mr. Rothschild. Yeah, thank you.
Good morning.
Thank you. We do have Honorable Majosi, who represents the IFP, could not join us because of other political activities. She may join us probably later in the day, but you can be assured that we have the required number in the 7-member committee present to be able to proceed, hence we are proceeding. I'm now back to you, Mr. Rothschild, to do your brief 5-minute introduction to the committee as I explained earlier on. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning, honourable members. It is indeed an honour for me to appear before this committee with the possibility of serving on the board of the SABC. About myself, I've been involved in the broadcasting and more specifically the radio industry since 1981. Whilst at Wits, I joined the campus radio station, The Voice of Wits, which is now VOW FM, and I became station manager. One of the most important aspects of my tenure was that the station profit contributed revenue to the Students' Representative Council. In December 1986, I joined what was then Radio 5 as program manager. Over the 7.5 years of my time at 5, during which my position changed to station manager, we had some very significant achievements. We became one of the first stations in the world to broadcast on FM stereo on a nationwide basis. We grew audience by over 300% and revenue by over 900%. That's in a period of 7.5 years. We led technical and technological innovation, and we're also one of the first stations in the world to broadcast our content off a digital hard drive. We were the first SA radio station to advertise on television, and in 1987 we made a commitment to South African music, undertaking to play at least one song by an SA artist or group per hour. And we were involved in promoting SA artists through live concerts and concert tours. We did several simulcasts with SABC TV. Remember, those are the days before satellite TV. So the music soundtrack to the TV was broadcast in FM stereo on our station. And in association with our sister station, then Radio Metro, now Metro FM, in 1989, we filled Ellis Park for a massive concert. We pioneered community radio with a joint initiative with campus radio station Rhodes Music Radio, creating Festival FM for the Grahamstown Arts Festival in 1991, and did it on subsequent years as well. On 1 October 1992, so almost 30 years ago exactly, we changed the branding and the name of Radio 5 to 5FM, which is still the way the station identifies itself. And in the 1992 to 1993 SABC fiscal year, the SABC made a substantial profit, and 5FM's contribution to this was vast. In 1994, I was headhunted from 5 to Mnet as the channel was hoping to secure the MTV contract. This never materialized, but I was appointed as general manager of Premium Pay TV, which was everything on Mnet except sports and KTV. It also included a local production budget, which gave me oversight on the program Egoli. I left Mnet and joined the New Radio Consortium and consulted this consortium, who were ultimately successful in procuring the SABC regional stations, East Coast Radio and OFM in 1996. I also worked in an advertising agency servicing the CNA account, amongst others, and I gained invaluable experience at the client side of the media industry. This was followed by a consulting spell in which I set up the operations for the business that is now MediaMark. I spent some time at independent newspapers Gauteng, where I gained exposure to newsprint media and subsequently joined a communications consultancy, Diagonal Street Communications, where I served as an account director. Throughout this time, I maintained strong contacts and interests in the radio industry. And in 2000, I launched a niche marketing, PR, and communications consultancy and worked with various clients, including the company that is now F Stereo, who provides data to the SABC. This maintained my involvement and interest in the radio industry. In 2008, I was approached by Jeremy Maggs and his company to help develop the radio awards, of which MTN became the founder sponsor, and the first awards were held in 2010. I became chair of the convening committee for those awards. In 2011, I became the CEO of the MTN Radio Awards and was responsible for the growth and development of these awards. In 2015, MTN elected not to renew their sponsorship of the awards, and I was offered the opportunity to join Power FM, Power 98.7 FM, as head of programming. In 2016, I left Power to rebuild the Radio Awards and secured the Liberty sponsorship for a 3-year term, ending with the 2019 awards. The awards grew from strength to strength over this time and are the foremost industry awards program. In 2019, I was approached by the SABC to be a keynote speaker at the Radio Connect conference and workshop held in Magaliesburg. Here I presented on the power of radio to leading media planners and buyers, those are SABC clients, and I also emphasized the importance of the SABC. In December 2019, I was contracted to take on the management of Classic 102.7 FM by the consortium that had successfully bid to take the station out of business rescue. I joined the station as general manager with a brief to stem the losses, whilst the company secured a format change through ICASA. What should have been a relatively brief process was extended due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and in July 2021, Classic FM changed format to Hot 102.7. I served as head of marketing at Hot, and also ran the Hot 102.7 Radio Training Academy. It must be noted here that radio training is one of my personal passions. I've conducted many workshops and spoken at conferences domestically and internationally. Stations that I've undertaken training at include Ukhozi FM, Pik FM, Groot FM, Tigerberg FM, OFM, Peli FM, and Radio Islam, to name but a few. I've also done extensive training at Yarona FM in Botswana and Phoenix FM in Zambia. I'd be honored to serve on the board of the SABC, as I believe that the work of the SABC is too important for the corporation to fail. And I also believe that it is possible for the corporation to be self-sustaining and not to be a burden on the fiscus. I have substantial industry knowledge and experience to make a significant contribution to SABC, and I would like to play a role in re-energizing the corporation and restoring its proud position as a leading light in the industry. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rothschild. We will now give to the members of the committee. I see Honorable Kolabana Tsend is already up. Just to explain how we are proceeding. The intention is not to come in between you and the member. You'd listen to the questions asked by the member. Once given the opportunity to respond, you'll respond without waiting for me to direct, so as to get the conversation flowing. I will only be indicating the next member to ask the question. So Honorable Kola Barnett, whilst I'm looking at other members who raise their hands who want to interact, Mr. Rothschild, you can proceed in the meantime.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Rothschild. A couple of questions from my side. You have, looking through your CV, extensive experience in radio programming, marketing, management, and the list goes on, changing Radio 5 to 5 FM, etc. The one that struck me there was you grew the station revenue from 6.75 million to 55 million. Now, what would be your plan to grow the income of the SABC, which is currently 600 million in the red? And community radio it is something I have always seen as a neglected platform. And do you perhaps see the inclusion of such a possibility within the SABC stable as a developmental factor? What are your thoughts on the sacking of the head of news, who then went through all due processes and was exonerated by the CCMA? What's your take on that? And looking at the SABC, of course, it's currently running in a very, very difficult and competitive environment. And we're seeing the axing of various programs like special assignment, intense programs that are a lot more than fluff, but perhaps do live up to the SABC mandate. And we've seen equally the dropping in listenership and viewership. So what would you put that down to? There is a dramatic lack of content. There is 800 million that was sitting untouched, which was set aside specifically for content, unused. And one can only imagine that equates to the dropping of the audiences. Thoughts on that and the recent sacking of over 600 staff, which we have seen included a great deal of expertise, to the extent that now the SABC is advertising again for over 400 positions, and the claim is that it is to fill technical needs with expertise, but there was no move to train the 600 in those particular positions. In fact, some of them held exactly the skill set that they're advertising for now. So thoughts on why that happened and the outcome thereof. And what would your particular skill set bring to the SABC board as such? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honourable Kola Barnett. That's quite a substantial volume of questions. I will do my best to address all of them. In terms of growth of the income of the SABC, I've felt for years, and I've observed it from an external perspective, that the SABC sales is not as well handled, particularly as some of the competitors out there in the marketplace, on the one hand. The other side is growing the income, is also making sure that the SABC gets the right amount of revenue from what it sells. I know that there's been some rather substantial discounting, and again, I'm well aware that that's being looked into by the Special Investigations Unit, and that in fact also even speaks to elements of corruption. So on the one hand, let's focus on the sales side, get the right people, and make sure that they are properly incentivized. I think in the past, and it's an observation, personal observation, the targets have been low, and there's also been very little fear of consequences if you don't hit the target. I'm involved with various other stations where, you know, they run on a business basis, and people are required to hit their targets. Now, you know, it's difficult to sell product that isn't great, and the sales cycle is pretty simple in radio and in TV, in fact, in media. And I use this in all my presentations. There's 3 things you have to do in media if you want to make some money. You've got to make a great product, attract and retain an audience, and sell advertising. And I use those 3. It's part of my fundamentals of the media industry. So we really need to go back, and that'll probably answer some of the other aspects of your question, to looking at the content, at what we're making, what we're putting out. And the first and the most important person in the value chain is actually the listener and the viewer, okay? Everyone else is an interest group, and they have various interests, but if we're not focused and keeping our relationship with the viewer and the listener sacrosanct, the chances are that they're going to go somewhere else. And right now, listeners and viewers have a wealth of choices. So if you're not giving them something that's compelling, that's keeping them there, guess what? They're not going to spend their time. No one watches a TV program. No one listens to a radio station out of sympathy. No one wakes up in the morning and says, oh, today I think I'm going to listen to some community radio. People listen to what they want to hear. They watch what they want to see. And if we're not giving it to them, and we're not doing it in a really talented and quality manner, we're going to lose them. And if we lose them, unfortunately, the advertising rands follow that as well. Having said that, in particular within the SABC radio portfolio, there are a lot of gems. And I'm not just talking about the commercial stations. I mean, yes, commercial stations are big revenue generators and should be generating a lot more revenue. I've also looked at the spot loading on particularly my old station, and I believe that it's not anywhere near where it could be in terms of volume of airtime sold. But having said that, there's a lot more creative approach that the radio stations and in fact the TV stations could take towards getting advertising revenue. And I think that needs to be, that is as a function of getting management of programming and content together with sales to find creative approaches that will ultimately work for the client. A client that is getting good results is not going to go and spend their money elsewhere. And I think that's something that the SABC needs to focus on. We've got to stop just selling 30-second blocks of airtime, because that's a commodity. We've got to start finding solutions for clients, because clients are looking to buy solutions. So that's the one side of the revenue. The other side, obviously, we've got to look to the licensing model and come up with something that is, shall we say, more efficient for the SABC. I mean, there's the belief that they're spending more money on trying to recover license revenue than the revenue that is being generated by that program. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's correct. With regards to community radio, and you said that that's a neglected platform, one of the issues with community radio is that it is seen as community radio, and it is disparaged somewhat by the advertising industry. And again, you know, somewhat rightly, somewhat wrongly. Again, no one buys spots on a station or puts advertising on a station because they feel sorry for the station. They put spots on the station so that it influences the prospects that they want to influence into making some sort of decision or some sort of action. And I believe that the SABC can play quite a substantial role in helping community stations. And again, I move to where I spoke earlier about training and education, because we built a community radio sector in this country. We birthed it overnight and expected it to walk before it had even had birth pains, okay? And so there's a lot of, whilst there are, in some stations, there's pockets of talent, in other stations, there's a dying need for, a substantial need for education, training, and schooling in the art of broadcasting. With regards to the matter of the head of news, whilst not au fait with the minutiae of that matter, I think it was a very unfortunate incident, and I think that it speaks to particularly, I don't think that the board necessarily, and again was not a member of the board at the time, So I can't speak to the board's involvement in that, but most certainly does raise some questions around management and what was informing management at the time. I'd like to know more about the specifics of the situation before I proffer any professional comment, lest I am completely wrong in my assumptions. But I would say that, you know, that would speak to inadequacies in management and in management systems. So I'm just looking at this. The axing of programs and the 800 million rand. I know the SABC has gone into a little bit of analysis paralysis over time, but for 800 million rand to be underspent, misspent, or not allocated, glad that it's not been spent in wasteful expenditure, but it's wasteful that it's not been spent as well, and that needs some consequence management, some introspection into what caused it, and why it is, why it's stuck, and how we can unjam that. But we also need to make sure that it is spent in ways that are going to generate audiences, that are going to pull people to our programming, and that are going to raise the standard of the SABC. One of the things that is very important to me is the morale of the staff within the SABC, and I think the SABC staff over the last couple of years, the last probably 15, 20 years, have been through a lot. They've been through a lot of group CEOs. They've been through what I call the very unfortunate cloudy era. They've experienced very indecisive management from the top. And that's also a governance issue. I'll speak more to that a little later, but it's also a governance issue because there's no clear definition of objectives or visions or values. And so a lot of people at the SABC are just uncertain of what they need to do each day and how to do their jobs. You also spoke about the staff retrenchments, and if one looks at the SABC, and I think one still needs to do a very, very strict skills audit within the SABC and see what is required and make this a fit-for-purpose operation, fit-for-purpose corporation. I know I spoke to the group's chief exec at that conference in 2019, and I said, one of their problems is that the SABC is overstaffed. And I know that's quite a harsh comment, but it was. And the biggest cost on the SABC's profit and loss account is a staff cost, which is, it's the same in any other broadcasting organization. Your biggest real cost is your staffing cost. Now, you've got to make sure that you're paying people appropriately for what they're doing. And that's quite challenging in the SABC environment. I know that subsequent to my leaving the SABC in 1994, the competitive nature of the salaries was pushed up. But I also observed through working close with the SABC through particularly the Radio Awards project, structures and strata of management that were actually people filling jobs that were quite frankly not doing proper work. They were sitting in positions, making decisions and pushing pens and earning substantial salaries, but not really contributing to the public's enjoyment of the programs, the production of the programs, and the bottom line of the business. So one does need to do quite a serious bit of introspection there. What we really need to do is build an SABC that has business units or stations, call them what you like. If you don't like the word business, I always believe that broadcasting is a business, irrespective of whether it's PBS or commercial. But look at it and make it fit for purpose, have the right individuals doing the right jobs at the right price. So that's again, the entire manner of the retrenchments and now the rehiring it's a poor indication of management and bad decision-making, bad decision driving. And that needs a little bit better hand on the tiller and a little bit better control from the board as well. A little bit better, when I say control, I mean direction from the board. But what we really need to do is build a fit-for-purpose SABC. You did also ask about audiences dropping. Well, as I said earlier, make a great product, attract and retain an audience, and then sell advertising. And I don't know that the SABC is making a great product that is compelling. I know that we're not doing well on the TV ratings, on the TAMs, and a lot of our programs aren't featured in the top 10, and that again also affects our advertising revenue. So I think, Honourable Kola Barnard, I hope I've answered your questions.
Chairperson, I had one more, if I may do it now.
Complete the Honourable Kola Barnard. And I
Thank
will
you.
ask members who want to interact to give indication now.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, Mr. Rothschild, if one goes back in history, do you think, with hindsight, that the selling off of the commercial stations on the whole, I think it was something like, did Radio Port Natal not become Radio 5, which became 5 FM? There's a whole historical chain of those stations, but the money-making stations were basically sold off as seemingly a contradictory line in relation to the mandate of the SABC, the public service mandate. But from that moment, the income sources and generation simply evaporated. And that, I've always believed, was the start of the financial demise of the SABC. Although we did see, for example, Peter McLaren turned it around from a loss to an acceptably small profit, a couple of 100 million. It wasn't major, but he had a method of working which turned the finances around, and there were no retrenchments at that time. Sadly, he moved on and the things just went down the drain from then. So is that part of the problem, that the commercial stations, the commercial ability of the public broadcaster was excised? Otherwise, you know, it leaves one floundering rather, and chasing those elusive ratings, which, as you see currently, we're in a race to the bottom. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Kola Barnard. Firstly, those stations were sold in 1995. The process commenced in 1995, and the successful bidders were announced in the second half of 1996. East Coast Radio, Radio Port Natal became East Coast Radio. Radio Algoa became Algoa FM, etc. I'm not going to go through all the history and bore everyone here. I do know it all because I was in the industry at that time, or following it very closely, following the process. It was necessary in terms of the changed regulatory environment. I'm quite outspoken on the allocation of the frequency resources. I published a paper which was published in the newspaper in 1995. At that time, the ICASA was the IBA, and we were talking about the Reconstruction and Development Program, and I said that they should engage in RDP of the airwaves. So no, I don't think that that's necessarily, the sale of those stations was the cause of the demise of the revenue of the SABC. Remember that the SABC got quite a lot of money. It was in excess of 500 million rand from the sale of those stations, which was capital injected at that time. And again, as you rightly say, subsequent to that, and under the GCEO, the late Peter McLaren, who did a fantastic job, the corporation was in profit. Subsequent to that, I know that there was a substantial recruitment drive, and about 1,000 new positions were created once the corporation was in profit. And there were a lot of people brought into the corporation who, quite frankly, were not productive. And I say that, having, again, observed the corporation from an external perspective. And as I say, the environment is also shifting. There's a lot of technological shifts in the environment. And we need to get the SABC back to being a place where people are proud of being part of the SABC, do great work, are encouraged to do great work, and are rewarded for doing great work. And that will then manifest. If you build a great product and tell the listeners and the viewers about it, they will come, and then you can sell the advertising. And I believe that the SABC is not, shall we say, not beyond saving, but it most certainly it can't continue on a negative spiral. Let me continue that. Thank you, Honourable Member. Over to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Kolabanat. May I just again check if there are members who would have indicated that they would want to engage the candidate, so that I don't leave you in case you are unable to. Or we've lost members from the platform. Or is it me who's out?
I can hear you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, honourable members, I'm checking those who want to speak to get
It does look like we've lost some members, Chair.
But I do see them on the platform, unless then it's a connectivity problem.
Chair.
Is that Honourable Yako?
Yes, Chair. I think from my side, I don't have any questions. As I said before, I'm here on proxy for Honourable Pambo, and he hasn't channeled any questions my way. So it would be unfair for me to put the candidate under the spotlight on matters I'm not well versed in. So yeah, I think I'm covered as far as how he did his introduction. I don't have any questions for him.
Okay, then at least that confirms they're still on the platform, because it's also worrying if members may have lost connectivity completely, because it would mean we have less numbers to proceed even with the next candidate. Thank you, Honourable Yako. It would appear, Mr. Rothschild, you have been quite elaborate in your introduction and responses to Honourable Kola Barnett. But I think there's an important point I want to check with you, because you've been diplomatic in responding to it. You talk about bad decision by management. Maybe things could be looked at differently. The reality is that the SABC has also been cited in the Zondo Commission in relation to corruption in the institution over a period of time with different people that they've come through, whether political, whether in the executive, and so on. What will be your take on that, especially on preventative measures from the role that the board needs to play going forward, so that we do not have another commission that speaks to such matters in the SABC?
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I'm unequivocal on this particular matter. Corruption is corruption and must be rooted out, and there must be proper consequence management. So in other words, the people that are found guilty of corruption need to be charged with the full force of the law, okay? Because when there are consequences, then people actually react and decide, well, you know, it's going to cost too much. At the moment, a lot of people have got away with a lot of misdemeanors, shall we call it? And the second that happens, it becomes, well, if so, you know, if so and so can do it, then I can do it. So, I'm really unequivocal on this follow up. We have to most certainly suspend and follow up through the correct channels, just so that we ensure that the corporation is protected. But we have to make sure that, one, we stamp it out, and two, we never allow it to occur again. There is still a lot of questionable, should we call it, activities going on in aspects of the SABC, from what I understand and from what I know from the industry. And I know how and where and why to look into what's going on. I'm sure some people would not be happy to hear that, but there are systems that we could use to ensure that we optimize our business. We need to make sure that the business of the SABC gets the maximum return on it. And that is also stamping out any form of corruption. And there's anywhere where someone has access to a public platform, there's always the temptation, whether it is taking payola for playing certain artists, whatever it is. But there are now systems in place. There are very, very good systems in place being used by the SABC that enable us to audit, to follow up, and to stamp that out. And I think we have to ensure that every aspect of corruption is dealt with very, very harshly. It should be absolutely not tolerated at all. People will continually innovate and try and find ways around the system. And we have to, as a board, ensure that we empower top management to take corrective action. And if top management are guilty, we must make sure that they are treated in the harshest possible manner in terms of labor law and regulations, and if need be, even in criminal prosecutions on that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rothschild.
Thank you.
Honorable Kolabanat, we're trying to come in again.
I just said thank you very much. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, I thought you were saying something because we are almost at the end. I'm asking administration to just follow up if they've not members are not muted by hosts, because I've been trying to check on that, which is also important as we would get to the next candidate. In that score, I think we have now come to a point with no further questions from members. Would come to a point where we give you 3 minutes to address the committee once again before close formally.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. I really believe that I could add substantial value to the board of the SABC in that I have an intimate knowledge of the industry. I'm well respected across the industry, having built and developed the radio awards over 10 years of my life, having worked in various aspects at radio and television stations, as well as having an exposure to online digital various platforms. So I think that I can make a significant difference. One of the key things for me is the SABC is a national asset. The key asset of the SABC is its people. We need to get the SABC people focused. We need to get them understanding the goals, the objectives of the organization, the visions and values of the organization. We need to get the right experience and expertise into place. We need to ensure that we build the right reporting structures. We need to ensure that we also look after environmental and sustainability. We need to have accountability, and we need to have compliance and conformance within the SABC. So those are some key points. And I believe that I have a deep understanding of the broadcast industry as well as the broadcast value chain. And I think that my skill sets, my experience, my expertise will certainly add value to fixing, right-sizing, and re-energizing SABC and making it a proud national asset that is no longer a burden on the fiscus. I thank you and the panel, and I commend you on your hard work on this, because I know that you guys have worked till very late at night on several occasions and in quite difficult circumstances, being an online process with a lot of interference by load shedding. So Mr. Chair and honourable members of the panel, I thank you all very much for your consideration and your time.
Can I be heard now?
I can hear you.
You can now, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Now, once again, thanks, Mr. Rothschild. Of course, we are now at the end, and I think with the engagement and your sharing of the experiences, the members would learn from that, and surely for those that would have been able to ask questions, you would have learned from those questions. In that score, I will just deal with the side that's formal, that if there may be queries to make post the interview, the administration will still be ready to respond to you. But as it relates to the decision making and final recommendations, all these processes are run open to the public, and therefore all South Africans are able to follow the proceedings of the committee up until we make the necessary recommendations. If you've not been a regular follower, but you do say that you've seen that we are even finishing very late at night, it does give confidence that you have been following the deliberations. But if you have not, you'll probably be also a regular going forward, even just beyond these processes as a person who's interested in the space. We really thank you for making time to come before this committee. We thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
As we offload Mr. Rothschild, we'll then try to get the other candidate on board. So once we do that, can we just also check if members are struggling or what is the situation, so that we don't look like counting numbers when members have lost connection. That's important before we introduce the next candidate.
Okay, Chair, I was doing that. Thank you, Chair.
I do see on the group Honorable Dr. Sabc indicating.
Yes, Chair, but I've abdicated. I've got problems of the network.
Yes.
I have to change the area. I'm on and off, but I'm still in.
Mr. Shounyane, am I pronouncing it properly?
That's right, Chairperson.
Okay. Okay. I want to be sure before we start that I'm pronouncing it properly.
No, that's right. Yes. Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson?
Yes, Portia.
Yes, I checked with Honorable Basopu and Honorable Mthembu. They can hear everything, but in the network keeps interrupting the connection.
Yes, Honorable.
Yes.
Just indicated. We hope they'll be able to get back as we now start in a minute.
I'm in, Chairperson.
Chair.
Yes, I can hear you, Honorable Tembu.
Please, I'm in now, Chair.
Just in a minute, yeah. Holding the fort with Honorable Kolabarat. My bed almost finished, but electricity back now on my side. At least I won't lose contact. I think we can start by welcoming Mr. Mushowinyane. Please welcome. I will now, I see Pambo coming back. I will now proceed. Maybe let me formally welcome you. You are appearing before a subcommittee of the Portfolio Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies in the National Assembly. This subcommittee is in terms of the rules of the National Assembly, which allows the main committee to create a committee, a subcommittee that focuses on a particular task. And our task is the appointment process for the SABC board, for which you were nominated for, shortlisted, and appearing before the subcommittee. That's our task. The constitution of this subcommittee is proportional to the size of the party in terms of electoral support as of the 2019 elections, and therefore quite representative as a reflection of parliament in terms of parties as represented in parliament. Our approach, just to give you the guide, is that we are allocating 45 minutes for interaction with you. So we take the interview on the side a bit, but it gets to be a conversation with you. Of course, this will then take into account the brief introduction, which will be within the 45 minutes, the brief introduction of members, the 5 minutes that was allocated to you to briefly introduce yourself. In that introduction, you will also talk to your skills, your experiences, and how that could contribute to the SABC if you were to be considered. Of course, after that, we'll be then going to those members who want to interact with you, pose questions, and so on. We allocate 5 minutes. And then that 5 minutes, it will be the question and your responses to the questions asked by the member. Thereafter, after all members would have asked questions, if there are any matters that I would want to highlight from the chair, having been asked by members, I will, in that score, come back to just get clarity on that matter. Otherwise, I would just be coming to you to give you 3 minutes of addressing the committee after interacting with the members before we close the session. The 45 minutes is standard as we allocate it for each candidate, but I must make the disclaimer that the experience has now shown that in some instances it may be shorter, depending on the ground you cover when you are responding, or there may be situations where members make follow-up questions in order to get the best of the answers that you are able to give. In such case, you may have a bit of spillover in terms of time. So please bear that in mind as we interact. Maybe for purposes of managing this conversation better, let me deal with this matter also upfront. that at the time of interacting with members, the intention is not to have the chair coming in between you and the member you're interacting with. For the flow of the conversation, it will be the member, and then you will respond. I will only indicate the next member to ask the question once those would have been answered. So I thought that's important. Without therefore wasting time, I'll then ask you to relax, wait for the conversation as I introduce members that may be on the platform. I'll start with the ANC, just to check. Honorable Mtembu, can you still talk on the platform?
Yes, good day, Chair. I'm still on the platform, and good day to the gentleman.
Thank you, Honorable Mtembu. Honorable Dr. Basop.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good day, Mr. Moshoanyane.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Basop. Honorable Mlala is still on the platform. Able to talk. Okay, we'll pass Honorable Mlala. Maybe struggling because it's still muted as I call it. Myself, Honorable Maneli, from the ANC, also the chair of subcommittee. From the Democratic Alliance, we have got Honorable Kola Barnett.
Hello, thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. That's Honorable Kola Barnett from Democratic Alliance. From the Economic Freedom Fighters, we have the Honorable Bambo. Is back now. Honorable Bambo.
Thank you very much, Chair. We're here.
Thank you, Honorable Bambo. Honorable Majosi from the IFP, unable to join us at this point due to other activities, may probably join us later on. However, the numbers we have allow us to proceed. Mr. Moshoanyane. Now I will be, of course, coming back to you with that brief introduction of members for you to do a 5-minute brief introduction as I explained earlier on, that you would give us that, which gives an opportunity to also reflect on your experiences and so on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. I hope my lighting is much better. I was also affected by load shedding. I had to move into a conducive space. But that be as it may, I'm currently a board member of the Performing Arts Council of the Free State, which is an agency of the Department of Arts and Culture, where I'm a council member, but I'm also a chairperson of the subcommittee of the core business of the entity. I have currently, because of being a board member, finished a certificate in public ethics offered by the National School of Government as a requirement, which was about, creating a more ethically and accountable public servant. I'm a believer in lifelong learning, and I'm continuing to sharpen my skills in governance-related matters with programs offered by the Institute of Directors of South Africa. And I am a strong believer in artistic expression, artistic freedom, as fundamental rights contained in our Constitution, which is transformative in its culture. And I believe that the SABC it's an important vehicle that should be driving this transformative constitutionalism ideals. I come generally from the creative and the cultural industry, and I believe that the SABC, it's quite an important vehicle when you look at it philosophically, in terms of it being both the mirror, but also the soul of the nation. And that needs to be reflected. I'm a scholar in the creative and in the creative and cultural industry. I am also a scholar in human rights, particularly focusing on the rights to creative expression. And today I'm availing myself, chairperson and committee members, in front of this committee to help the SABC pursue this transformative constitutionalism ideals. I avail myself consciously aware that as a board member, I had to practice diligently the duties of care, duties of loyalty, and act in the best interest of the SABC, should I be appointed. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much, committee members, honorable committee members.
Thank you. I now recognize members who want to speak. I saw Honorable Dr. Basop, followed by Honorable Kola Barnett.
Chair.
Yes, Honorable Ntembu, then follow Honorable Kola Barnett. May I just indicate once again that in the interaction would not be coming in between Mr. Mushonyane, so as to allow the flow. I just want to emphasize that point so that we have a conversation that's flowing. Honorable Dr. Basop, you are recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much, Mr. Mushonyane. Thanks for the presentation that you presented to us as the committee. I just have only 2 questions to raise with you. And of course, I can recognize your enthusiasm and the passion that you have to serve the organization. But however, can you tell us as the committee as to what kind of skills are you bringing in this organization to achieve what we have presented to us already? And also, perhaps within the same vein, and what strategy can you employ to turn around SABC? That's the first question. Then the second one, in terms of the Zondo Commission, in this data capture report findings, amongst other things that have been identified, is the glaring mismanagement of funds within the SABC, as well as the corrupt practices that have taken place in that organizations. 2 questions on that. The one, what mechanism would you put in place to ensure that in future, this doesn't take place in this organization under your watch as a board member? And then secondly, what would you put in place again to ensure you recover the monies that have been squandered within the organization? Thank you very much, Chair. Those are the questions. I'm done, Chair.
So if we have Mr. Mushonyane, or is muted, I think he's speaking to himself.
All right. Thank you very much, Chair. I didn't realize that I had accidentally muted myself, but the system is kicking me in and out. But I got the answers from Honorable Dr. Mike Basup. I hope I'm pronouncing the same name right. I'm clear on the two sets of questions that were asked, and I am going to answer them. Well, I'm going to answer them. First is the skills. What skills do I have in terms of helping the SABC to pursue its mandate or its mission? Now the skills that I have is having served. Well, most of the time I've always in my career I've straddled two lines. I've straddled being a practitioner of the arts, but also an academic. Now, when you look at it from an academic side, what I bring is a level of thinking about, deeper about what the SABC is and how, an SABC can achieve its mandate, which is more cognitive in terms of this whole thing of being able to entertain, to educate, but also to provide news in terms of impartiality. So what I bring, it's a deeper level of thinking about issues, robust debates, and a certain degree of scholarship in terms of strategies, current research, current trends, ability to anticipate scenario planning in terms of what the current trends are, where should the SABC going, what the philosophical ideals of the organization are also are, which are sometimes more cognitive, but can also be matched with the more practical ones in terms of achieving those mandates. So that's what I bring. I bring the academic side, but also I bring the practical side of being on the ground from the creative side, being an art practitioner. Most of my life I've worked in grassroots community where one is able to bring some level of activism, being conscious of what the needs of the communities are. There's a term that we call creation of community liable artistry. Now, it means that one is able to live and be on the ground and to understand what the community's needs are and how those needs can be articulated in terms of the SABC as a mover of this vision. So from that, it means that there should also be in SABC, when you combine both the artistic and the practical, a platform where communities, where the SABC programming is also informed from the bottom up to say, what are the needs of the community? What do the communities need? What are they saying? What do they want to hear? What do they want to see? So that level of research to say, how do we develop a strategy to say, how do we bring the community so that everyone is reflected in the SABC? Because we all have aspirations of contributing and seeing ourselves and hearing our voices on the SABC. So from those two sets of skills, one is able to bring them so that community consciousness is brought up. We are able to respond also to the community needs in terms of being on the ground. Now, the second question attached to that was what would the strategy be to turn around the SABC? I think for me, it's three things. One is also what I've said about creating content that is also informed and research laden, that originates from the needs of the community. In that way, the SABC will be responsive in terms of their programming. But secondly, the SABC has to also go to the grassroots to say, because also the thing is, it's this whole notion of investing in high value content. But how do you invest in that? I think the SABC has to develop a platform where members of the community, like community producers, community newsmakers, and all of those people are developed. that is a long view in terms of the SABC growing your own timber, because you cannot reap what you did not sow. So that whole interaction of sowing and reaping from the same thing. Also, I think thirdly, in terms of strategy, and any strategy really will always be centered around developing a compelling content, right? Now, developing a compelling content also, it's about investment, it's about research, it's also about understanding the needs of the audiences, but also it's about creating partnership. Right now, in terms of when you're looking at the situation on the ground, you think that there's a disjuncture between what the SABC is really doing, because we've moved now into digital platforms. Just from an example point of view, I'm quite a consumer of digital platform in terms of podcasting. There are 3 or 4 highly educational, entertaining podcasts. I think SABC should really be taking the opportunity to partner with those podcasts. The first one is the podcast, it's called Podcast and Chill by MacG. And the third one, it's Hustler's Corner, which is very entrepreneurial by DJ's Boo. And the third one is by Penuel Mlocho, a gentleman called Penuel Mlocho, which is about conversations really that are very educational. So a culture of consciousness, that's one of the things, needs to be developed into the SABC to be able to look into what is happening at space and to respond to those ones by creating those partnerships. So that also the SABC can also be reaping from what is happening in that space, and also creating those partnerships so that we are able to move this mandate. Any strategy has to be centered on creating a compelling content with partnership, because when you create a compelling content with partnership, meaning that then the people will come. You create content, then the people will come. But there's also a need to go back to the people and say, what are your aspirations? What do you want to see? So from a research point of view, but also from a creative point of view, of course, one of the things that needs to happen in SABC is that the programmers needs to be liberated. They don't need to be restricted. That is also the third strategy. The programmers need to be liberated. It means that the board needs to create a culture of impartiality, not only speak about it, but really create it. So I believe that the turnaround strategy, both to achieve the financial mandate and the value add, is and will always be centered around content. Create a compelling content, create partnerships, and then people will come. So that is also part of the strategy. Now, the second set of questions deals with, the first one deals with the Zondo Commission in terms of corruption, and the second question deals with recovery of money. Now, in terms of the Zondo Commission, I think one can look at it in terms of two ways of looking at it. First is that the board must set preventative strategies in order to combat the corruption that has happened. And also, the most important thing is to glean from the lessons of the past. I think that past 28 years should have given us lessons to build a culture of accountability on. So, and that report is really a crystallization of the 28 years of the corruption that has happened, that has also affected the SABC. So the board, it is definitely it will definitely be the duty of the board to create and set up preventative strategy. First, prevention means to mitigate. And one way of doing that as a board member is to get reports. But sometimes the reports that we get, you have to ask yourself, what are people reporting? What are people reporting, and what is the board not seeing in these reports? So the board needs to zoom in on this report and really, because you will prevent corruption from seeing reports and reading them and understanding what's happening. And number two is to create constant feedback loops as a way of interacting with management so that you mitigate. But you set those things up as prevention and mitigating strategy. But secondly, then you also deal with consequence management. And consequence management is really about two things. It's really making the senior management understand what are the expectations, what are the deliverables, and also if those are not achieved, then what are the consequences? So I really believe that if you set up those one, and there's a culture of being conscious of constant loops in terms of the engagement, in terms of reading the report in detail, understanding what needs to be reported, how is it reported, and why is that what is reported, what does it matter, and how do you deal with that information? So that would be able to answer that question with regards to the Zondo Commission. But also the other question deals with recovery. I think recovery of the money it's really a straightforward strategy. That measures should be set into place so that those who are found to have benefited unduly from the SABC should be pursued in terms of recovering that money, and all the policy framework and the legislative framework should be used to recover the money. And I think there is a room for the board to explore in terms of looking at it case by case to say, how much are we investing in this? Is this money recoverable or is it not recoverable? And if it's recoverable, the board should really pursue that. But also to look at it to say what is recoverable and what is not recoverable. And then the board set up strategies using policy frameworks and other legislative tools to really try and recover what other people have unduly benefited. Thank you, Chairperson. I hope I've answered the question of the Honorable Dr. Mike Basuk.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm covered.
Honorable Kola Barnett can proceed, will be followed by Honorable Tim.
Thank you, Chairperson. Hello again. Yeah, as a subcommittee, we're obviously looking for a well-rounded board covering everything: news, sports, marketing, program production, all the expertise. And of course, the arts would be one of those that, well, frankly, the arts are treated as a Cinderella entity. They come last when it comes to funding. I can't tell you how many artists have gone bankrupt because the lotto has let them down after promising funding. So, you're an expert in this field. So tell me, if you were on the board, what could you drive that would boost the arts community as such across the board? You're looking at changes in the SABC. There's always a concern that with the election coming up, the political pressures might be brought to bear on the newsroom to cover certain things that are simply beneficial to one side or another. What would you look out for? What would you look to change to prevent this from happening? Because it's almost a cyclical thing. It happens in the lead up to most general elections. Yeah, comment a bit on what's been happening in the SABC in the last months. They have, for example, they laid off or fired, I suppose, well over 600 people, who then took with them enormous expertise, and now they're in the situation where they're now advertising for well over 400 posts. And they're saying it's to bring in different skills, but they hadn't offered any training to the members they had. So huge problem there all the way around, but the upshot of it is there has been zero content production. They've got 800 million rand they're sitting on unspent, which could have gone to arts programs, could have gone to production of plays, production. Well, I don't need to run it past you, all the things that can be done in terms of the arts, but simply has not been. How would you deal with a fact like that? And I think, you know, you've gone into turning the plan around, your plan to turn the SABC around very well. And I think you dealt with the Zondo Commission corruption as well. So I'll stop there for now. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Member Kola Barnett. I hope I pronounced the surname right. Kola Barnett. I'm reading it on the screen for my own credit. The first question is strategies on how to boost the arts community strategies. I think the SABC is a contested space because it really straddles the creative and the cultural space. So in that it really includes a high element of people who are creative musicians, journalists, writers, and everybody. I think that is why it is also of interest to me, so that at least there's a voice sitting to say, how do we make sure that the 800 million that was unspent, I think, it does not return when there are so many you know, people who could contribute from the creative and the cultural industry. I think one of the most important things that needs to be done, I don't know if SABC is doing it, is to look into who are the stakeholders, who are the stakeholders who are interested in SABC directly and indirectly. Now, when you ask that question, when you map your stakeholders, those ones who are directly, who've got a vested interest, who've got there are many stakeholders in this that can claim a stake in the SABC. But in terms of people who are able to create content, you know, from the creative and the cultural industry, those are people who can directly you know, benefit and also benefit the SABC. So the SAB has to understand who are those people who stand to benefit directly and indirectly. And how can the SABs also benefit from those people? I think that is a consciousness that needs to be there. So a stakeholder mapping needs to be done as a strategy. And then secondly, I've spoken about constant feedback loops. Constantly, SABC has to then, you know, engage with stakeholders to say, you know, who are you, where are you, you know, both people living in the rural, and how can we help each other? How can we bring you on board? How can we learn from you? So that all the people who've got a direct and indirect stage are given an ear and are brought a little bit closer, so that but the decisions that are taken by the board and both by management can have the consciousness to say, we are affecting people. Which people are we affecting? And in doing that, the artists and everybody who stands to benefit and who stand to benefit the SABC will be identified. And once you've identified those people, you create constant feedback mechanism, you know, constant dialogue. This country was built on dialogue. There is no way that the SABC can stand there and really be a white elephant that does not go into the communities and to say, how do we help each other? I think the question is not how do we help you, it's how do we help each other? Because that is supposed to happen. So in boosting the arts, in the SABC going to the people and creating those feedback mechanisms, the SABC will be able to really communicate with everybody who is in the arts, people who are dealing with journalism, and you know, the whole strata in terms of the creative and the cultural industry. And then strategies can be born from that to say, how do we move this this vehicle forward? That's number one. The second question was also around the election. one thing that I've always thought about when I see the election, of course, I think my criticism of the SABC has always been that every in every election year, there's always criticism, but it seems like nobody's listening to say what is the criticism, what informs the criticism. Now, the criticism is really around the airtime that is given to political parties in terms of contesting election, the SABC itself being a contested space. But it seems like that consciousness is not there to say the SABC is a contested space. Now, what you do in terms of setting up that strategy is to say that we don't build strategies when the elections are close, because then everybody's fired up, everybody will be fighting for this. You build strategies during a time when the elections are far away. Again, you build them around engagements to say, how do we create a fair platform for all the political parties? That needs to be negotiated long time before the election comes, and that strategy needs to be communicated again to the stakeholders. So from mapping your stakeholders, you also map what people are contesting, which area of the media are people contesting. Election is one of them. So that scenario planning needs to be done long time before the election, signed by all political parties, those people who are directly standing to benefit from all of this thing. It's the same thing that was done by the political parties, the opposition party, which they did in hindsight, to say, after the past 2 elections, there was this coalition government that was beginning to be formalized. And I think in this election, in the past election, they started preempting and really, coming up with coalition agreements, agreeing on certain principles. Now, that scenario planning also needs to be done long time before the elections and signed by everybody who stands to benefit. But you can only do that when you know what your pressure areas are. Who are the stakeholders contesting that space at that time? And when is that time coming? So a lot of all of this thing has to be built around consciousness. And I think a lot of the time, people are not conscious of what is being said. And most of the time, we are not listening to what people are saying. So one of the cultures that the board needs to do is really to create a culture of listening, of service delivery. So I've dealt with that in terms of the election. A long view strategy has to be set long time before the elections come, so that everybody who stands to benefit, understand how is it going to work out, and it gets tested on the election, and then it gets perfected. I'm remembering a quote that say, you don't train your army during a time of war. You train them during the time of peace in order for them to prepare for war. Now that strategy, even the word strategy, it's a military term. So we have to take a military attitude, a long view in terms of the election, because the elections are quite messy, a contested space. So I hope that question, I've answered it. And then the third question deal with retrenchment of 600 employees and employing them. Now, as coming from the outside, you really look into that and to say, what informed this decision really, and what impact did this decision have on the organization? I think, like I said, myself being a scholar, really coming from the academia, and I'm saying that there are many lessons in the environment to learn from. When you think about it, you can think about when the universities were merged together. There was really a conversation around matching people to skills, to jobs, and all of that. Now, I really wouldn't understand what informed this strategy, but I'm thinking if some jobs were becoming obsolete, some people did not have requisite skills, the first mode of operation is really try to reskill the people. Try to reskill the people, one. Two, natural attrition will also happen. People will retire. So you have a short-term view, but also you have a long-term strategy, and you use all your legal frameworks given to you. People will retire, retrenchments will naturally happen, and then you are able to, bring people from outside. But also with those ones who still have contracts, who've contributed, who've got experience, if it's about jobs demanding more technological frameworks, you reskill those people. And there's a negotiation in terms of that. So I wouldn't know what really informed that decision, but it looks from the outside, it really looks like an odd one, and I'm wondering how it impacted the organization. I hope I've covered that one. It's a difficult one for me to really look to, but I think I have done that. Now, there was also a question of the 800 million unspent money. Again, it's very an odd one, but this one, it's really the job of the shareholder, because I want to believe that the management reports to the board in terms of their annual financials, in terms of the programming and stuff like that, and the board reports to the shareholder. I think those three layers, somebody should have seen this coming. How did it happen that this 800 was unspent when there are so many stakeholders who stand to benefit and SABC stand to benefit from? So if I'm serving in that board, is to say this thing cannot happen when there's so many artists and people who stand to benefit and this money gets unspent. Again, those constant feedback loops, those constant checking between the board and management to say this thing cannot happen. So another person can say this is the work of the management. The management did not spend this money. But for me, this is what the board has been entrusted to do. So this is the responsibility of the board to make sure that all the objectives and the targets are achieved. Now, how do you achieve those targets when you don't spend the money? Because those targets need to be budgeted for, line item by line item. And those are the reports you are reading. So this unspent 800 is really problematic when you look at the responsibility of the board. Management, there is no excuse for management not to spend this, but there's also no excuse for the boards, because this should have been detected in the reports, because targets are set based on the budget that is available. So again, consciousness, constant feedback loops, mitigation strategies. I hope I have answered your questions, Honorable Kola Barnard. Maybe
you have indeed.
Thank
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
No, thank you, Honorable Mthembu. Can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, I'm answered, but I do have a comment that. Greetings, Mr. Machonyane.
Greetings, Honorable Mthembu.
Actually, my comment is that we all know that SABC regarded as one of the giants. I just want to say, if you may consider it as one of the board members, will you please make sure that you bring something special that can maintain that giantism of the SABC? Thank you. As I said, I'm already answered. I don't have more questions to question you. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mthembu. I really promise that should I be considered, it will be my duty to really make sure that the SABC, working within a team, of course, persuading each other with ideas and holding each other accountable for the sake of South Africans who have a direct and indirect stake in this thing. I will use everything I've learned, and I'm also willing to learn from other members. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you, Honorable Timbu. I just check if there's any other member who wanted to question before I get it. In the absence of that, it would mean members are covered in terms of questions they wanted to ask, the responses you've given thus far. But I just wanted to get to a point you've made about this 800 million unspent money, and you take this to the management, the board, as well as the shareholders on the basis of reports that they receive, which then brings to me the point about the independence. How do you maintain that independence and the relationship that is expected in the way you've spoken to this accountability by all for that underspending, where if you think you're intervening, it's interpreted as interference, and if you do not think, you are unaccountable. So how do you balance that in your response?
Oh, are you done, Chair? Oh, thank you very much, Chair, for that. Chair, I'm really a big believer in scenario planning and independence and impartiality, and I think those notions of independence and impartiality and separation of powers, they really come when it is understood what the relationship are between management, the board, and the shareholder. And once those are understood, mechanisms should be set in place to say, how do we move this relationship forward? With the shareholder, of course, you set a shareholder compact. You set a shareholder compact. But setting a shareholder compact, it's not the end of it. I believe in constant feedback loops, mechanism. With between the board and management, the board has to set a strategy. And the board has to make sure that the strategy is implemented and it is achieved. So while the shareholder, there's a shareholder complex, management has to understand that there's a strategy they need to implement. And I think that relationship is as much as you can set a strategy and separate the, and try to deal with separation of duties and all of that. There will always be those areas that are perceived as interference, board overreach and all of those things. But every space is a contested space, and it can only work once you are able to learn and you are able to have dialogue and to have an understanding. And understanding is not an end in itself. And understanding is a work in progress. And understanding that will be set by this board between the shareholder, the board, and the management will be different from an understanding that will be set by a different board that will come in a working mechanism. I think that flexibility and the space to be created to say, we thought that this will happen, but this is not happening. Let's change. So there's a shareholder compact, but there's also constant conversation. There's a strategy and there's implementation of it, but there's also constant negotiation. It cannot stop with strategies. Strategies shift. There's always smaller shifts that happen. So I believe that constantly there's supposed to be constant conversation, because when you have constant conversation, you are not creating a vacuum between, because if you don't have constant conversation, you leave a space for misunderstanding, you leave a space for miscommunication. But when you continuously talk and you talk with purpose, and you set deliverables, you said, we had this meeting, this is the issue we're clearing up, this is how we move forward, this is what needs to be delivered from this meeting. We can't just have endless meetings that don't have deliverables, that are not set to problem solving. We will always problem solve. And for me, conversation and dialogue. This country was built on that to avoid a lot of things. You know, I mean, even the Constitution, it's still being negotiated. Space is still being negotiated. We shouldn't be tired of negotiating and being transparent about what the intentions are. I think for me, those are the mechanisms to really set this relationship and to move it forward so that the mandate of the SABC is achieved. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mushomiane. We are now back to you for 3 minutes to address the committee, making your closing points before we finally close.
Thank you, Chair. I would not even go for 3 minutes. It won't be that long, my closing statement. Chair and committee members, it reminds me of a lesson I learned a couple of years back when I was an undergrad student at the University of the Free State. One of my major was philosophy. I was really interested in philosophy. Now, people ask me, why do you study philosophy? Never really had an answer for that question. But I only got that answer much later. Now, because philosophy is not really a bread and butter subject. I think I studied philosophy to be an engaged citizen and to live an engaged life, because the Constitution and the democracy creates civil liberties that we are supposed to enjoy. And my interest in the SABC is to help the SABC, create an engaged citizenry, that is built around the commitment of the SABC to educate, to inform, and to entertain, so that a national political consciousness, artistic, social level of consciousness is created in order to create a citizen that really engages with democracy. Our democracy is still too young, and SABC cannot fail. It really cannot fail. So the creation of an engaged citizenry, it's one of the mission of SABC. And I am saying to the committee to pursue that mission of creating an engaged citizenry. It will take a lot of men and a lot of lessons. And it needs people who are fit for purpose. And I'm saying I'm available for that purpose. I am willing to help the SABC achieve that mandate of providing, independent and impartial means, creating a multi-platform for programming in terms of entertainment and creating a compelling content. For that, I am fit for purpose, and I'm one of those people who can say this person is a horse for a cause, and should I be appointed, that is what I will be bringing at the SABC. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you very much, honorable committee members.
Thank you, Mr. Mshonyana. Of course, I think you'll understand why we said a conversation. Surely from the questions asked by members, you continue to draw lessons, and you'll still make reflections after this interaction. I think the same from members, they would have learned from the answers you've given, sharing your experiences. So would have achieved that. But we are now at the end where I just need to deal with the formalities that if you have further queries regarding the process, administratively, we have Ms. Portia and the team. You will still be able to interact with them at any given time. But as it relates to our role in making recommendations and final decision making that would be made by other levels, all our meetings, as you know, are open to the public. And therefore, all South Africans are able to follow our deliberations as well as the recommendations that we would make. If you've not been a regular follower of deliberations of the committee, at least I can maybe say that with confidence that you would take interest and just be one of the followers of our deliberations as the committee, especially as it relates to the oversight role we play on the SABC and its board. So with that, I want to thank you once again for the engagement we've had with you. Of course, continue to enjoy the day and the weekend ahead of you as we release you from the platform to engage with the next candidate. Thanks, Mr. Mshonyana.
Thank you, Chair, and thank everybody. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. The next candidate is on the platform and the name is Dr. Oscar van Heerden. Thank you, Chairperson.
Chair.
Chair.
Good afternoon, honorable members. It looks like we've lost the chairperson now.
The person is missing action.
Families are desperate for closure after a 9-day.
Yes, I'm back. The host removed me erroneously. Honorable members, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes,
Chair.
yes, we can hear you, Chair.
Okay, yes, as I said, the host erroneously removed me instead. Yeah, we're back. We are now going to the next candidate, Portia. That's
Yes, Chairperson. The next candidate is Dr. van Heerden. He's on the platform now, Chair.
Dr. van Heerden, welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair, and thank you for this opportunity.
Okay, I'm trying to, I don't see you now. Yes, now we can see you. Please feel welcomed. You are appearing before a subcommittee of the Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies in the National Assembly. The rules of the National Assembly do provide for a committee to set up a subcommittee to perform a particular task. Our task here as the subcommittee is the appointment process for the SABC board, for which you have been nominated for and shortlisted, hence your appearance before the subcommittee. In terms of constitution, the subcommittee is constituted by different political parties represented in Parliament, proportional to the electoral support received in the 2019 elections. So in that score, it is quite representative. It reflects Parliament. We have prepared a 45 minutes conversation or engagement with you, Dr. van Heerden. We can put the interview on the side a bit. We'll get that word back as we close. But at this point, we'd want you to take it as a conversation or engagement with you. Speak, relax, engage honestly with the committee. So in that 45 minutes, it includes the brief introduction of members of the committee. Thereafter, I will then come to you to do a 5 minutes brief introduction, which takes into account the skills, experiences, expertise that you think would also contribute to the SABC board if you were to be considered. We'll then thereafter give members an opportunity to engage with you. For any member that will be engaging with you, we have put 5 minutes for questions and your responses in that timing. Once the members are done, of course, if there's any matter to clarify with you, that's the only time I would ask you a question. Otherwise, I'm facilitating. I'll just go back to you again, having interacted with members, to give you closing remarks in 3 minutes before we then close formally the session. And I want to make this disclaimer I've been making to candidates that ideally that's where we are, 45 minutes. It may be less depending on the ground you cover when you respond to a question, but there may be situations where members would feel like making a follow-up because they believe you may have not covered the point adequately that they want to get. In that case, it may then be a spillover a bit in terms of the minutes. And we take it in that way because it's a conversation that is not just about the interview, but it should help us to learn from you, and that you also learn from members, as I said, make reflections beyond this point. But for us who are doing the oversight work over the SABC, that will be having a new board, there are matters we may want to take up even beyond just having interacted with less candidates in that school. So it's a learning environment, so to say, even for us. So having said that, as I said, you can then relax and be just waiting for the conversation as I start by quickly introducing members of the subcommittee. I'll start with Honorable Mthembu from the NC, just to check if you're still here, Honorable Mthembu.
Thank you, Chair. I'm still here.
That's Honorable Mthembu.
Van Heerden.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Honorable Member.
We also have, I'm just checking if he has not lost connectivity. We have Honorable Dr. Basop from the NC.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good day to you, sir, as well.
Good day, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Basop. Is Honorable Mlala now able to speak on the platform?
Good day.
Good day, Dr. Van Heerden, and good day, Chairperson. I'm here.
Good day, Honorable Member.
Honorable Maneli, it's myself from the NC, who's also the chair of the subcommittee, as I've already greeted and welcomed you on behalf of the committee.
Thanks, Chair.
We also have Honorable Kola Barnett from the Democratic Alliance. Hope Honorable Kola Barnett, you're still on the line.
I'm still here. Thank you very much and welcome.
Thank you. I'll now go to the economic freedom fighters and just check if Honorable Pambo, you're still also connected with all the challenges we have. Honorable Pambo, can you still hear us?
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm still here.
Thank you, Honorable Pambo. We have also Honorable Majosi, who would have been engaged in another political program. She may join or may not join whilst we are with you, but we can give you the assurance that in a 7-member committee, almost all members are here and therefore allow us to proceed as we have been proceeding. That is a brief introduction of the members of the subcommittee. I will now give you 5 minutes, Dr. Van Heerden, to briefly introduce yourself as I have indicated. I just want to also just deal with this matter so as to allow the flow of the engagement. Of course, we'll, after yourself, give to members. There's no intention of the chair to come in between you and the member so that the conversation flows. Once the member would have asked the questions and you would, it's an opportunity for you to give the response. You just get into to give your responses to the member. I'll only indicate the next member to engage with you in that regard. So I'm just outlining it up front. Of course, we know in your brief introduction, you may not cover everything that's on the CV. However, members have had an opportunity of going through that detail. As a result, their questions may also go beyond just the introduction that we've made. The platform is now yours. You can proceed to give your introductory remarks.
Thank you, honorable members. And firstly, to state that it's a real honor for me to have been shortlisted and called to this interview. So I really appreciate that. My name is Oscar van Heerden. I hail from the Cape Flats in the mother city, Cape Town, and that is where, honorable members, I cut my teeth in the anti-apartheid struggle during my student and youth days in the mid to late 80s and into the 1990s. My tertiary education that shaped me started first and foremost at the University of the North, Turfloop, now known as the University of Limpopo, and did my honors degree at the Witwatersrand University, and then proceeded on to do a master's and my PhD at Cambridge University in the United Kingdom. I bring more than 10 years of senior management experience, having been ranging from local government in the city of Johannesburg to institutions of higher learning at the University of Johannesburg, Stellenbosch University, and then of course the University of Fort Hare. I also bring some governance experience, colleagues, serving on various councils, the University of Venda, and as well as one of the TVET colleges in the Eastern Cape, East Cape Midlands, and I serve on both as chairperson of the Audit and Risk Committees in those respective institutions. And I'm hoping that that experience will also be brought to bear if I should become a member of the board of the SABC. Finally, in terms of media and broadcasting, My experience spans as far back as being the Secretary General of the South African Student Press Union, where, of course, we got inducted into print and electronic media. I was responsible and part of the team that launched various community radio stations in our historically disadvantaged communities, as well as on universities. Being involved in the launching of the Institute for Freedom of Expression, FXI, various training opportunities at the Institute for Advancement of Journalism, and just generally being part of that struggle for freedom of the airwaves, and of course, ensuring that we have a vibrant public broadcaster in the form of the SABC, at the time moving from a state broadcaster to where we are today. So that really has enriched my experience within the media fraternity. And then, of course, personally also over the years, playing an active role within broadcasting, newsrooms, interviews, analyses, and so on and so forth. So just broadly the exposure with what is going on within the sector. I am an academic, an author, and a public intellectual. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Van Heerden. We'll now go to honorable members who would want to ask questions. See Honorable Mthembu, Honorable Mlala. I'll take those for now, and we proceed as such. I'll take the other members as they raise their hands. Honorable Mthembu, followed by Honorable Mlala.
Thank you, Chair. Once again, good day, Dr. Van Heerden.
Good day, Honorable Member.
Okay. I heard your experience, and firstly, I just want to know, why do you want to be part of the SABC? And secondly, if I may know that, what will be your turnaround strategy to deal with the mismanagement of funds and also underspending? And I will also be happy to know that what is your plan to uplift the standard of the institution, which is SABC? Thank you.
Also HIV/AIDS, but problems.
Dr. Van Heerden.
Honorable Member Mlala.
Yeah, it's your turn. This is an interaction.
Yes, so
yes, I did indicate that once a
proceed?
member has asked the question, to proceed.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Honorable Member Mthembu, for those questions. I think for me, wanting to be part of the SABC board is really about, as I indicated earlier, my interaction with the broadcaster in various forms and shapes, and realizing the influence, the opinion shaping, the impact that the public broadcaster can have on broader society within our country. I've come to appreciate the fact that, as is stipulated within the vision of the broadcaster, that indeed the informative way that it operates, as well as to educate our communities out in the country, as well as entertain. And I think that just that component of influencing, shaping people's thinking and informing people with the realities and of what is happening in the country, I think that is something that I feel that it would be an honor to be part of. to be able to give governance to, because as a public broadcaster, I think that there's a massive role that it continues to play within broader society within South Africa. And I think for me to be a part of that is why I decided it would be a very, very good idea to be part of the governance structures of the public broadcast. As to a term strategy, honorable member, it really is dependent on the circumstances of the institution itself. I always believe that at any turnaround has to be, the starting point must be the people. People within the organization has to buy into any turnaround strategy that there might be. So an in-depth and quite a wide consultation that must happen so that everyone is on board and everyone realizes as to why there is need for a turnaround strategy. This is important because it speaks directly to the culture that is within the organization, that is within the public broadcaster. And it's that culture that we are going to have to address and change in order to be able to move forward. Because as you know, the challenges from the fact that there is not enough finances, this impacts on performance, which then impacts on an unhappy workforce, which then impacts on the culture within the organization. And so any turnaround strategy needs to start with the people. And of course, we are quick to bring in an outside consulting firm, but actually the leaders, the people that are implementing a turnaround strategy must be the management. It must be the management. The outside assistance, the outside guidance is merely a tool that must be used by management itself to actually work with the employees to ensure that there is a good turnaround strategy. Of course, any strategy is premised on the fact that we need to know exactly what it is, where we want to take the organization, and that will then inform us as to what structures are required to implement that particular strategy. So I think that there's been a number of attempts in the past with turnaround at the SABC, but I do think that a more people-focused interaction so that everyone is on board, from the board all the way down to the receptionist, in terms of why there's a need for a turnaround, that I think is critical. In terms of uplifting the broadcaster, I think that it is a very difficult space, honorable members, for the public broadcaster to compete with paid TV, and competing with very high stakes in terms of financial outlay, whether it is about buying sporting rights, advertising space, etc. The competition is tough. And so I think one of the things that we have to do to uplift the standard of SABC is not so much necessarily see us as a direct competition with pay TV, but to craft our own niche in terms of our offerings, our content, which should be predominantly local. It must be local content. And I think our focus must be predominantly towards the continent of Africa as a market. And I think therein lies some of our niche and competitive advantages in terms of our languages, in terms of local content. And I think there is where we can uplift the standard within the SABC. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Dr. Van Heerden. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mthembu. And our recognize Honorable Lala, who will then be followed by Honorable Kolobani.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And good day, Dr. Van Heerden, once more. Am I audible, Chair?
You are, Honorable Member Malala. Good day to you too.
Okay. No, thanks. In your brief CV, you spoke about 3 important things: that you are an author, you are an article writer, you are an intellectual on your own right. But I want to know, you've been an activist and so on. I want to know what contribution did you make in terms of the transition from apartheid SABC to our democratic one, in terms of those skills that you raised, and what came out specifically out of those writings as an influence to the current legislation that we have? That is my first question. The second question would be the challenge of bringing South Africans together with SABC as our tool. Nation building, building a cohesion, and in the main, I'm talking about the national identity that I think SABC should be building. By now, 25 years into our democracy, we still cannot see South Africans united around one common national identity. We speak of different languages, but for me, we have not yet integrated as a nation. And what proposals would you have in that regard? So that if it happens that you are in the board, what form of insight would you bring in relation to that? And maybe the last question is, what is your view around the independence of the, you spoke in passing about it, the independence of the editorial team at SABC, because when we look at South Africans generally, mostly have been politicized either way. Now, whoever is the editor-in-chief, surely in terms of independence, he will always be accused of either siding with one party or the other. What would be your strategic approach in that regard, so that, because this is an interaction, so that we can interact, gain more from you, we gain more from us, and see how best we can build the SABC. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Member Malala, for those questions. First, perhaps to indicate that my political consciousness took shape during the state of emergency of 1985, when there was all manner of restrictions throughout the country, but particularly in my experience on the Cape Flats in Mitchell's Plain, and so on, where there was numerous arrests and intimidation from the apartheid government. I got involved in the student movement in Mitchell's Plain, and of course, as you know, those tumultuous years between 85 and 89 were the last kicks of the apartheid government, and it was quite brutal. There was a lot of killing. I myself was on the run for a number of months, trying to evade the security branch, eventually got arrested, and that all contributed to shaping my consciousness. And so by 1990, 1991, I served on the national executive of COSAS, the Congress of South African Students, in just shaping how we are going to prepare our student community to get ready to govern, because it was clear that post-1990, with the release of political prisoners and so forth, that we were now going to have to prepare to govern. And in that regard, I played my part, as many have, in terms of training of our communities around negotiations, and why we have opted for this particular tool of struggle as we move towards the elections. At that time, honorable members, as I indicated, I was involved in the Student Press Union, and the ANC called on some of us to be part of the election machinery in 1994, to specifically interact with the media, journalists, with Reuters, with international organizations and journalists who were all in the country, and sort of coordinate and guide them through those very difficult days of the elections. Often people forget that on the eve of the election, for that matter, bombs were set off in downtown Johannesburg, not far from where we were in the Carlton Center, as well as at the international airport, then called Jan Smuts, and so on and so forth. So a very difficult time through the elections. And after that, it became quite clear that we had to now play our roles, not only within the higher education sector, but all facets there where we found ourselves. So actively participating. The role that I have taken on, Honorable Member Malala, over the last few years is that of wanting to be an influencer, wanting to shape thinking in the battle of ideas. And so I've been writing very actively every week an opinion piece, a column. It started out with the Daily Maverick, and then currently I'm now with News 24, and just wanting to make sure that as South Africans, we engage on the critical issues, we participate within governance, and we become active citizens. And so that's been my role. In addition to that, as an academic, of course, I have also penned 2 books. I'm busy with the 3rd one, which specifically also gives insights into our polity, into our political situation. The first, Consistent and Confused, extensively dealt with our foreign policy under the Thabo Mbeki administration, looking at the United Nations and so forth. And the second book, more specifically looking at the African National Congress and its 2017 elective conference and what transpired there, what lessons one could learn from that. And so I've also contributed in that space, and of course some academic journals. As I say, I am an academic. And then finally, I participate in various colloquiums, seminars, and participate in discussing not only the current challenges that we face as a country, our triple challenges of unemployment, poverty, inequality, but also locating that within our global setting. And so for the broadcaster, if I should be a member of the board, I think it's also about how do we position the SABC to become that sort of conduit between the battle of ideas, how do we inform our people, but at the same time also educate and entertain, because that is, after all, the broader mandate of the broadcaster. The second question is it's something close to my heart. It's always very difficult to try and create social cohesion. It's not an easy task, but a task that everyone should actually try and participate in. And in that regard, the broadcaster also plays a role. It's already very difficult that labor, government, civil society, and the private sector should all come into a room and try and agree on a form of cohesion that will take the country forward. We have seen how difficult that is proven to be. The president has attempted to put some plan on the table. Many are still poking holes at it. The debate and the conversations continue. And I think within that is where the SABC must be located, to try and keep our citizens abreast with what is the conversation that's happening, what are the issues that are actually proving difficult. It's all good and well and easy to talk of the economy that must grow, but there are some structural impediments and real challenges to actually instill that growth. And so the broadcaster needs to be an anchor within those conversations, within that battle of ideas, to inform, to educate, and to encourage everyone to participate in such a question of social cohesion. And dare I say, Honorable Member Malala, I think that we as adults, we are set in our ways. It's not that we cannot learn. Of course, we are subjects of continuous learning. But I do think that as the broadcaster, if we want to begin to instill a national identity, the starting point should really be with our younger generation, with our children at early childhood development level. That is where I think the broadcaster will be able to make a real impact in terms of how we slowly begin to educate, to begin to inform and instill a sense of nationalism, a sense of patriotism, a sense of coalescing around some of our national identities, our flower, our animal, our national anthem, our flag, and so on and so forth. So a very, very pertinent role to play, but I do think that it should potentially start at that bottom level. And then finally, we've been very successful as a country in satisfying the big issues. We have an independent judiciary. This comes under attack every now and again, and the broadcaster must play its role to defend the independence of the judiciary, of course. We have a free media. We have a legislature that is functioning, and so on. We have regular elections. Those big issues we have done very well. There's a very good constitution that we must defend, and our Chapter 9 institutions and the broadcaster has a role to play in terms of its mandates. Where you are absolutely correct, Honourable Member, is that personal interaction. The interpersonal is where we are still lacking. We as individual South Africans still have issues with each other. And I think addressing the national question with regards to race is a pertinent one. And that's somewhere where we need to have the creative juices that has to flow within the broadcaster as to how we bring some of that content across to engender a sense of non-racialism and non-sexism and democracy. The independence of the editorial team, I think where I stand is that it needs to be truly independent. It needs to be fair in its application. It needs not to be biased towards any party or persons. It needs to be transparent. And if it is genuinely subscribing to those principles of transparency about ethical and fairness, then I think that the independence of the editorial team will be respected by most. And as a board, that is one of the key pillars that we have to defend as to the independence of the editorial team. Thank you, Honourable Member.
Yeah, Chairperson, thanks. I'll come back on the follow-up. I'm okay now, for now.
Thank you, Honorable Mlala. Honorable Barnett, you can then proceed, you're recognized.
Thank you. Hello to you. Good afternoon. Yes, I was covered by a great deal of what you had to say, but I got a sense, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that in some instances where you were speaking, I heard a blurring of the lines between a state and a public broadcaster. And you know, there is 800 million that was set aside for content production, and it was untouched. Now, from your perspective, what would you say would be compelling content that would attract audiences? Because that's what it's all about: audiences, marketing, and trying to turn the SABC around from the massive losses it's currently crippled by. So what would attract the audiences from your perspective? And I'm looking, I don't see any, in your extensive CV, there's no involvement in the sort of basics one imagines skilled people working at the SABC would have: expertise in journalism, broadcasting of any description, marketing, etc. So your areas of expertise are quite different. What would you, if sitting on the board, what would you see as your particular role to play? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member Barnard. On the first one, I think that you're absolutely right. It's about content, and it's about content management. I think as I indicated in very briefly, that I think that the niche, the competitive advantage for the public broadcaster is about the development of local content. It's about the advancement of all our indigenous and vernacular languages and producing content around that, so that we can attract a large array of diverse peoples within South Africa. So the development, the continuous input of new content that actually speaks specifically to the various language groups, that speaks specifically to the various cultural diversity that we have within South Africa. That, I think, is what we are going to set us apart from, for example, our competitors in terms of pay TV. The other niche is that we need to get much more, my opinion, of course, is that we need to get much more involved in developing content that is relevant to the continent of Africa. We know that there are certain channels that is available to, but it's on paid media, it's on paid TV. And I think that the collaboration, the partnership between the SABC and sister organizations on the continent to actually further enhance that local content that will make it attractive to the rest of Africa to also want to be part of the market of the SABC is what is going to set the public broadcaster apart. In terms of the public broadcaster, it's exactly that. I think that the South African Broadcast Corporation needs to be a public broadcaster. It needs to be supported and funded by the public. And so I don't think we want to return to a situation where we have a state broadcaster. Not at all, not in this day and age. My specific expertise, Honourable Member Barnard, I think that I bring some expertise to the SABC board with regards to auditing and risk. It's an area that I have found to appreciate as quite an important cornerstone within governance and the governance structures, because we're not only talking about making sure that the finances of the institution is properly managed and that there are checks and balances to ensure that there isn't wasteful expenditure as the one that you've mentioned with regards to the 800 million rand, but that the actual application and that there's consequence management with the audit process. We strive to make sure that the finances of the institution is managed correctly and appropriately. And I think there's some expertise that I can bring on that. And coupled to that is, of course, the risk register. What are the strategic risks of the public broadcaster? And how do we manage and mitigate those risks so that we can actually move hand in hand to get to an audit outcome that is going to be favorable for the institution. So I think that in as much as my media broadcasting specific skills are particularly perhaps limited, I think that I bring some of the other skill sets to the board that will obviously also be of help as we move forward. Thank you, Honourable Member.
Thank you.
Honourable Kola Barnett, you don't have follow-up, you're fine?
No, I said thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, I didn't hear you. Honourable Dr. Basop, recognized.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you for the presentation. Initially, I had two questions, but in your response to some of the questions that have been raised by the honourable members, you have covered me because I was interested to know what kind of skills that you are talking about you are bringing to this organization. You have touched that, and I'm very much comfortable with your response. Then the last question that I have, it has been partly covered, but I want to be specific on it. Sir, in terms of the state capture report, in its findings, among other things that have been identified by the Justice Zondo, is the glaring mismanagement of funds, as well as the corruption practices that has taken place within this organization. Now, the area that I'm interested in you, what mechanism will you put in place to ensure that issues of this nature don't take place in future in this organization under your watch? And secondly, how would you ensure that the monies that have been squandered are being recovered by this organization? Because in terms of the Public Finance Management Act, whoever has squandered the monies of the public monies, those monies should be recovered on one way or another. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Indeed, corruption is a big blight that is a scourge across our institutions and so forth. I think for me, Honourable Member, the starting point is about the organizational culture. And again, I come back to people. The starting point is about people. So for me, it's about from the very point of how we recruit people into the organization, the caliber of people we recruit into the organization, the ethos that we try to instill in the employee base of the organization. Those are all very, very important systemic issues that we need to constantly look at. Of course, we need to, as a governing board, be sure that the necessary systems, policies and procedures are in place, that they are internal controls that mitigate and try and curb any abuse of resources and corrupt practices. But at the same time, to your question about specifically, I think that the organization must be very, very clear on consequence management. Those that are found to be doing wrong needs to be followed up. And indeed, if there are assets or money that needs to be retrieved, and we feel that there is a case, then we need to get in touch with, of course, the asset forfeiture unit and go and make the necessary representations to try and recoup those monies and so forth. Coupled with that, Honourable Member, I think that we sometimes take it for granted, but I think all institutions, and including the public broadcaster, must have very clear whistleblowing channels where people can feel comfortable, that there is a trust environment, there is an environment where they feel safe, where they can actually come and blow the whistle if indeed they are aware of any malfeasance or wrongdoing or corrupt practices. And I think that's something that we need to instill in the public broadcaster, creating a safe space where people feel that if you whistleblow, you are not going to be subjected to negative attitudes. And then, of course, finally, the board needs to take its oversight role very serious. What I mean by that, Honourable Member, is that the board, through its subcommittees and directly interacting with senior management, is supposed to also make sure to keep their finger on the pulse with regards to income and expenditure, as well as what happens within procurement and so forth. Because I think that if we are taking our oversight role serious and we provide the necessary leadership, not that we want to get into management, but to at least ask the right questions, make sure that there is appropriate responses to money that has been allocated to certain things. So for example, in the example of Honourable Member Barnard, with regards to the 800 million, the Finance Committee of the board and the chairperson of the Finance Committee are the ones that would have said, we have this money, it has come in, we've not received the report yet. What is happening with the expenditure? Why are we not using the money for content development, for example? And so it's an interactive role that needs to happen between management and the board to make sure that actually we have a mechanism in place to mitigate and to try and curb any corrupt practices or malfeasance that might take place in the organization. I think I will stop there for now, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I'm covered. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Are there any other follow-ups from members?
Thank you very much, Chair. If I may.
Honorable Pambo.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Faniel, then. I'm looking at your CV, and more than anything, I think you will agree with me that you are a card-carrying member of the ANC, and a very involved one at that, intimately involved, and perhaps even at a very high strategic, level. And you also participated quite intimately in elections of the ANC. Are you not going for this post as one of the people who have been deployed into the SABC board to do the bidding for the ANC? Because there's nothing I can see outside of you being ANC. I know, I mean, of course, you do speak of being a public intellectual and so on. But it really makes one feel really uncomfortable to have someone who is so involved in the ANC and has been involved in the ANC, especially in an entity that has been clouded by so much impartiality and favoritism for the ANC. Do you have, or how can you demonstrate, at least right now, that you've got the necessary or requisite impartiality that is needed, desperately needed by this entity? We see this all the time during elections. We see this now in 2022, where we see unfair reporting on activity of different political parties' activities. And I don't want to belabor the point now, but in particular for your, in relation to yourself, are you not just coming in to do the bidding for the ANC, especially as someone who has this vast experience within the ANC and who has been so active in setting up so many things for the ANC, including elections? Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member Pambo. I mean, I think it is, of course, a very legitimate concern. I can only speak of personal integrity. I've held many positions, of course, in my career, where there's been ample examples of where I am not influenced by the fact that I am a card-carrying member of the ANC. I think that element of professionalism is also quite important. That speaks to that personal integrity. All the positions that I've held prior, firstly, has not been as a deployment of the ANC. I can state that categorically. But also, I think that my personal integrity speaks to the fact that in as much as I might be a member of the ANC, I am not a sycophant of the ANC. I also engage with the ANC very critically. I call out the ANC on various platforms and many a times where I don't agree. And it has simply not happened to date that I've ever found myself in a position, whether on the boards of entities or in various platforms that I interact with, where I am simply narrow-minded and single-minded in defending the ANC. And I don't think that that is going to be the case either if I should be successful on the SABC board. Far too often, I'm sure you will agree, Honourable Member, far too often we have heard of how the independence of the broadcaster is being challenged, is constantly wanting to make it amenable and pliable to certain groupings and settings. And I think that has been part of the historic problem, perhaps, of the public broadcaster. And so it's not so much about wanting to be on board in order to advance particular party-specific views, but to advance the Constitution, to make sure that we deliver on the mandate of the public broadcaster, which is to inform, to educate, and to entertain members of society within South Africa. So I would want to say that my track record is such that I'm certainly not a sycophant of the African National Congress. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Van Heerden, have you ever sat in a meeting with the board members of the ANC, of the SABC, or the management of the SABC in trying to influence them in during elections, of any of the elections that we have had in South Africa? If not you, have you ever seen or heard members of the board or management in the SABC? Because you have worked in Luthuli houses, you've rightfully put it, and you know the allegations that have come out around this issue of impartiality and undue influence by ministers and big wigs of the ANC, by the way, who have tried to, steer the public broadcaster to report favorably and to cover the ANC favorably. Are you aware of any of that? And when you were and when you sat in those, what did you do about it?
Thank you, Honourable Member Pambo. Unfortunately, I'm not aware of any of that specifically. I've never found myself in that unfortunate situation where I've observed it so directly. My involvement in the ANC at times has been very much on the policy level, and it has been very much on ensuring that the documentations and stuff of the ANC is actually in keeping with the resolutions of conference. But at no stage, I recall, Honourable Member Pambo, that I've had one interaction with the CEO of the SABC many years ago, when I was still with the MISTRA, the Mapunkupu Institute for Strategic Reflections, and we tried to collaborate with the SABC on some educational programs that we felt we could partner with the SABC. But other than that specific meeting many years ago, I've never been in any board meetings, any meetings of the SABC where I try to influence a particular outcome or a particular direction of the public broadcast. And I certainly don't know of anyone very close to me that has been in such meetings. I have, of course, as you also, I have heard of these instances where people wanted to influence, wanted to direct, and so forth. But I can't personally say that I had ever been aware of it directly. Thank you, Chair.
Did you hear of these allegations in the public domain or in intimate spaces? How did you hear of?
Mostly in the public domain. I've come across this in the public domain. I've certainly never been in a meeting, formal or informal, where members of the ANC at a national or provincial level were directly talking about, discussing how to influence a particular outcome with the SABC.
No, thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Pambo. I'm not sure, honourable members, if there's any member who would want to still come in.
All done, thank you, Chair.
Otherwise, I would just want to go back to a point, and I'm sure you'll understand this. I've also had personal experience. Somebody sent me this last night whilst I was busy with the interviews with the social media space, where I am regarded as Dr. Matole Mutseha. The face is mine, but everything else is said to Mutseha. So I just want to check, because you talked about institutions higher learning, and you've been also dealing with the risk side of things, which is what you think qualifies you. And Honorable Dr. Basop also asked you about prevention of corruption and so on. I did come across something that talked to Porter. So I just want to be sure that I'm referring to the same person, having had the experience myself, that I'm sure those who know me are asking whether I've really changed names since I've got into Parliament. I'm now Dr. Mutsecha. And if that's the case, because I think the allegation made there is more to say jumping off the ship in order to avoid accountability as the SIU comes into the forte. You may have responded to this, but I couldn't pick that up. So if it's mistaken identity like myself, you would be able to clarify. But I think it's important because sometimes perceptions are everything to consider, especially when you are looking at cleaning up the institutions of government and ensure there's accountability. Just in few minutes, if you can just give clarity to that. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm actually very happy that you asked this question, because as you can imagine, over the past few weeks, it has certainly taken its toll on me and my family. So I'm very happy that you asked the question and afford me an opportunity to respond. I think, Chairperson and honorable members, when an employee, any employer, whether public or private, that comes across an employee that has engaged in criminal conduct or criminal misconduct, are of course obliged to take such matters to the South African Police Services and go and lay charges. In my instance, this did not happen. No charges were brought against me. And so the matter of the SIU, as you know, Chairperson, you don't usually go and report individuals to the SIU. You don't take a name to the SIU. The SIU comes about through a promulgation signed by the President. And in this case, the scope of the SIU investigation is over a 10-year period, from 2012 to the 5th of August 2022. I myself have only been at the institution for 12 months, of which 6 months of that was my probation period. And I think that, again, if there was any criminal conduct or misconduct, then I think that the employer should have taken it to the South African Police Services and not necessarily to the SIU. I think it's an unfortunate headline that made the rounds, Chairperson. As for the internal process with regards to my former employer, it's not so much that one wanted to avoid the situation or the consequences. The truth of the matter is that there was allegations leveled against me. Those allegations were not tested, Chairperson. There was no investigation into those allegations. There was no hearing that took place. No charges was brought against me, and therefore no guilty verdict was found. I think that you know, my resignation was accepted by the institution gracefully and with respect. And it's unfortunate that some of these allegations are still swirling around in the public domain. To that end, I can only subscribe to perhaps a Mark Twain quote, which is that lies can go halfway around the world and back, while truth is still putting on its shoes. And I think that if there is any investigation, if indeed there is, of course, I will cooperate fully with any law enforcement agency to make sure that I also make my contribution towards fighting malfeasance, corruption, etc. At my former employers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Van Jarden, for that response. We've now come back to you for 3 minutes to make your concluding remarks to the committee. Over to you.
Thank you very much, honorable members, for this opportunity. I think I would like to conclude by saying that our transformation project that was born in 1994 is not yet complete. It is ongoing. There's still hard work from all of us in South Africa required. The hard work of democracy continues, Chairperson. The three arms of state that is there to fulfill their respective mandates can only but aptly be assisted by the South African Broadcasting Corporation to try and make sure that it plays its part in informing, educating, and entertaining South Africans around the framework of our constitution, but also in terms of its contribution to nation building in South Africa. I hope that the honorable members and Parliament will see fit to bring my skill sets and my contribution to the SABC board. And I look forward to such an opportunity to bring my contribution. I want to thank the chair and all the honorable members of the committee for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Van Jarden. We've now come to the end, and I'm sure you'll have now understood why we had the conversation as I bring the interview back.
A very friendly conversation.
That's the entire, that helps to clarify many issues, but more importantly for the committee to learn and yourself to still reflect on the questions, even beyond this point. For us, importantly, it's about the work we do, as I said, in doing oversight on the SABC board. Now, having arrived at this point, I'll just deal with the formality. Firstly, if you have got inquiries to make post this interaction, you are still free to engage with the administration, Portia and the team who are assisting you to appear before the committee today. But as it relates to us members, to the final recommendation we would make to the House, as well as to the President, of course, you would be aware that all our meetings are open to the public, so South Africans are able to follow. That's a transparency we have in the country in making these decisions, where Parliament, the representatives of the people, are involved. So the people are participating in that way. And I hope if you've not been a regular follower of our deliberations, we have signed up a new one now in your name, that you'll be able to watch us even when we continue to do oversight work on these entities like the SABC. With that, I really thank you, and I hope it's a Friday. Yes, it got to be busy, but still a few hours before it ends and enter into the real weekend. Enjoy your weekend, Dr. Van Jarden. Thank you.
And the very same to you, colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ndabeni, where are we now as we offload Dr. Van Jarden? So where are we now? Ms. Ndabeni? Have we lost you?
Hello, Chairperson. Sorry. Chair, it's
That time of the break.
that's time of the break. Yes.
Honorable members, may I plead, now that you are just breaking from, of course, maybe other members would say we're still in Parliament, but I'm just saying, because we're on virtual, you may be breaking from one room to the other, that if we can agree to just come back at 2 and not take it for too long, so as to try and push the time as far as we can. I know you've been up until very late in the evening, almost for three days. We only missed the congregant member, Pambo, in the other night which we had, but we've been there throughout. So we'd want to come back earlier. Agreed?
Yeah, no,
Agreed.
Pambo,
Agreed, Chair.
Pambo,
6 to
Pambo
go.
forgot, he forgot the red overall, and I forgot my ANC jacket.
Okay, so
The
you were
oversized
looking for
jacket.
those because both of you were not in the prayers for quite some time.
That's
No,
why I'm saying I forgot my jacket, and then he forgot his overall, so we could not make it.
No, Chair, I think the ESCOM must be blamed, Chair.
Ah!
I
Yeah,
heard
we
you.
at
See,
2.
see that too.
Okay, Chair.
going to proceed. We are working on 45 minutes, which would be on the basis of introduction of the members, a quick introduction of the members. We will also, after introducing the members, give you 5 minutes to do a brief introduction of yourself, which includes sharing with the members your skills, experiences, expertise, and how that can contribute if you were to be considered for the SABC board. Of course, members have had an opportunity of looking at your detailed CV, which may not be covered by the 5 minutes brief introduction. Once you are done, we will then give to members an opportunity for them to interact with you, 5 minutes per member, which will cover both questions and the responses from yourself. So in that line, we will then get to a point where if there are other questions that may have not been answered properly, that's the only time the chair would ask for clarities. Otherwise, I would give to you for another 3 minutes to do closing remarks before we finally wrap in that scope. So that's how we seek to proceed. But I made this disclaimer to all candidates that come before us that the 45 minutes is the standard we've set. It can be less depending on the ground you cover when you respond, or it can have a spillover depending on the follow-ups that members would make as a way of getting the best out of the answers that you are giving, not only for our interaction, but to draw lessons from what you are sharing with us, but also to also ensure that you draw lessons from members as they ask questions, including beyond this interaction we're having now. So that's the approach, really. So we are making it a conversation than an interview. So we'll call back the name interview when we close. But for now, relax and get to engage honestly in an honest conversation with the committee. I will then, without a waste of time, briefly introduce the members of the subcommittee. As I said, we do have Honorable Mthembu from the NC. Honorable Mthembu, are you back on the platform?
Thank you, Chair. I'm back. Good day, Ms. Squay Agushu.
Good day, ma'am. Good day, ma'am.
How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm okay, thanks.
Okay.
Good. Then we have the Honorable Dr. Basop from the NC. Dr. Basop.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Good day, Madam.
Good day, Honorable Basop.
Yes, we have also Honorable Malala from the NC. Honorable Malala, are you able to talk on the platform?
Thank you, Chairperson. Good day, Madam Skoya.
Good day, Honorable Mlala. Thank you so much.
Yes, myself, Honorable Maneli from the NC, but also the chair of the subcommittee. So I've already greeted and welcomed you on behalf of the committee. We have Honorable Kola Barnett from the Democratic Alliance. Honorable Kola Barnett, are you back?
I'm here. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We have from the EFF, Honorable Pambo. Honorable Pambo, are you back?
We are here, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Pambo. We also have Honorable Majosi from the IFP to make member number 7, who can't join us at this point, but we do have the numbers to proceed as we will be proceeding now. That's the brief introduction of members. Now we are handing over to you, Ms. Squay Kushu, to briefly introduce yourself for 5 minutes with the committee. The time is yours now.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's such an honor for me to be here and to have been included in this process. My name is Fundiswa Yagushu. I was born and raised in Port Elizabeth by my grandmother, who instilled in me a sense of service and a sense of community. I've always been passionate about the media and communication sector. I started when I was taking a gap year after my matric. My family felt that it was not sustainable to study communications. They wanted me to study law, but I chose communication. So I decided to take a gap year and go to work for Radio Kingfisher in Port Elizabeth. And thereafter, I was enrolled at the University of Johannesburg, which was Wits Technican at the time. And I was enrolled for National Diploma in Public Relations Management. Whilst I was there, I was recruited by a company to both work and study. And they had offered me an internship initially, which ended up being a permanent job. I decided to be innovative when I was in that company, and I shared with the management my vision for an inter-campus national paper, which was Campus Time, and the company agreed to house that publication. And to finance it, I established Campus Times basically to mitigate the issue of students who are unable to graduate simply because of lack of experiential learning opportunities. I ran the publication for a while and it became a success, but unfortunately, Chair, the publication as a founding editor, I had so much work responsibilities to a point that I found myself in trouble with my studies, which were compromised by the process. And at that level, I left my studies, which is a decision that I lived to regret, as the company later sold Campus Times to Mail and Guardian because it was really attracting the student market and was successful at the time. And then I moved on to go and work for NGOs, one being the National Council for the Blind. And at that moment, I was responsible for communications, but I gained skills in stakeholder relations and fundraising. And then I went to work for FUBA, which was an old organization founded in 1979. And it was an organization that was fighting for the rights of Black artists during the apartheid era, and it has lost its luster. And I was brought in to resuscitate it financially. And I managed to raise funds for the organization to bring it back to its luster at the time. And then I've worked for Sunset Marketing and Communication Solution, position where I grew gradually in the organization to a point that I became an accounts director for PR and communication accounts, and I was an acting MD as well. And then I was drawn in by the ANC Women's League to come in and work as a head of communications, and in order to modernize and ensure that their communications is able to attract younger women as members into the organization. And then at that time, I went to Wits University, Wits School of Governance, to do another program on government communication and marketing. That's what led me to my trajectory of my career. And then I got a scholarship to study in England, which was a Chevening scholarship. And through that, for every, I took an opportunity, given that for every unit that we studied, it would culminate into a research study. And I took an opportunity to research on challenges of the country. And upon coming back, I volunteered with the Rural Women's Movement, sort of like creating awareness in terms of issues relating to women's ownership to land and their rights to own land. And thereafter, Honorable Chair, I then took my some of my studies, especially my dissertation. I formulated it into a book chapter, which went to a book called The Idea of South Africa, published by Taylor and Francis. So thereafter, Chairperson, I established my own agency, which is called Gushu and Skweyiya Political Consultants, which deals with government campaigns in terms of strategy development. There is something that I learned when I was in the United Kingdom, was that people, the public, is very compliant to government messages, and I wanted to know why. And then I got to focus more on developing, learning, actually gaining the skills of understanding the public information and influence campaigns, which is what I specialize in at the time at the strategic level. And currently I'm a fellow at Stanford University for Democracy and the Rule of Law, which is an opportunity that I took, given that I saw the challenges that we had as a country in terms of some backsliding in terms of democratic governance. And I wanted to learn more so that I could be able to contribute immensely into my country. And I'm also a board member at the Armaments Corporation of South Africa, which is AMSCO. And there I sit on the Audit and Risk Committee and also the Technology Industry and Sustainability Committee, where I contribute immensely. From the board level, I'm championing mainly the sustainability and commercialization strategy, which have been instrumental in ensuring that we take strides and develop ways in which we can commercialize some of our capabilities, which are dual use. And then also, I guess that's about it, Chair. Oh, one more thing, sorry, Chair. I believe that I could contribute immensely at the SABC because I believe that the SABC is a national asset that needs to be resuscitated to its former glory. And also I believe my skills in stakeholder relations, my skills in marketing, and my skills in commercialization can come in handy for the organization and various other issues that I've managed to learn a lot along the way in my career that I'll be able to impart. And also my international exposure in terms of my fellowship and my studies, I think I have a lot to contribute into the country, given the examples I've seen across the globe. Thank you, Chair.
Chair.
Thank you. May I then recognize hands? Was that Honorable Ntemo?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, you are noted. One followed by Honorable Malala. I will take other hands as I see them. Please proceed, Honorable Ntemo. As you proceed, Honorable Ntemo, just to indicate that we are allowing the conversation to flow. So between you and the member, the chair won't come in. Once the member had asked questions, you would come in to respond to the questions. Thank you. You can proceed, Honorable Ntemo. Honorable Kolabana, recognized after Honorable Malala. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good day once again, Mam Squaya Kushu. I'm sorry to pronounce your surname wrongly. But I've heard that you will dedicate your different skills in different areas. I just want to check if you happen to be part of the board, what will be your turnaround strategy in terms of in the area of finance, just to change the situation in the institution and also to deal with the underspending and the mismanagement of funds? And also, what is your plan that will uplift the standard of the institution? Thank you in advance, Ms. Square.
Thank you, Honorable Ntembu. First, let me start with the first question in terms of funding. I believe that internally at the SABC, as I'm looking at this question, there's a problem in terms of revenue collection. The way I view the challenges is that the SABC is challenged with collecting revenue from TV licenses. And my observation has been that in our country, when we transition into democracy, people there was a need to advance, to initiate developmental issues for equality. And in a way, I think that has made people to sort of develop a dependency relationship with the state. Hence, people are skeptical in terms of paying anything to the state. That's why even with electricity, it's the same issue. Therefore, it becomes important for the SABC to consider a plan and conduct a study in terms of what are the socio-economic issues, what are the psychological and the sociological issues that are shaping subjectivities. How is it that you can get people to actually take the message ukuthi they are responsible to pay for their bill in terms of the TV license. Once more, Honorable Mthembu, another plan for me, I'm seeing a situation whereby there is a multi-sectoral involvement in terms of government. You know, I see different entities playing a role in resuscitating the SABC, because what I see is that the SABC is a state entity that's supposed to be the pride of the nation. It's also a resource that we're supposed to resuscitate as a nation and collectively take a responsibility as a country. I think from the government perspective, there needs to be a collective manner in which various departments can contribute into resuscitating the SABC. An example, the DTI and Treasury, I foresee a situation in which they can play a pivotal role in developing more of a benefit that those companies, as much as the strategy speaks to partnerships, how are you going to encourage partnerships? There needs to be something that companies get back in terms of these partnerships. What is it that they are going to get? For instance, you talk of, let's say, tax incentives, tax incentives. What kind of other incentives? For instance, let's say from the DTI perspective, if let's say a company partners with the SABC, they get to have let's say they attain some BE points, you know, in terms of the scoring. Also, you look at the Department of International Relations, they have budgeted for public diplomacy. It's very pertinent for the department to come on board in terms of ensuring that SABC becomes a soft power resource for the country. What they could do is that they have their own media platforms that they've created. I think in my own understanding is that they've recreated the wheel. There's no need to reinvent the wheel. Instead of having your Ubuntu FM from the Department of International Relations and so on, you could easily take that to the SABC to drive the national interest in terms of the country's agenda in Africa. Another thing, Honorable Member, the Department of Higher Education also, I foresee them having a lot of funds sitting around that could be used in building the skills capacity at the SABC to increase capacity. I also foresee a situation in which the marketing and the communications department need to be proactive in this regard, because in terms of the commercialization, the marketing, communication, and stakeholder relations need to come together. Their plans, the marketing plan and the communications plan, needs to speak to commercialization issues. For instance, you would have to have an agile marketing department that foresees an opportunity and packages a program and go ahead and approaches a client. For instance, let's say on issues pertaining to safety in communities. That could easily be taken as an advertiser-funded program by one of these insurance companies. It's something of that nature, Honorable Member, that I foresee that there needs to be agility at SABC in terms of marketing, communication, and also in terms of programming. Programming and marketing need to marry each other in terms of idea generation and how is it that they can package programs. You need to be proactive and come up with plans as the SABC on how is it that money can be generated through partnerships and so on. That would be my contribution, Honorable Member, in terms of funding.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Square Goshu. I'm happy.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mthembu. I now recognize the Honorable Malala, who would be followed by Honorable Kalaban.
Okay, thanks, Chairperson. And good afternoon once again, Mrs. Square Gushu. I'm going to use Square more frequently than Gushu. I'm sorry for that.
That's my maiden.
Yes. I think in your presentation, ma'am, you spoke a lot about partnership and the programming at SABC. I want you to expand and speak more about governance. For instance, what have you researched so far? What would be your aerial sort of assessment of the SABC? Surely before you came to the interview, you have done some little research about the SABC. What is it that you picked up that you think should be corrected at SABC? That's the first point. The second one is that we are concerned as the portfolio committee about the level where we are as South Africa in terms of nation building and social cohesion. There seems to be more indicators that shows that we are not uniting the GBV, for instance, that is rampant in our country. Yeah. The racism, you can name a few. Now, the SABC is supposed to be playing that role of building a national identity. What would be your proposals in that regard as a board member? What do you think should be done for all South Africans to work together toward one single objective? Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you for the question, Honorable Molala. First, let me respond to the issues pertaining to programming. I think I've noted that in terms of programming, there has been underspending. And I believe that one of the issues that need to be resolved in terms of programming, the SABC has a lot of bureaucracy in how they call for programming. For instance, there is no space that allows for smaller companies, smaller SMMEs within the content development space that they could qualify for some of the requirements, let alone even if they qualify, for them to understand even the process itself. I think it's very important for the SABC when they are making these calls in terms of commissioning calls, they need to find a way of organizing workshops or information sessions to take through the smaller companies in order for them to be able to bring in the content that is required. And also in terms of the programming, I guess for me, I feel that the SABC is not consistent in terms of developing content that could take our country forward in terms of our developmental needs as a society. For instance, if you look at the disabled people, for instance, I think they are in the periphery in our country. The SABC is not fulfilling that mandate of ensuring that disabled people are involved and are able to gain in terms of the programming. For instance, in terms of the programming for disabled, they could benefit in terms of the of self-care. For instance, you're also dealing with mothers who have children who are living with disabilities. At this point in our country, there's a gap because mothers who have children who are living with autism do not have any space that can supply them with information on how to take care of their children. And they also need psychosocial assistance, which is not coming from anyone. The SABC has a gap that it's not filling at that point. For instance, the SABC is, I would say rather, Honorable Molala, the SABC is sleeping on issues of rural youth. At this point, you're looking at the issues of internal migration. Young people look at Johannesburg as, for instance, a young person in Busikisiki would look at Johannesburg as the land of milk and honey, whereas the SABC could focus on developmental programs that are targeted at young people in the rural areas. That, for instance, in terms of issues pertaining to agriculture, in terms of opportunities within the areas that these young people are in, I think as much as the SABC says that everybody should have access to information should be equalized, and also in terms of representation should be equalized, those living in the rural areas and those who are living with disabilities, I think in terms of programming, it's been a problem. And also in terms of programming, it's very important. It's very important to develop means in which programming can generate income. Another question is the issue of South Africa in terms of social cohesion. And yeah, the SABC has a huge role to play in that regard. I consider, Honorable Molala, the time that we're transitioning from apartheid to democracy. We used to have campaigns as a country in terms of the Rainbow Nation, and at some point there was a South Africa We Love You song that was playing everywhere. I think we need to go back to that in terms of developing content that's going to say to a South African, what is it means to be a South African? What is a South African? We need to develop that. There needs to be a partnership, maybe with Brand SA, We need to have a partnership. I remember that organization, it's a pity, I've forgotten the name. The organization that had that was running the campaigns and developing these campaigns when it was defining the new South Africa. That organization still exists, but we're not using it. We could partner up, the SABC could partner up with that organization in terms of developing content that could speak to that, to nation building, in developing a South Africa that we want, you know, in terms of the values, the democratic values, in terms of uniting the nation behind the democratic values that we have, and addressing some of the social ills in terms of gender-based violence. Actually, even in terms of women, the SABC is failing women a lot. If you look at the content that is generated in terms of gender equality, the SABC is not playing in that space. Instead, Honorable Member, the content for me, I find it appalling at times because it's carrying a lot of gendered reporting, and it's perpetuating some stereotypes around gender, and it's also carrying a lot of depictions, very ugly depictions on women, and so on. Thank you, Honorable Member. I hope I've responded to you.
Honorable covered?
Yeah, I'm covered, but Madam has not said anything about governance. Programming is fine. She must say something about governance, then I'm covered. Should not come back to me. Thanks.
Oh, thank you, Honorable Mulala. My mistake. Actually, on issues of governance at the SABC, I think there needs to be a lot to address governance. For instance, you look at issues of corruption and how it has contributed to how the SABC has become. I think it's very important, Honorable Mulala, to develop, let's say, the whistleblowing platform, you know, and that whistleblowing platform, people will report and their identity will not be shared. And such whistleblowing will be run from an independent partner. And therefore, what you do with such things, you need to actually ensure that it finds expression from the board level. And by doing so, you would have to put, let's say, you would have to place it on the Audit and Risk Committee, which is going to look in terms of the allegations in question, and then they will have to be looked at and investigated, and then those who have committed any wrongdoing will be brought to book. So I think instead of just having an organization that keeps on failing on issues of governance, there needs to be measures in place. There needs to be organizational controls. There needs to be clear processes and mandates on who is responsible for what, so that everything doesn't cross and be all over. I hope I've responded to you, Honorable Mulala.
I take it Honorable Mulala is covered. We now move to Honorable Kola Barnett.
Thank you very much and good afternoon. Tell me from your perspective, because you referred to the SABC as a state entity, what is, according to you, the difference between a state and a public broadcaster, and what are their roles? Then what would you change at the SABC should you be on the board, especially in the run-up to the 2024 election, when things always become very difficult for the journalists? I'm sure you're very aware that the head of news was recently sacked and then totally exonerated by the CCMA, having gone through due process. It's all linked to strictures on reporting. Then we have the issues I'm sure you're well aware of, the firing of over 600 staff, and now the putting out adverts for over 400 staff to replace the 600 in which they lost enormous skills. And concomitant to that has been the absolute dearth of content production. There's 800 million sitting there untouched that should have been utilized to produce local content. And while artists and producers have been jobless, the money is sitting there. So talk to me about what you would have done on the board to deal with that sort of matter. You're going through your CV, your links to the ANC are very strong. You ran the entire communications portfolio of the ANC Women's League. So you've pinned your political flag to the mast, as it were. And from my perspective, that puts you in the political space, which makes anything that, in terms of unbiased news reporting, no pressures, etc., very suspect from your side. I would say exactly the same thing if you remember working for the DA or working for the EFF. A politician and a public broadcaster, we've learned from old, don't normally go together. So I'd like you to address that, please.
Thank you so much for your questions, Honorable Kolapana. Firstly, there's a huge difference between a state and a public broadcaster. The state broadcaster is basically a mouthpiece of the state, and the public broadcaster is basically aligned to public interests and the needs of the country and its citizens. In terms of what would I change at SABC in terms of the 800 million that was not used and the issue pertaining to staff? I think, Honorable Member, it's very important to note that the 800 million, the 800 million that was not utilized, it's quite disappointing at this point, because the SABC has has various offices across the country. And currently, in terms of content development and content generation, the SABC has centralized it to Johannesburg. Whereas in terms of using that 800 million, there could be some sort of equitable distribution of that 800 million. That content development could be decentralized, that in provinces in the Eastern Cape, you could have content producers in the Eastern Cape developing content that's relevant for the place they are in and be able to showcase the places that they live in and so on. Also, the firing of over 400 staff. My take on this, Honorable Kolapana, is that I think the SABC, having gone through most of the challenges that are facing the SABC, I think there is no mechanism in terms of evidence-based decision-making. I think the organization was quite hasty in making that determination to fire those members. And also, if you look at, for instance, I would understand that some of the issues that were raised were concerning to salaries that were there, to salaries that were very high based on industry rate. When you're looking at salaries, you need to understand that if actually the pay raise was done not according to processes, you need to then deal with issues of investigating. How is it that the salaries went up? And then you need to nullify the decision if any wrongdoing was, if that process was not done within the legislative framework. And then when you approach the courts, you have to prove beyond reasonable doubt that the beneficiaries, which is the employee, has benefited knowingly. Then when you have to prove that, you would have to have an investigation that would involve finding the facts and getting and decreasing the salaries instead of firing people and losing capabilities. And also this tends to have a way of decreasing, in terms of decreasing the staff morale within any organization. Therefore, people are no longer feeling indebted to their employers. And then on issue of the ANC Women's League, thank you for that question, Honorable Kolapana. When I was employed by the ANC Women's League, I was employed as a professional communicator. I was never a politician. I'm a member of the ANC, but I've never led any structure of the African National Congress. I was employed and my mandate was very clear that you need to professionalize the communications of the organization and ensure that the organization is able to attract young women. I have been independent in my approach. I have in my career, that was the only time that I associated myself in terms of working for the organization. I have been very independent in my approach in chasing my career and my aspirations. I have actually, at some point, I can even make an example where I've managed to think independently because I'm a professional, I'm not a politician. And when I joined the Women's League, I've made it very clear that I'm not going to participate on issues or communicate any issue that is a leadership decision, that is a decision that has been taken by the NEC. The spokesperson that was elected from the NEC has to transmit such information, and the Secretary General had to transmit such information. The only communication that I was doing for the organization was based on programs. And another thing, in terms of my independence from the organization, was that I could make you an example. There was a march that took place in South Africa where women from all walks of life, from other political parties, from civil society, that they went for. It was called the National Shutdown. The ANC Women's League was doing a march on the same day. I boldly supported the National Shutdown because I'm a woman first before I'm a member of any organization. So I think I've managed to inform you that in terms of how I conduct my career, I conducted professionally, I conducted ethically. I've made serious investments in my career to compromise it by allowing myself to be swayed. And on the issue of I think I've covered all the questions. I think I've covered all the questions, Honorable Kolapanat. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. There was just one that perhaps wasn't covered, if I may.
Mhm.
Okay, I presume I can.
Yes.
Yeah, I referred to the sacking of the news editor shortly before, which she had, because it was not on the news diary, had not been discussed nationally, etc. She would not allow herself to be forced into covering the president at a political rally, and she was, shortly after that, she was dismissed. Now, that's how politics influence the SABC. That was what I wanted some comment on. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kolapanat. I would not comment directly on the issue you've exemplified because it involves a candidate that has been part of this process. So I don't think it's ethically sound for me to comment directly on that. However, I wish to speak on issues pertaining to political interference in the newsroom, which I think it needs to be condemned as much as possible and avoided because it is a backslide on democratic values within our country. And it is an indictment to the Constitution. And firstly, I think from the board perspective, I would influence that the issue is added on the agenda of the board, how it is prevented. We need to find mechanisms that the issues of independence is added under maybe the Ethics and Social Committee, that they may report it at that level, so that journalists would know that they are protected and the board supports them. And in terms of intimidation, because at certain points, these interference issues are not coming directly to board members or to the management. They're coming to journalists who are just being bullied and intimidated. So it's very important within the organization to know very well that these issues are condemned from the upper structures of governance. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Kolapanat.
Thank you.
Chair, if I may come in.
Yes, Honorable Pambo can come in.
Oh, thank you very much, Chair. I'm really interested in how the candidate makes the distinction of her holding a membership of a political party and then saying that she's not a politician. I'm just interested in her explaining that at one point. And maybe I can come in with other sort of salient questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Pambo. I wish to remind you that the Constitution of the country has enshrined my right for association. I have a right to associate with any political party. However, I am an individual and a professional first. I am not drawing any kind of livelihood from politics. and I am a human being who believes in the greater good of society. I want to serve my country, hence I applied for the process of this nature. And in me serving my country, it involves me being fair and not choosing any sides. And actually in my career, I've moved with that for a very long time. And besides, I've made so many investments into my career. I've made so many sacrifices, having to leave my family and go and live abroad without any salary, and for my own personal development. In that way, I could never compromise my integrity over political affiliations. Thank you very much, Honorable Member.
No, I hear that. I mean, I'm not necessarily satisfied with the answer. I'm really interested because you made the distinction between being a politician and having membership, which I find it quite bizarre. I don't know how you make the distinction. I'm still not convinced that you've made the distinction. Maybe you can try again, because you are not, it's not like soccer, you know, where you are engaged, like you said, you were engaged in communications, programming of the ANC. Yes, you may not be the one who's communicating on behalf of the ANC, but you are part of the machinery that makes up the ANC, as it were. And I don't know when will you, or is there a moment when you decide that you're no longer, or rather that you won't perhaps entertain being an affiliate or a member of the ANC, and at some point you are more of, you know, a member of society and suddenly leave the membership? I think you have allegiance to the ANC by virtue of having a membership. That's what affiliation essentially means, is that your allegiance lies with the ANC. Yes, you may argue that your allegiance is more with the people of South Africa than that of the ANC, than your membership. I'm interested here in how you will be able to balance this and how you argue this out. You are clearly making an argument that you're not a politician, but you have a membership of a political party. And this is where I'm not getting you correctly. I've not heard you anywhere publicly criticizing the ANC. I'm sure you agree with me that the ANC is messing up in the country, but you're a member of the ANC. I'm not saying now, you know, criticize the ANC. Have you ever taken a position against the ANC? Have you ever taken a position against the ANC, criticized the ANC, the leadership of the ANC openly? And do you not find that, I mean, you've already said yes, do you not find that contradictory, especially looking at what the ANC documents say, specifically in the constitution of the ANC, that the ANC must not be criticized publicly, openly, but there are internal mechanisms to which one member can rely on to criticize the leadership or the ANC's position in that matter? And for me, this is where I find it quite interesting, because then you are an ill-disciplined member of the ANC, because you're not a politician, that's what you say. And which is quite interesting. I don't know how you say you're a member and not a politician. You're a member of a political party, but you're not a politician.
Thank you, Honorable Pambo. First of all, I've never, as I've said to Honorable Kolapanat, is that I've never led within structures of the ANC, because I don't see myself as a politician. I see myself as a member of society who participates within one organization. For instance, now I participated at branch level. I worked for the ANC Women's League as a professional. I worked there just to address the issues that I was asked to address, and then left the organization to pursue my own career. In terms of what you're saying, that the constitution of the ANC is saying that members should not condemn the ANC publicly. The strange thing is that the very same leaders of the ANC are condemning the ANC publicly. Yes, I have. I don't consider myself an ill-disciplined member of the ANC, but I believe in public deliberation and I believe in open deliberation. I have criticized the ANC. I have criticized the leadership of the ANC, even to themselves on their faces. I do tell them when I feel like this is not fair. This is not how things should happen. This is not the best way to go about it. And I'm very loyal to my own moral compass than anything. Thank you very much, Honorable Pambo.
I think in your answering, you might have picked up that this is the perhaps conundrum that we are faced with when we deal with candidates who are affiliated or hold membership with various political parties, in particular the ANC. And this is precisely because we're dealing with perception here. And perception, as a person who's in communications, you understand how much it weighs. And for you to be a member of a board which is, subconsumed or has got a huge cloud of being, biased, or which has been said, which the previous boards who have been seen to have been serving the ANC, and quite a number of instances where we can point out, this year not being an exception, where we see the SABC being more of a mouthpiece of the governing party more than it is a public broadcaster. So this is the discomfort I'm trying to bring to you, and looking at how you were responding, I think this is what we are asking, that how do you rationalize being a member of the ANC with all the challenges that the SABC has, and with all the accusations that it faces in being impartial, that you, with a membership of the very party that has been actively involved in not helping the situation, to be honest, with the ANC challenges. So how do you come about it? Because I think more than anything, you might actually bring the entity into, more question marks in as far as impartiality is concerned.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. At this point, as I've said before, I'm no longer working for the ANC, and I don't see how it would bring the organization into questionable state more than it is. Firstly, I've served in a board, and I know what it takes to serve in a board and be impartial. And I know how it is to serve and hold the country's interest at heart. So I'm trying to understand, how is it being a member of the ANC getting me to be a politician, first of all? Because I'm not participating, I'm focusing on my career at the moment. And that doesn't mean I have to relinquish my membership, because it's my democratic right to associate with any political party that I want to associate with. But that doesn't, that my association with any political party doesn't bring me into a position where I become questionable, when I'm not making decisions for the ANC, and when I'm able to stand up to any bullying and to any influence, when I am an individual that's able to think independently. Because I think, Honorable Member, it's bordering on generalizing. Your question is really bordering on generalizing than actually saying this is what it is. It cannot work on a situation whereby you judge me based on what has happened or what might happen. You need to be able to look at me and listen to what I'm saying in terms of the presentation that I'm making to you about myself, about my professional integrity, about what I'm capable of, and the value that I wish to bring into the organization, and the contribution that I wish to make into my country. Being an ANC member should never prevent me from serving the nation, because being in the board, it's more of voluntarily, as much as you get remunerated, but it's voluntarily, because it's the time that you take from your family, from your children, to go and service the nation for the betterment of the nation. For instance, at this point, if I were to take, let's say, to be influenced by anyone within the ANC, I would know what's at stake for me in terms of my other associations as a fellow at Stanford University. I know what it takes for me to sit in such forums that international and global, whereby they attract a lot of young leaders from across the globe in terms of for them to associate with the university. There's no way that I can sacrifice my career and opportunities of that nature that would be able to be of empowerment to me and better and to actually empower me better in terms of being able to serve my nation. So I guess that's where I will stand, Honorable Pambo. Thank you very much.
I take it that Honorable Pambo is covered now. He's covered the ground.
I'm not sure. I was trying to come in. I was struggling a bit, but I'm fine now. Look, Chair, I think the candidate gets the point, and where she thinks it's generalization, the point of this engagement is essentially to ascertain whether she's got the requisite impartiality that is needed in the board. And it's not generalization that she's got a membership of the ANC. It's not a generalization that the ANC has been fingered in many instances of interfering or wanting to drive a particular outcome out of the public broadcaster. Those are not generalizations, those are lived experiences. This year only, many political parties, including the EFF, are at arms about the public broadcaster not covering the elective conferences that have taken place this year and continues not to cover them. And the ANC events and elective conferences have been covered comprehensively. Those are not generalizations. Those are not even perceptions at this level. These are lived experiences. And so we ask this whenever we get candidates who are then, or rather, we ask this when we have candidates who hold membership of the ANC, who are active members of the ANC, who have held senior positions of the ANC. So just by you saying that you are a person of integrity, it's not enough. We're dealing with perception, and that perception is heavy, and perception matters. And you know this as a communicator. So to say to us that we are generalizing, it's not true. And we are asking these questions for you to demonstrate through your answers that you are a person of integrity, to give us instances of how you've taken a position in favor of the people of South Africa, as opposed to choosing your membership over the people of South Africa. And this is the argument that we want to hear. This is the argument you have not made, as opposed to talking about you choosing to serve and, sort of choosing between your time with your family or not. There are many other people, by the way, who would like to be members of the board. You have seen the process of the shortlisting. So it is a privilege also to serve in the board. It's not just one-sided. It is a privilege. It does come with certain privileges to be a member of the board, and that you cannot discount. I don't think you can sit here and discount that as if it's one way. You're not just this good Samaritan who has chosen to come here. That there are things that come with it. The remuneration may not be enough for you, or maybe little. That is something to be argued. But the point of what we're doing here is also to thresh out all the challenges, or rather all the discomforts that we may have with your candidature. And that's what we're doing. And that's the spirit in which we're engaging you. So you have not answered, at least to my satisfaction, the question of membership, and you discount it as something that does not matter. Yes, you've got the right to affiliate. I accept that. And I will never in any way challenge that. It's good that you are a member of a political party. I don't know whether it's good to be a member of the ANC, but I'm just simply saying that it's good that you are an active citizen. But for you to downplay and say that we must overlook your membership of the ANC is rather disingenuous. And the fact that you have participated and worked with the ANC, that we must discount that, is also disingenuous. Because above and beyond the logical part of it is that you are emotionally tied to a political party. And if you were to be asked now, which political party would you want winning 2024? Honestly speaking, as a person who holds membership, the answer is there. You would not choose any other political party. So this is where these questions are emanating from. They are not generalizations. And I think you must take it in that spirit. I put it to you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Pambo. First of all, I did make I thought maybe you have heard when I made an example with Honorable Kola Barnard on how I took an individual stance against the organization at some point in terms of me supporting the national shutdown, which involved civil society and other political parties within South Africa, which was occurring at the same time as the march of the ANC Women's League. And I felt that I'm a citizen first and I'm a woman first. I'm going to attend the march. Another instance where I've taken a stance where I've become independent, I was requested at some point to work outside the province where I had to accompany as a communicator. Whilst I was still with the Women's League, I was seconded to accompany a male leader to go and work in a province outside Gauteng. I put my foot down and said, I am not going to be working with any of the ANC male leaders, because we know how it happens, that some of them have, some of the young women have been violated in many ways by male leaders. Until you address that and you speak about it openly as the ANC Women's League, that's when I will work with the male leader. Otherwise, for now, I feel that the Women's League has been quiet. Hence, there was a change in the Women's League in believing the victims. I said to them that a lot of victims, a lot of young women that have been victims of violation by male leaders have never been supported by the ANC Women's League. And it's very important to know that you believe a victim. Hence, the Women's League took the stance that it's going to believe victims, because they saw that I was very clear about it, and I was giving them examples in terms of what needs to happen and changing how they perceive issues as leaders. So in a way, my relationship with the Women's League was more of a younger person bringing out a perspective than anything. And I was very firm. And I was very firm in my approach in dealing with the organization. And even with the ANC, I'm still very firm. And my participation with the ANC is that of a member in just a branch. It's not even that big. It's not an issue that I believe I'm making any decisions for the party, or I'm in any position to be persuaded. I'm not at the center of the operations of the African National Congress. I'm just a member who is sitting at home and attending branch meetings every now and then. I'm not discounting what you're saying. I was saying that it seems to me that it's generalization, simply because if you would think that each and every member cannot act impartially, each and every member of the ANC or each and every member of a political party can act impartially, then that's generalization, because people are different. And besides, people are able to stand their ground. People are able to drive their careers. I have a career that I'm not an ANC member when I'm at work. I'm at work, and it ends there. Thank you very much, Honorable Pambo.
Chair, maybe as a parting shot, and maybe I am now belaboring the point, but let me just put it this way, or put this to the candidate. As a branch member, do you do door-to-door?
No, never.
Do you campaign for the ANC?
No.
Do you attend the meetings of the ANC?
I attend the branch.
Do you participate in the meeting of the ANC as any other member of the ANC? And if so, surely you are participating, because it's not a meeting of, it's not a society, you know, where you discuss, you know, who's getting the next, you know, round of pay, or where is the next meeting. It's intense. It's about opposition. It's also about, you know, elections, which is essentially what then comes up to the position that you're dealing with. So as a member of the ANC, you will be discussing other political parties. So you won't just be sitting in a meeting of the ANC as someone who's just bored or watching. You will be actively participating. So I'm just putting it to you. You don't have to answer me anymore, because I think that you have taken a decision that you've now, I don't know, I mean, maybe you have now recharacterized what membership is. It maybe means that it's something that you hold that has no manifestation from it. Like, you attend, but you won't do door-to-door. You won't speak in meetings. You won't advise the organization. As a person who will sit in the board, will you not use that position to advance the interest of the ANC?
Thank you, Honorable Pambo. Actually, the last question that you're asking, it's starting to make, it's actually very important. When I'm sitting at the board, as I've said to you just now, is that I'm at work. It's a career space. As a person and as a professional, I'm able to characterize between my professional issues and my career issues, besides and my political issues. And besides, as a board member, I have no business going into the newsroom. So how am I going to influence who is gaining coverage, who is not? Because even in the current board that I'm serving in, I keep far from operations. I'm not involved in operations. And I understand that as a board member, I have fiduciary duties, and it involves not causing any harm to the organization. I understand as an advocate for democracy, I understand how the kind of interference, political interference, how it erodes democracy within this country, and how it brings about inequalities in how various political parties are being handled by the entity. So for me, as I'm saying it to you again, I'm not in a position where I would sacrifice everything that I have built in my career in terms of, for instance, what I'm busy with now in terms of my fellowship. I'm writing on democracy, I'm publishing on democracy. How is it that the same person who's writing on democracy that I'm supposed to contribute towards backsliding within democratic principles? So for me, Honorable Pambo, being a member of the African National Congress, fortunately for me, in instances where I had to, where my branch was doing door-to-doors and whatnot, it's a time when I'm busy, I'm with my son, or weekends, it's family time for me. And secondly, participating in a meeting, it's a matter of just participating in a meeting, but it doesn't involve work. For instance, if there was to be a member of the ANC that would come to me now at AMSCO and say to me that, can you organize for AMSCO to give something for refreshments at the branch? They know very well that it's not going to happen. I'm not involved. Even someone who is not, someone I know very well, who is someone I know from other spaces who's not politically involved, who says, so what are the operations in terms of your work? What are the opportunities? I don't discuss my work. I don't deal with procurement. I don't deal with opportunities. I'm a board member and it ends there. And that's who I am. I have no intentions of compromising my own integrity and my own professional life, because I do not draw a salary from politics. I draw a salary from other revenue streams that I'm involved in, which need me to have a stand in terms of my my ethical standing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Pambo.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Of course, Ms. Square, I want to put it properly. We have got to that point. You've interacted with members, and I'm sure you'd agree that it was indeed a conversation, honest, and your response in that regard, which then helps us we look at deliberations later on. So surely you'll still reflect on these questions beyond this interaction, and for sure ourselves would keep this in mind as we look at how we better the work in the SABC as we do oversight. But now your 3 minutes. Having interacted with the members, make your concluding remarks and then we close.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you to honorable members for the questions and for the interaction. It's been an honor for me to be here. Firstly, Honorable Chair, I want to say my parting marks is that as a country, we need to realize what SABC is. I believe that we're sleeping on SABC. The SABC that we need, an SABC that is unstable is a challenge and is a problem for the country, because SABC, it's threatening in a sense that you have issues of information sovereignty. If as a country we cannot have a stable SABC, we're losing information sovereignty as a state. For instance, my 9-year-old, I get worried when he's watching CBBS, and when I tell him to wear boots, he tells me that it's I don't know what they call it in Britain. So he I believe that some of those media houses have a way of capturing our children's imagination. In that way, they lose their own sense of identity. Lastly, Honorable Chair, recently I was at Stanford last month, and right from a stone throw away from Stanford is the Facebook headquarters, is Silicon Valley with the Facebook headquarters and all these multinational companies in the ICT space. One thing that impressed me, that inspired me, that I think would work for the SABC is that the university itself, being Stanford, is part of the value chain of Silicon Valley in terms of research output, in terms of the connection of producing knowledge. Even when the public in the US is doing a tour at Silicon Valley, they get to go to Stanford to look at the faculty that's producing all these things that are benefiting your Facebooks, your Twitters, and everything. Now, looking at SABC, it's the same thing. Stone throw away from SABC is the UJ, which has the 4IR sector, which is very strong in this 4IR sector in terms of the research output. Why is it that the SABC is still struggling in terms of outdated ICT issues? When you have a university just a stone thrown away that could assist you in terms of innovation, in terms of ICT. So, Chair, the issue of the SABC, it's not only about the Department of Communications. Yes, it is situated at the Department of Communication, but it takes an intergovernmental issue that everybody participates, from education, from other departments. Everybody must just decide that as a country, we want to save this thing that has to be our pride, that has to be the heartbeat of the nation, that has to be the pulse of our nation, that would need to project our soft power to the rest of the world. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kweya Kushu. Of course, we have come to the end of now the interview. So I'll deal with the formalities. That one, for any inquiries you still have post this engagement with you, you can make direct inquiry with the administration that assisted you as you were preparing for appearance in this committee, Portia and the team. As it relates to the actual recommendations and decision-making, our meetings, as you would be aware, are open to the public. So that's how transparent South Africa is from the parliament side of things, that all meetings are open to the public. You can follow. So if you have not been a regular, we are signing you on to be one of the regular followers of the committee work, and therefore see how the decision finally turns out. And that's what we want to communicate. But as I said, administratively, you can still communicate with Portia. I want to thank you. I know it's a Friday, late in the afternoon. Make use of what remains of the afternoon and enter the weekend. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you. Now, as we offload, Ms. Kweya Kushu would then check with the administration. Who's the next candidate?
Chair.
Thank you.
Chair, can I come in?
Honorable Dr. Basop, sorry.
Before that, can we have our closed session? Can you hear me?
Yes, Honorable Dr. Basop.
Before the candidate, can we have our closed session? There's something that I want to check.
Okay. I'm trying to check how admin will assist us in doing that, because we are in an open platform here. Unless
Chair, this is being broadcast. I don't think we can go in camera. I think that will
Yeah.
have to wait until we do our deliberations, surely.
That's a point I'm making, and I want to suggest that if there's an issue Honorable Basop want to raise, can raise on the platform of members, and we can be able to respond accordingly.
Where can I raise it, Chair?
On
Chair,
in our platform.
yeah, I don't think we're being broadcast as now.
We are.
I just checked the channels now. Where are we being broadcast?
Parliament YouTube, we're being streamed there.
But there's nothing wrong with us taking a break, Chair, on the basis. So we can't stop. We cannot deliberate on the basis that we're being broadcast. I don't think it's a good enough reason.
No, what Honorable Dr. Basop is raising, unless I didn't hear you well, Honorable Dr. Basop, you wanted a close
yes
discussion as the committee to clarify something before we move.
Yes.
That's
That's
how I understood you.
Yes. But if it's not if it's not workable, it's fine, Chair. It's fine. I will rest my case. But
that is why I was saying, Honorable Dr. Basop, you can raise that on the platform, and then we see what we can do, the subcommittee platform, and then we can respond accordingly.
Can I come in, Chair?
Honorable Dr. Basop.
No, Chair. I'm worried, Chair. So far, you will bear with me. I'm new in this kind of arrangement. I've just joined the Parliament. I've just joined the committee, but I'm worried. I'm a loyal and disciplined member of the African National Congress, Chair. I don't have any problem with the processes that we have gone through so far, working as a collective. But when it comes to a question to attack my organization, I'm becoming worried, Chair. That's the area that I'm worried about, where one would say ANC is a messing up organization. You know, that's the area that worries me, because we're watched by everybody. But how can I accept that? I don't have any problem to grill a candidate, but grill a candidate not about us as an organization. That's the area that worries me, Chair. But if I'm wrong, I might be corrected.
Honorable Dr. Basop, I would not want us to open it as a discussion. Maybe that's something indeed we may want to take up to clarify ourselves better. But the understanding is that what has happened before, which has happened with the other candidates, is that if there are matters that relate to possible impartiality where you may need to make decisions and an institution is accused of being captured, just like we ask about state capture. In the main, it's not about the ANC in general, but people that would have been involved in such and what needs to be done going forward, right? But because in the nature of the constitution of the committee is such that there will be those uncomfortable questions that get asked, whether general questions and so on, but only when that borders to a point where even the rules of Parliament, because we're a subcommittee of Parliament, are not respected. But political statements, usually people would make those. And so far, from the candidates, I can count about 3 of them where there's been this question. And I want to say from the responses that they've given, they've been able to clarify themselves in case they are considered that question would not arise, but they've also had an opportunity of clarifying South Africans on matters that are put before them. So I would want us not to take long on it, that we end up getting to the political debate when the matter is about us engaging the candidates and being sure that once the candidates are in those positions, we cannot come back and raise similar things. I can say this with authority, coming from
Recording in progress.
myself, that as it gets to the SABC, even the resolutions of the African National Congress notes mismanagement that has happened over years, which has led to the situation we have in the SABC. Of course, some of the people that may have been involved may have been ANC people, but that doesn't represent the ANC as a party as a whole. But surely from a person who's not from the ANC, you'd expect that from a politics point of view, there will be an element of playing that out, because we're on a public platform here, so it's not just about us. People are also communicating to citizens. So that's the nature of the political environment, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But I say, fortunately, they can't do respond to the questions that get asked to them. And those clarities are helpful for later in the deliberations, not at this point.
Yes,
What is it, Honorable Pambo?
No,
Yeah,
Chair.
it's me, Chair.
Oh, it's Honorable Mlala.
Yes.
Okay, I
No,
note you, Honorable
Pambo, can you wait, man? I'll give you a chance.
But you see,
Yeah,
Chair,
I
now,
note Honorable Pambo. So
I'm being abused now, Chair.
no. You're not abused. You are abusing me. Because now you fight between the
I think we can
you
take
fight
it
now between the jacket and the law. Can we just get back, Honorable Mlala? You can speak.
Yeah, not
And
Chair.
then
I
I'll
thought
give.
I thought the initial summary, your summary was correct, that maybe we need to deal with this issue at the time of deliberations, because in principle, I fully agree with Dr. Basopu, but I want to put it in a different context, but not in this meeting. For now, let's focus on the work that we are supposed to do. But I think we have noted what Dr. Basopu is raising. At the level of deliberations, maybe we must engage, because this committee has been working very well for the last 3 years. We have not been fighting over party politics. So I don't think it's something that we can handle, but let's allow this process to continue, and then we'll have time to engage on the issue of Dr. Basop. And I want to assure Dr. Basop, there's nothing wrong in raising that issue, but we need a different platform so that we don't delay the process that the public is waiting for. The public is waiting for us to finalize the candidate. Can we focus there, and then we'll come back to this issue?
Accepted, Chair.
Honorable Pambo, just want to come back on the matter. I think
No,
the
Chair,
way forward now.
I think it's quite interesting. I mean, the discomfort that Honorable Basopu raises, because it's exactly that. I mean, at this point, I think what we should be interested in is getting the best candidates, or rather the best board members out of this process, because he can't feel uncomfortable by questions that are posed to candidates. These candidates are the ones that put their CVs forward, and it's their CVs from which we are drawing these questions from. So if we've got a discomfort about their affiliation, which is something that is a lived experience in the SABC of an interference by the ANC, and you rightfully put it, Chair, that there are individuals who have been fingered in such processes. So these questions have not been unfair. And if we are to be fair to this process, these questions must be fleshed out. These questions are in the minds of South Africans, and they must be asked. So by virtue of them, or Mr. Basopu being a member of the ANC and sitting here, he can't be uncomfortable by questions being posed. Questions are there to be answered, to be clarified, and he must take confidence in the process. And by the way, he's in the majority in this committee. It's questions. We're not manipulating any process. We're asking questions, and these questions don't emanate from the sky. These are lived. These questions emanate from lived experiences, and so it's not even.
The point.
Sorry.
You've made the point, Honorable Pambo, because we'll still have deliberations. I think there's clarity with all of us that we have to engage the candidates. And like I said, so far, the candidates have been able to respond and clarify these questions as they are asked. What is left will be in the deliberations. I just do not want to keep this candidate that is now on the platform in this discussion, so that we get to go on with the business of the subcommittee at this point. Can we do that?
Yes, Chair, we can do that.
Yes, Chair, you can continue, Chair.
Thank you, honorable members. We now have a candidate on the platform. Ms. Tabeni, can you just for formality?
Yes, Chairperson, we have the next candidate, Ms. Yole Rasikunyana. She's on the platform, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tabeni. Welcome, Ms. Sikunyana. Sikunyana, right? Pronouncing it properly. You can unmute so that we hear you.
Yes, Chairperson, good afternoon. You are pronouncing it correctly.
Thank you. You are welcome, and we are welcoming you as you appear before a subcommittee of the Portfolio Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies in the National Assembly. The rules of the National Assembly provides for establishment of a sub-committee that can deal with a particular task. In this case, our task is the SABC board appointment process. That's the task we have, for which you've been nominated and shortlisted, hence you are appearing before this subcommittee. The subcommittee is constituted by different political parties as represented in Parliament, proportional to the electoral support as received in the 2019 elections. So it's fairly represented and therefore not a one-party subcommittee. We have put up 45 minutes for interaction or conversation with you. For now, we'll take the interview part and put it on the side and come back to it when we're to close. For now, we'd want you to relax and engage honestly with the committee so that we can learn from your responses, as well as also for you to learn as you reflect on the questions of members even beyond this engagement. So we have 45 minutes. In that 45 minutes, it includes the introduction of committee members, which I will do briefly. Of course, after that, I will give you 5 minutes to do a brief introduction of yourself, which includes talking to skills, expertise, or experiences you have that, if you were to be considered, would make you contribute to the SABC board. We'll thereafter go to members to engage with you. A member who engages with you, we're looking at about 5 minutes, which will be questions and your responses. Of course, I must make the disclaimer that so far the experience has taught us that the 45 minutes may be less, depending on how you cover the ground as you respond in the first response. But there may be situations where it overlaps a bit when members do come back with the follow-up questions. So in that score, please bear with us if it gets to that point. So it would not mean treating people differently. It is on the basis of follow-ups or if you've covered the ground. Once the members are done, I will only come in if there is a question to lift up from the questions asked. Otherwise, I do not ask the questions. I will get back to you to do a 3 minutes closing points before we close the session. So that's how we are proceeding. If I may quickly go to members of the committee, let me start with Honorable Mthembu from the African National Congress. Honorable Mthembu.
Thank you, Chair. Good day, Ms. Kunyana.
Good day, Honorable Mthembu.
How are you?
I'm well, thanks, except that I'm shaking right now.
Okay. Relax.
No, you can relax. You can relax. We have also the Honorable Dr. Basop from the NC. Honorable Dr. Basop.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good day, Madam.
Good day, sir. How are you?
Fine.
Thank you. We then have Honorable Mulala, who's also from the NC. Honorable Mulala.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you,
sir.
Thank you, Honorable Mulala. Myself, Honorable Maneli, who's also the chair of the subcommittee, I've already greeted and welcomed you on behalf of the committee. I will now go to Honorable Kola Barnard from the Democratic Alliance.
Good
Honorable
afternoon,
Kola
thank you. I'm here,
Good
thank you, Chair,
afternoon.
and welcome.
Okay, still here, thank you. We have Honorable Pambo from the Economic Freedom Fighters, AFF. Honorable Pambo, still with us?
Yeah, I'm here, and welcome to the candidates.
Thank you.
Thank you kindly.
We have Honorable Majosi from the IFP, who's not with us at this point due to other activities, so she may not probably join or may be able to join. But we do have the required numbers to proceed with the conversation with you. May I then, without waste of time, go to you and once again, as I said, just have an honest conversation with the committee. You have now 5 minutes to do a brief introduction, like I have indicated. But let me just also deal with the next process, that when members interact with you in that 5 minutes, the chairperson would not be coming in between yourself and the member who engages at the time, so as to allow the flow of the conversation. I will only come in as I give to the next member to engage with you. Thank you. Hope that is understood. Over to you now, 5 minutes.
Many thanks, Chair. My name is Yolelwa Sikunyana, and I was born and bred in a town called Stekspruit in the Eastern Cape. So in terms of my background, in terms of education, I've got an LLB and an LLM. Along the journey of being employed, both in the public and the private sector, I have done some few courses that are additional to my main qualifications, and this is around compliance and company law, which is the courses that support me as a legal practitioner. So I have been lucky enough to be exposed to working in the private and the public sector. And as you may have seen in my CV, that I've also worked for the SABC as a legal advisor at some point. And mainly I draw my solid experience from having worked as a legal advisor in BPSA, and I have been exposed there in governance insofar as the private sector is concerned. And I got an opportunity as well to work for local government, being the city of Ekurhuleni, as a legal advisor as well. And that exposed me a lot in terms of compliance, in terms of regulation that regulates the public sector. And later on, I worked for Transnet SOC Limited, particularly the engineering division, where I was a senior legal advisor, responsible mainly to make sure that the organization complies insofar as all the regulatory framework that is applicable to it. So insofar as that experience is concerned, it paved way for me to start my own practice that was established in 2016. So I practice in my own name as a sole practitioner, and I look after the practice in the entrepreneurial side and also mainly in charge of the legal side. And in this practice, I am fortunate again to also practice in the public administrative law area, which involves a lot of regulatory provisions for the public-owned entities, or in short, the state or government. So insofar as why am I here, why am I interested, to be in the board of the SABC? Amongst other things, I believe that in the democratic country, you can either be a critic or you can come in and make a difference or be available to serve. So it is from that perspective that I have offered, I have been offered this opportunity actually to present that I am available to serve on the board, and mainly because on all the things that I have been involved in my career, particularly I have learned that in organizations where there's commercial transactions and also profit to be made, there is pressure. And as soon as you introduce compliance or legal framework, you would experience a reaction that says you either delaying us or you are actually hindering our services. But from my experience, having been exposed to high-paced teams, both in the private and public sector, I have learned ways to communicate with these stakeholders that are actually pushing the pace for the organization and trying to get them to buy in that even if we are looking for this high-paced environment to make sure that we've got commercial gain, we can still comply with the regulatory framework or legal framework or any other prescripts that are applicable to public sector. So I think from that perspective, I do not only bring the qualifications around law, governance, legal framework, but I also bring solid skills in terms of interpersonal skills, in terms of communication skills, in terms of negotiation skills, and getting people to buy into a solid, or even if it's not solid, to make sure that they understand why they have to buy in. So that, I think, summarizes who I am. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'm struggling with changing of gadgets here. It's a bit of a problem, but I'm sure you can hear me. We'll now get to members who would want to ask questions. I do see that there's a hand of Honorable Kola Barnett. If I can recognize other hands, if there are any. But in the meantime, we'll proceed with Honorable Kola Barnett. Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and hello and good afternoon again. You have experience in legal matters. Indeed, you have a history with the SABC from way back in 2008. So is that the main skill set that you offer to the board, that you would bring to the board in that position? I don't see anywhere you have any skills in terms of media communications, electronic media platforms, etc. So we're talking mainly the legal side of things. Then how, in your plan of what to bring to the board, how would you change the SABC to ensure impartiality in news broadcasting in the run up to the 2024 national government elections, when the pressures on the journalists really really start, and they've already started. And then we've seen that there is 800 million that has not been spent on content. It should have done, but it was not. And so we've seen a drop in listenership, a drop in viewership because of the lack of content. And in some way, it's been put down to the fact that they fired 600 experienced staff, and now there is virtually no production. There's no local production. The money is sitting there, but the local artists, the local producers, the local content people are simply sitting unemployed. So what would be your strategy in terms of dealing with issues like that? Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Honorable Barnett. So in the first question that deals with my experience around media, indeed, I did not spend too much time at the SABC, and even if I did, I was a legal advisor, therefore responsible for advising internal departments at the SABC. However, the strength that I bring into the board, because the board will be composing of various other skills, is that of an exposure to the legal framework that regulates state-owned companies and government. And indeed, when it comes to compliance, or rather oversight in terms of making sure that the implementation is done in accordance with regulatory prescripts or strategy prescripts that have been approved, you will require some sort of buy-in, you will require some sort of convincing and or strategy to make sure that the implementation is done in accordance with those prescripts. And that is the experience that I have, because I have been involved in high-paced environments and supporting teams from the internal side. And I know exactly what happens in an organization, because I've been in both as a corporate legal advisor, and now I'm an attorney that actually attends to those matters from the outside level. And you've asked a very critical question around impartiality. And this is a constitutional issue that is based on our democratic values that are derived from the supremacy of the Constitution. And it is a fortunate thing that the SABC itself has an editorial code, and that editorial code actually empowers the SABC not to associate itself or to form a bias towards a commercial, political, or any personal considerations where their work decisions are concerned, and many other provisions. And in the latest editorial code that they use for independence, there has been a provision insofar as the editorial responsibility and the upward referral, which then assists the news team to actually know who has the final decision, and if that decision is challenged, who do I account to? And that for me is an important part in terms of dealing with the question of impartiality. And of course, we know elections are coming up, there's gonna be pressure. There is a statement, although I will paraphrase it, in the editorial code of SABC, and it says specifically that the SABC is not a mouthpiece of government. And we do know that the elections are not necessarily about government, they're about political parties. So SABC is not a mouthpiece for anyone because it serves the public. And I think that is important because it's contained in the prescripts of the SABC, and the regulatory provisions are clear on that. You've asked another question around local content and the 800 million that is sitting there, and combined with the fact that there were massive retrenchments at the SABC and that affected the skill. I agree with you, that is a big concern, and we know this also from the confirmation of the AG's report earlier this year, that amongst other things, the AG was concerned about the skills that the SABC has. And it was also concerned that there were not enough or adequate internal controls to make sure that there is a turnaround insofar as irregular expenditure is concerned, and that the resources at the SABC were actually not improving. So we do know, in spite of the fact that the SABC has a plan or a strategy to say that this is the proposed strategies on how we will derive income, there is still a big deal to be made out of the fact that even if you derive income, if you don't have adequate controls internally, you may derive that income, but it will go to the bottomless pit, so to speak, because the controls are not in place. One of the things that the AG raises is that the irregular expenditure, it still links to the previous issues that are at the SABC, and also the fact that the SCM staff has no training at all. And we do know that National Treasury has training that can be offered to the SCM side. And we do know that the SCM position for the executive has been vacant. I am not aware that it has been filled, but that was one of the issues that the AG had concerns about. And that tallies, of course, to your concern about the staff that was retrenched, and that there is now another drive to hire staff. And there is a possibility that the staff that will be hired do not possess the correct skills. And indeed, that is true because the AG has reported on that. And many thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kola Barnett. I'm just checking if there's any other member want to come in.
Chairperson.
Honorable Mlala, you can proceed.
Yeah, thank you very much. And good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir.
I only have two questions for you, madam. The first one is that 2 years ago, government issued something like around 2 billion to SABC as a bailout. And they have developed some sort of a turnaround strategy, which has got pillars. Now, I want you to tell me, how do you think we can turn around the SABC in terms of content, in terms of governance? These two particular areas, I'm more interested in them. The second question relates to, we are living in a country which is quite diverse, and our forebears have always emphasized on the issue of nation building and cohesion. And that role is supposed to be played by the SABC. And after 25 years of democracy, it doesn't look like South Africans are getting together. Now, how are you going to ensure that you foster the national identity within the SABC so that South Africa can achieve those objectives of building one nation? That is my second question. My last question would be around the interface between portfolio committee, the shareholder, SABC, the staff or officials, and the general South African public. Because sometimes the interest of each component want to suppress the other. Sometimes there's conflict as a result of roles and responsibilities. And what is your understanding in that regard? Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Molala. I will start with your question around the 2 billion that was issued to the SABC and the strategy that was developed. And I've had an opportunity to look into that strategy and to come directly to your question. I know that in terms of pillars, there are about 6 pillars, but you would notice that number 1 pillar is the income, which is the main issue, because again, as I've said, it appears on the AG report that the SABC is unable to generate sufficient income to cover its costs. So as we know that the SABC currently relies on advertising, and it has proposed correctly so that it wants to venture into the digital side of things, and particularly around the OTT, DTT, and DTH. And what is important about this is that it is in the right direction. But you would know that TV license is also another way of the SABC having income. And along this strategy, there is also a proposal that says we want to charge household tax insofar as collecting the licenses that are due to the SABC. So my proposal would be that we need to look into 4 things. And this is the income, this is a compliance, this is governance and leadership and regulation. The SABC remains a public broadcaster, and insofar as they make any moves, whether they are digital or otherwise, they will always have to comply with regulation. They are not like their counterparts that they are competing against. But that does not mean that they cannot attempt to compete in those areas. So I would suggest that around the income, instead of saying, let's replace the TV license with the household tax, you make it additional. And the reason is that you already have legislation that regulates the payment of TV licenses. Why would you abandon that? All I would say is that you strengthen the collection methodology and you continue your negotiations with the third-party broadcasters or private broadcasters to collect on your behalf if that is the case. But for you to do that as the SABC, remember that you would have to change legislation. And how long does that take if you need an income like yesterday? So I think there needs to be short-term around the income to say we already have legislation favoring us on TV licenses. Let's collect, and then let's push for a strategy to say that we will have additional household tax, not to do away with TV license and then later on you discover that the household tax actually doesn't work and you've already let go of something that is already regulated and out there. And the second thing thereafter on the issue of income is that the issue of OTT and DTT cannot be a strategy that is launched to accommodate everyone. The SABC has to have a way to say that we are launching this gradually and pick up a certain target for them to launch the OTT, for instance. It's not going to be everyone that has that affordability or have that interest. And most importantly, what is this content that you're going to be selling? Because that is the critical question, is that whatever you do to get this income, you have to align with the quality of the content. So there must be a balance there. And of course, the issue of compliance is critical because once you have a strategy that is in place to collect income, you have to have good internal controls. You must have SCM teams trained so that there are no incorrect contracts that are entered into. And also you must have the irregular expenditure framework implemented so that you're in a position to record what are these losses that we are experiencing and how do we recover them? Because there is legislation that tells you how you recover internally and externally. And then on the issue of governance, of course, I'm focusing mainly on saying, yes, there is a board. I am not only going to face the staff only. There's a board that may be split in terms of the decisions. How do you make sure that when the board is split, it doesn't agree on its own? How do you make sure that that process doesn't delay any strategy implementation? So the board itself should foresee this, because the board itself is composed of humans. So at some point in time, they will deadlock on something, but there must be a methodology created around the board or terms of reference that says, how do we untie a disagreement with the test that the board itself should always act in the interest of the corporation, and the discretion should always be unfettered. How do we pass that test in our argument without saying, I'm not sure why we are disagreeing? Is there bias? Is there not? There must be some terms of reference, and that speaks to governance and leadership. And the last one will be regulation, of course. As I have said, there are timeframes when you want to amend legislation. To just go for amending legislation may delay the ultimate goal of deriving an income. But most importantly, all these things, they go with the content. You cannot just opt for selling content and then you don't have content. And I think Honorable Bernard did mention this 8 million that is sitting there without content. But if you intend to sell, you don't even have the content. People want to pay for quality. So that would be another strategy to add on. And coming to your question now around the diversity and actually the building of South Africa, you may know that this is the ultimate mandate of the SABC. And this is, of course, in the charter of the SABC, that it was set up to reflect South African attitudes, opinions, ideas, values, and artistic creativity. And it must display South African talent and education and entertainment programs. So if this is not happening, there is a budget that's sitting, and there could be local content that could be produced to realize these rights. And that is not happening. That, of course, I would say is concerning. And the specific question is that how would I turn around that? The issue here is not to say we need more prescripts. The prescripts are there. What we need is implementation. We need to implement what we already have. South Africa is rich with prescripts, with policies. The only thing that we are lacking is the implementation and putting strict or aggressive kind of targets to implementation. And lastly, insofar as the interface between portfolios, shoulder, and the SABC and the public, of course, this will always be anticipated that sometimes there may be an interest that conflicts with that of the public or the shareholder. But as I've said, the Constitution is the supreme law of this country. Anything that conflicts with the Constitution cannot pass. And I will leave it at that. Thank you for the opportunity, Honorable Mulala.
I'm not sure if I've lost it again. It's like I've lost it again. Oh.
What have you lost, Chair?
Yes, it's like quiet as I've been continued to speak because I'm trying to check if there are members who I do not see, because I've also changed gadgets because of problems. If there are members I don't see, Honorable Mulala, I take it that your points are covered, unless you want to make a follow-up. Am I speaking to myself here?
No,
Honorable Mulala, your points are covered.
Yeah, my points are covered, Chair. Thanks.
I will then pass you. Okay, then I'll pass you and leave anyone behind. Yeah, if not, Ms. Kunyana, give you your 3 minutes to address the committee, and thereafter we try to wrap up. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to do closing. I just want to, of course, address the committee insofar as the jurisprudence around governance in South Africa is still young. And of course, as in when the boards are appointed to have oversight and also be in charge of the affairs of these organizations, as time goes on and jurisprudence is created both in legislation and our courts, which the courts have done with pride. The Constitutional Court is actually busy creating jurisprudence for the regulation of the public sector. And because of that, we should be proud that there is hope and light in the future, even if the situations at this stage may look gloomy. But because of our rich legal framework, our rich compliance framework, and the jurisprudence from the court's perspective, insofar as saying where there have been activities that have benefited some people in terms of criminal conduct or otherwise, there are recourses that are available in our framework to enforce those. And I'm saying on that note that there is still hope to turn around the SABC by actually making sure that the board that is appointed implements the prescripts as outlined from our Constitution. Thank you, Chair.
As we come to an end, I'll just, of course, come back to that point that we take it indeed as a conversation that continues beyond just the interview. And from that, I would bring back the interview word, as I said, just to indicate that where there are further queries that you want to make or inquiries, you would be able to interact directly with the administration. In this regard, Portia and the team that you worked with to come before the committee. But as it relates to the decision-making and deliberations of the committee, all our meetings are open to the public. And therefore all South Africans are able to follow. And if you have not been a regular follower of the committee in its deliberations, we can sign you today as one of those that would be following the deliberations of the committee, as we also continue to do oversight in bodies like the SABC. Of course, we always take lessons from what candidates share with us as we do our oversight work. Once again, thanks for making time on a Friday afternoon. You can be assured there's still some time in the afternoon to continue entering into the weekend, and hope to have a good weekend. Thank you.
Many thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
The committee members, I appreciate it.
Thank you. So that score would then allow Ms. Kunyana to the platform, whilst the administration should just ensure the next candidate is on the platform.
Thank you, Chairperson. The next candidate is on the platform. The name is Mr. Zolani Matthews. Thank you, Chairperson.
Welcome, Mr. Matthews.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson, and good afternoon to the members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. Mr. Matthews, as I welcome you, you are appearing before a subcommittee of the Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies, in the National Assembly. The rules of the National Assembly provides for establishment of subcommittees deal with specific tasks, and our task as this subcommittee is the appointment process for the SA, for which you have been nominated and shortlisted for. Hence, you are appearing before this subcommittee. Just the constitution of the subcommittee, such that it is members from different political parties represented in parliament, proportional to the size of the party in terms of electoral support received the 2019 election. So it reflects parliament. So it's quite representative in that score, not one party subcommittee. The way we are approaching the outline is really to say we have 45 minutes to cover the aspects. That 45 minutes takes into account the brief introduction of members of the committee. After that, we'll give you 5 minutes to briefly introduce yourself, which also gives an opportunity to talk to your skills, expertise, or experiences that you have that could contribute to the SABC board in case you are recommended for such. Then after that 5 minutes, we'll then give members to interact with you. We look at 5 minutes interaction, which is question and answer from the members. Once the members are done, if there's any matter to still clarify from the point of the chair, that's when I would come in, otherwise I won't ask questions. If there is no point to clarify, just go straight to yourself because you'd have answered the questions asked by a member. And then that will take us to a 3 minutes allocated to you to do your concluding points. Thereafter, we formally close by bringing back a name called interview. But at this point, we are calling on conversation, that you'll be in a conversation with members in a way that is honest engagement with members, so that we learn from your responses as well, that you learn from the questions members asked and have reflections even beyond this engagement. So we thought it's important to clarify that point. I want to make a disclaimer indeed that we look at this 45 minutes, it may be less, depending on how you respond, because sometimes in the response, you cover a lot of ground, which would mean not engaging further. But there may be situations where your responses do require members to make follow-ups to get the best of the answers that you are giving. So that's how we are approaching this conversation. So in that score, without further waste of time, I'll just introduce quickly members that are on the platform as members of the committee, including those that may not be here, so that you have a fair sense of members. We have Honorable Mthembu from the ANC. Honorable Mthembu.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Greetings to Mr. Matthews.
Good afternoon, Honorable.
Thank you.
We also have the Honorable Dr. Basop from the ANC. Honorable Dr. Basop.
Chair.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable Dr. Basop. We also have Honorable Mlala from the ANC. Honorable Mlala.
Good afternoon, Mr. Matthews. Thank you, Chair. I'm available on the platform.
Thank you, Honorable Mlala. Honorable Maneli is myself from the ANC, who's also the committee chairperson, as I've already welcomed you on behalf of the committee. Greetings once again. We have Honorable Kola Barnett Hope she's still on the platform.
I am here, Chair.
Honorable Kola Barnett from the Democratic Alliance.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon and welcome.
Thank you so much.
So we then have the Honorable Bambo from the Economic Freedom Fighters. Honorable Bambo, still on the platform?
I'm here, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Bambo. We also have Honorable Machosi from the IFP, who is not on the platform yet, so that makes a 7-member committee. But majority of the committee members are here and therefore were able to proceed as such. So that's really the brief introduction of the members. We now are going to you to have your 5 minutes brief introduction. But I just want to clarify this point so that it facilitates a quick interaction. That once we get to the members to interact with you, it's not the intention to have the chairperson coming in between the member and yourself. And so once the member is asked the questions, will be expected to respond then. I will only come in as I check if the member has a follow-up or not, and move to the next member. It will continue that way so as to have a flow of the conversation. We now are back to you for your brief introduction. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. And once again, good afternoon to the honorable members of the committee. And thank you for the opportunity and the invitation to present myself and to be interviewed by the committee for what is I think one of the most important appointments that Parliament can make to one of our most important institutions. My name is Zolani Khositsile Matthews. I've been in business, private business for a number of years, as well as worked in the public sector. In fact, a few years ago, Honorable Chairperson, you'll recall, I was interviewed by the committee for a position on the Independent Communications Authority of South Africa, where I was appointed as a councillor. Unfortunately, did not serve a very long term because I subsequently left and joined the Passenger Rail Agency as the Group CEO. Prior to that, I served on the South African Post Office Board for over 4 years and sat on a number of key committees such as the Audit and Risk Committee, the Post Bank Committee of the Post Office. And I've also sat and currently sit on boards that are listed on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, where I serve on several committees of those companies and have, I think, acquired substantial experience in management, corporate governance, finance issues, but more specifically, I think that my tenure at ICASA, albeit brief, gave me an insight from not only from the perspective of the regulator, but also insight into the different sectors that broadly occupy the space we refer to as the technology environment, ranging from broadcasting, telecommunications and ICT sectors. So a lot of insight into that, particularly from the regulatory framework perspective, and the time spent on the board of the post office, very similar in many respects to the SABC, an institution facing its own significant challenges, over the years that have reflected poorly on the organization and similar challenges in many respects, I believe, to some of the challenges faced by the South African Broadcasting Corporation. So from that perspective, having acquired, I think, a certain degree of experience and insight into the workings of state-owned enterprises, particularly those that are challenged in a number of areas, whether it be corporate governance, finance, revenues, but also understanding their mandate specifically and how that mandate has to be fulfilled in relation to the public service that they provide within the context of the country. I think that has given certainly a huge body of knowledge and experience that I think can certainly be utilized for the benefit of the SABC. I hope that that brief overview, Honorable Chairperson, is sufficient, but I'm more than happy to now begin to the question and answer session from committee members. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. I will now invite members who would want to pose questions, interact with the candidate. Honorable members, those who would want to engage with the candidate. If I don't see your hand, just
my hand is up,
indicate
Chairperson.
that your hand is up. Honorable Dr. Basob, Honorable Kola Barnett, I don't see any other. And at this point, I'll take further hands if they are later on.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Can you hear me?
Starting with you, Honorable Dr. Basob, for the
Yes. The problem of connectivity has come back again to me. Chair, thank you very much, sir, with the presentation. I just have two questions that I want to raise with you. One, given the background that you have given to us, can you tell us exactly why are you interested in SABC? That's one question. And number two, in terms of the state capture report, amongst other things that were identified in terms of the findings, is the clearing, mismanagement of funds and corrupt practices that took place in that organization. Now, can you tell us how best can you save the situation from now taking the situation forward? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Honorable. I think that if I could start with the state capture report, I think what has been evident from the state capture report is that not sufficient attention was put into place in relation to adequate controls and management, as well as oversight by non-executive directors, who their primary function as accounting authority is oversight of those organs that they're appointed to serve. And you saw a collapse in proper governance and management of the necessary controls, and it was basically literally the opening of the floodgates to give people an opportunity to misuse the resources of those entities. So for any entity to function properly, there must be adequate controls, there must be transparency, and there must be a commitment to ensuring that the integrity and the legal instruments that provide for that institution to function are properly managed by the board that is constituted, be it a board that's appointed by the shareholder minister or by the National Assembly. It is the obligation and the duty to ensure that the people that are appointed fit the necessary, not only the experience and credentials, but have the right kinds of values to serve in those organizations. But more specifically to the point you raise about ensuring that doesn't happen again, I think that the oversight function that a board performs has got to be consistent in relation to ensuring that these things cannot happen again. Because if the board has a dereliction of its own duties and responsibilities and how it functions in relation to the day-to-day running of the organization, which is left to the executive management team, then you're going to see the same problems again. And I think that the lessons to be learned from state capture really say that proper, adequate, consistent controls have to be applied across the board, and ensuring that boards are not asleep at the wheel to ensure that these kinds of missteps are avoided. You'll always the likelihood of some bad apples, bad eggs in the basket. But I think that also if there are consequences and proper consequences in relation to any misdemeanors that are committed, it's going to be one way of dealing with state capture. The second point you raised, Honorable, in relation to why I'm interested in serving at the SABC, I think that the SABC, as I said in my opening, is one of our most important institutions, particularly as it relates to the public's ability to access information. If we consider South Africa as a free and open society, as founded under the Constitution, one of those critical areas is access to information and access to all of the necessary instruments, from broadcasting, television across the board, as well as the new digital technologies which have now become part of everyday life. And so it is that interest that I have, not only personally, but professionally, in making sure that the institutions that are set up, particularly the SABC, are there to fulfill a proper function and a proper role in terms of the mandate that established them. And I think from the lessons that we've learned over the years, that's going to require people who can actually add value to the organization, understand the organization, and want it to function successfully, and not be in the position that it has been in the years, and what we see from so many other state-owned entities. So I think that I bring a body of knowledge and experience. I hope that that will bring a value and add to the capacity of the SABC to function going forward. Thank you, Honourable. I hope that I've sufficiently answered the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member, and thank you, Honourable Chair. I'm covered.
Thank you, Honourable Kola Barnett. You are now recognized. Can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I wonder if you can assist me here. When were you at the post office? You referred earlier to the considerable challenges there. That's certainly one way of phrasing it. We're currently looking at 700 million missing in terms of medical aid benefits, VAT not paid, UIF not paid, pension payments not paid. I see in the executive summary, post office listed, but there's no date. So when were you there at the post office? Then let's look at the SABC. Your opinion of the SABC, what would you change were you on the board, specifically as a protection for journalists within the SABC in the run-up to the 2024 national government election, or what would you prevent from happening? And then there's the fact that the SABC is currently competing in a highly competitive and very difficult environment. So what is your take on the firing of the 600, well over 600 staff, taking that expertise with them, and quite possibly linked to that, the fact that there was simply 800 million set aside for content, and it has remained unspent. Now, they've now put out ads for over 400 new staff members, but there is no indication that they offered training for new media to the existing staff before they were laid off. Your turnaround strategy in general, factoring in the findings of the Zondo Commission, I think your managerial bona fides are exceptional in the positions that you've held, but I would like very much to hear your opinion of how this entity could be turned around financially because of the massive, 600 million in debt. That's got to be turned around. And how would you propose to do that? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Kola Barnett, for that question. I was at SAPO as a board member from 2015 to 2019, and I served my first term and then was renominated and reappointed for a second term. I was on the board during the tenure of the former CEO, Mr. Mark Barnes, who I believe the committee knows well. And post office, unfortunately, is I believe a lost opportunity in that there was so much potential to do a lot of good there. But that, I think, was not was never allowed to happen, particularly when the post office was given the distribution of the SASA grants. It presented a real opportunity, and also the post office having that distribution network, the opportunity to turn that business around and make it into a South African Amazon, if I can say that, was immense. And I think one of the key factors that inhibits exactly the point you're making, Honorable Kola Barnard, is the whole issue around turnaround strategy and how a turnaround strategy is implemented. The first thing is that it's got to be supported. It's got to be supported from the shareholder on down and by the board, and then you have to have in place a management that has the capacity to execute that turnaround strategy. You've got to take a look at the business and basically cut the business open, take a surgical instrument to it, and really look at what are the where are the weak areas in the business that are losing you revenue, where are the strong areas where you could be doing a lot more to improve your revenue. And if cost cutting is an aspect, then it's an aspect that you have to look at, but obviously in consultation with the staff, of course, in our own particular situation in South Africa with the unions. So you have to engage and embark on a process that allows for that kind of openness in terms of those discussions. So I think post office got caught up, unfortunately, in challenges that were not necessarily of its own making, and hence we sit with the situation that you've just referred to now. Medical benefits not paid, UIF not paid, and a company that is effectively has a begging bowl out to National Treasury, whereas it had an opportunity to have a situation that could certainly have been turned around when the opportunity was still there. On the SABC, I think that a lot of similarities in many respects. Organizations which have historically thought of themselves as being subsidized. It cannot be business as usual. The SABC has got a massive footprint across the country in terms of access to radio, the broadcasting side, the television side. And it has a lot of opportunities in terms of the content and the library that sits there, but it's also not adapting to the new business environment. And that, I think, is one of the biggest challenges that it faces, in that it is, and I say this with the greatest of respect to the current board, and I'm not in there, so I can't really comment because I haven't seen what exactly is happening there. But from a general perspective, sitting outside, a business has got to adapt to the conditions that exist in the marketplace, be it whether it's a state-owned business or whether it's a private corporation, listed or unlisted. It must adapt its business culture, its business methods, its economies of scale to the environment within which it operates. And I think that's one of the challenges that the SABC has faced, in that it perhaps has not adapted itself currently. It may be on that as part of a turnaround strategy. As I say again, I don't know the extent to the detail, and one would have to have a closer examination of exactly where that sits currently. But I'm sure that the new board has embarked on a strategy that has begun to focus a lot of attention on moving away from the old way of doing business and being dependent entirely on the state, and seeing how it can generate from its own revenue cost base. There are a number of other challenges that it continues to face, such as the licensing issues and how licensing is connected. But from my perspective, the business, or any business, to function and be competitive has got to look at its marketplace and how it can best function in its marketplace. And until such time that it does that, then it's going to continuously be limping along and face substantial challenges. On the issue around the staffing component and how that sits, again, I would want to be in a position to look at that and see where are there economies of scale, how can we change and adapt some of the present workforce into new areas. Is there a willingness to do that as part of training? You would look at some of the state-owned, I beg your pardon, the SETAs, and see where the SETAs that could collaborate on some aspects of retraining, and where as well could we utilize different sets of skills by putting people into what is becoming a very fast growing technology market driven in many cases by the private sector. So what collaborations would we potentially be looking at in developing to ensure that if people were faced with a situation where we have a very bloated staff component, how do we make sure that we can put people into positions where they're not going to lose out? They're not going to lose out on opportunities. Have they been properly trained? Do they have the necessary skills to go into the private sector? How do we assist in ensuring that there's a seamless transition for people to be able to do that? I think those are some of the issues that one would look at. But on turnaround strategy, typically, I think you've got to really have an opportunity to look very much in detail in the business and to see what's possible with the existing business that you have, but how do you adapt it to the changing conditions and the changing environment, particularly in an area which is as fast moving as technology, and what kinds of alliances can the SABC look at? I'm thinking of the relationship it's developed with Telkom, for example. Those are the kinds of things that you'd want to look at, but you also want to broaden it, perhaps to look at an association with a Netflix or an Amazon, particularly with the content that sits in the library. Would we be willing to license that out for a fee? Would we be willing to collaborate on joint productions going forward? I think there are a number of opportunities, but it's really a function of being able to take a look and see what's there and then make a proper assessment as a board. But at the same time, to be very clear that management is responsible for the execution of the strategy. The board must provide that oversight to ensure that strategy is carried out in a way that's consistent with what the Act calls for. I hope that I've addressed, and if I've missed anything, Honorable Barnard, please let me know.
That was great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mlala. Now recognize you.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Matthews.
Good afternoon, Honorable.
Yes, Mr. Matthews, maybe let me start with controversies first and then come back to the real issues. There was a press conference, Biz News, addressed by Bob Hepson, Hessoff or Hepson, I'm not sure if I pronounce it properly. And in that interview, he quite congratulated you and praised you for being the best public servant in the country, let alone the controversies that he raised. I'm not interested in the controversies. But one of the things he raised was your departure from PRASA. Can you take us into confidence with regard to why you left PRASA? What were the issues, so that we know that if there are similar issues wherever you are anticipating to go, at least at our level, we understand. If you could, because he just hinted something along the line of PRASA. The second controversy would be around how you left the post office. Perhaps the question would be, did you leave in protest after Mark Barnes was sacked, or was it just you finished your term? What really happened? Because in responding to that question, I did not get it clear. And maybe go back to the SABC. I like what you raised, that part of the key challenges of SABC is adapting to the new market conditions, which I think is quite an important point to note. However, I have realized that there's always a challenge in terms of the interface between the board, the shareholder, the SABC staff, including the public, how the public views the SABC. How would you assist in terms of that relationship? Because for me, it's key. if there's no good relationship between the shareholder, the board, sometimes it spills over to staff, it spills over to even unions, and that destabilizes the institution. What would be your strategic approach to that issue? The last point would be around the role that the SABC should be playing of nation building. And I think in that regard, the key question is, have we as South Africa have a national identity? Because I think where we are now, we are quite confused. We're going back to the old, if you like, Bantustan type of politics in the country. A large concentration of our people are going back. The colored communities are feeling sidelines. The white are feeling that BEE is suppressing them. You can go on and go on. Even on the African side, you find that we are not gelling as a society in broader terms. And that's the role that the public broadcaster should be playing. So in your view, what role should that SABC play in that regard to promote that national identity? Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable, and thank you very much for the questions. If I can, I'll start with the last question and work my way back. I think you're quite right. I think it is certainly a huge flaw in the country currently. The whole question of national identity and how do we create a sense of South Africanness that embodies the values and what the framers of the Constitution intended in 1994 about what kind of country South Africa would be, and how we can avoid retreating into our own corners and coming out from those corners only to either be negative or to suggest that there's something wrong with that group versus that group. The SABC plays a very important function in that regard because of its very nature of its formation around the whole recognition of the plurality of views and the desire to ensure that the traditions and the languages that make up South Africa, the different races, are first and foremost part of fulfilling its mandate as an organization. And it is in that, if we're able to achieve that as a broadcaster, as a company, it'll go a long way towards reinforcing that sense of South Africanness, as opposed to that sense of I'm this versus this and I'm against this. It's very important. So that will come in terms of how the organization executes and what kinds of, how it delivers its programming, what kind of messages is it sending out. I think if one listens in the morning to any of the SAFM shows, you'll get a sense that there's a huge disconnect as well from different parts of the country around what is happening within the country. And that provides a very important way of accessing information and learning about what the thinking on the ground is about several different kinds of issues. And I think that's an important role that the SABC plays and can play a role in terms of the unifying and uniting those views so that we think of ourselves as South Africans as opposed to this race or that race. And we have a sense that we all belong to the country and the country belongs to all of us who live here, as the Freedom Charter says. So I think that it will come very much from the kind of way in which the organization, such as the SABC, leads and formulates its programming, the kinds of content that can happen, so that you start to shape a different kind of discourse and narrative around what are some of the key issues that I think that you've pointed out. And I hope that if one were to go in there, then you'd be able to see exactly what's happening. Where can you be helpful as a board in suggesting a particular direction without interfering, and to make sure that at the same time that the SAB is able to properly fulfill its mandate, which I think is very, very clear and very consistent in terms of what its responsibilities and obligations are to South Africans as a whole. On the issue of the relationship between the board, the minister, and at some cases, executive, I've had an opportunity to see that at very close quarters for many years in different positions. And I think that it all comes down to the aspects of what are the functions of the different bodies, from the shareholder to the board to executive management, and how are those interlinked, and how do they work together for the benefit of the organization. Where the breakdown comes, I think, is that is largely due to some cases miscommunication, different sets of expectations that can develop, and that can allow for a unfortunate breakdown in relationships, and sometimes where people don't understand what their specific mandate is in relation to the objectives of the organization, and are not willing to sort of to look at their role in relation to their fiduciary duties and what's best for the organization from a board perspective. And that also, you here, of course, you've heard and seen as a committee, the accusations from the board about too much interference from the shareholder, and how the shareholder themselves have to be able to find a balance. And I think how they manage those relationships and how they manage their interaction with a board. That's supposed to be through the chairman of the board by its very nature. Sometimes that gets diffuse, and you don't see that symbiotic relationship developing, and so that ultimately potentially leads it into a breakdown in that very important trust relationship between the shareholder and the board. And once that happens, that can often be catastrophic for the entity in question. So I think that a board has to work very closely with the minister while recognizing their own responsibilities and obligations as per the Act. And also the shareholder has to also understand their obligations and responsibilities. Even as a shareholder, they have certain obligations and responsibilities. So you have to find a balance. And that is a challenge, I think, that continues to persist throughout a lot of the state-owned entities. And I think SABC, perhaps it's improved now, but I've seen it, and if there is a breakdown in that trust relationship, that can have dire consequences. On SAPO, Honorable, on the SABC adapting to a new market, I think it's critical. I think, as you've seen with, I'm sure with your time on the committee, how mobile network operators have changed over the years, and how their business model has changed to adapt to whether it's streaming. A few years ago, 10 years ago, we didn't know Twitter. Twitter has now become ever present. It has a huge place in the market. We didn't know Uber. Uber owns no taxis, doesn't own offices as such. Everything is technology driven, and a number of those, Amazon owns no actual goods or items that it delivers and ships around the world, but it's a technology platform that they've utilized. So SABC has to look at what it has currently and what can it do to make itself, to use the colloquial term, fit for purpose in this new environment, this very new, dynamic, changing environment, constantly evolving. The SABC has to look at that, and has to be able to focus itself in what is a market that actually is not. If you don't keep pace with it, then you get left behind. On SAPO, no controversy in leaving SAPO. As you'll know, Honorable Malala, because you were one of the panel that interviewed me, I left SAPO to go to ICASA. I'd been on the board, and then I was appointed, and you can't serve two masters, as you know. So that was the reason that I left the post office. It had nothing to do with Mr. Barnes' departure. In fact, I left after he had left and was appointed subsequently to ICASA. On PRASA, I think that it's fairly public knowledge that I was removed from my position ostensibly on the basis that I held dual citizenship, something which is certainly by no means a secret. I can't go into too much of the detail, Honourable, because that is still the subject of some litigation currently. But I was removed. I went to arbitration. I was successful in the arbitration, and then the board of PRASA decided to take the matter on review, and it's currently in that process at the moment. But unfortunately, that is as much as I'm at liberty to discuss on a public platform at this particular time. Thank you, Honourable.
Yeah, Chair, I think I'm fine with the response. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Mlala. I take it that I'm not leaving any member behind. Honorable Mlala, I take it it's a legacy hand, right? Or you wanted to follow up?
No, it's a legacy hand. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Matthews, I just wanted to get back. I think the SAPO side you would have answered. Like you already said in your intro, you've come before this committee, made a recommendation on ICASA. At the month Mr. Matthews was gone, and we couldn't even have an opportunity to understand that besides looking at greener pastures, what really the issue would be. I think it's important because the stability of these entities as you appoint boards or councils gets to be important for also business continuity, if I were to put it in that way. So you need to at least take the committee into confidence so as to know that at the time you are probably considered, will this not be something to experience again when we think that it's sorted, and then we have to go in and fill in a vacancy again. I think it's only fair to take the committee into confidence in this regard.
Yeah, no, Chair, absolutely. I recognize that, and I also appreciate the fact that the Chair, in particular, and the committee, without going into the gory details, fought tooth and nail for my appointment to the ICASA board, to council. But I left after 9 months serving. I think it was more from a desire of, I have this streak in me. It probably comes from my family, a desire for public service and to find the best in public service, to do what is in the best interests of the country. And it was more, it's not so much, I wouldn't call PRASA greener pastures. It was more, I think, the challenge of a very difficult legacy environment, and whether one could actually make a contribution into ensuring that what that agency is there for could be restored and participate in that process of restoration, if at all possible. It has not come to pass, regrettably, but life goes on. I don't think that the committee need to have serious concerns if one was appointed. I think that it would present a very interesting, fascinating, and challenging opportunity to similarly make a contribution in an organization that I think is now on the right footing. From what I've seen and from what I've heard, I think that the foundations are being restored. They're being rebuilt, but it's going to take a board that has got the capacity and the willingness to roll up its sleeves and contribute, as well as a management team that can execute the strategy. So Honourable Chair, I think that yes, quite right on ICASA, and I must apologise if in any way that caused any any distress or alarm to the committee that recommended my appointment. But I can assure you, it was not for greener pastures. It was mainly a desire and a commitment to serve our country in whatever capacity I have an opportunity to do so. Thank you, Chair.
Would now come back to you. The 3 minutes for you to make your closing points, and thereafter we get back to interview as we close the conversation.
Thank you, Chair. And once again, to each and every member of the committee, Honorable Chairperson and the Honorable members, I firstly thank you for your questions and your own appreciation of SABC and what it currently faces. I think that, Honorable Chairperson, that it is no doubt in my mind that the SABC is a really important strategic asset to South Africa, to the lives of South Africans, as so many others are. But it plays a particular role in terms of it is really the voice of the nation in so many ways, that it speaks to people across rural Eastern Cape, Mpumalanga, Limpopo, the Northern Cape, on a variety of issues on any given day. For me, one of the most interesting aspects is being able to listen to some of the call-in shows and just to hear the different viewpoints on a range of issues. So to have an opportunity to serve in whatever capacity in that organization, I think would certainly be an interesting adventure, an interesting challenge, but also to assist in the rebuilding of that entity, to actually make it, I think, the kind of power that it can be as an independently driven entity that actually fulfills its mandate as per the Constitution, as per the Act that set it up and established it. I think to be able to be part of that journey would certainly be a very compelling experience. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you to the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. We are now at the end. Like I said, we'll call the interview back now that we're done with the conversation. Just to say that indeed it has been a point of sharing your experiences, learning from the questions asked by those members who are able to interact with you. And that at this point, I'll just deal with the formalities. And that where you have further queries to make regarding process, administratively, you would interact with Portia and the team that you are working with in preparation for you to appear before the subcommittee. As it relates to our process and the actual recommendations, as you would be aware, all our meetings are open to the public. That's how transparent the work of South African Parliament is. South Africans can follow the deliberations until the end. And therefore, if you've not been a regular follower of deliberations, you can sign a membership from today to follow deliberations of the committee as it does also oversight beyond just interviews and so on. So that's where we are. So we want to really thank you for making time on a Friday. Of course, for us here, it's an issue of the weekend, but members don't have, because we're still soldiering on to see other candidates that must come before the committee. Yes, you can have a good weekend as we allow you to leave the platform. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you to the committee, and have a good afternoon. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Portia.
Thank you, Chairperson. The next candidate is on the platform. The name is Ms. Magdalene Monsami. Thank you, Chairperson.
Ms. Monsami, can you hear us properly? Can you hear us? I see that you're still muted with your video camera off. So if you can switch on the video camera and unmute your mic. want to establish if connection is fine and you can be. Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, please feel welcomed.
Thank you.
This is, you are appearing before a subcommittee of the Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies in the National Assembly. This committee, in terms of the rules, a committee is able to create a subcommittee that focuses on a particular task and reporting to the committee, the main committee. Our task is that of the SABC board appointment process. And therefore, this subcommittee has then been constituted for that process, for which you have been nominated and shortlisted, hence appearing before the subcommittee. This subcommittee is constituted by different political parties as represented in Parliament, of course, proportional to the electoral support as received in the 2019 elections. So therefore, it is fairly representative. It reflects Parliament, even though it's a subcommittee of 7 members. We have allocated 45 minutes engagement or conversation with you. So we're just taking the interview word a bit. We'll bring it back at the end. But for now, I would want you to enter into a conversation with the committee so that share honestly and that you can learn from yourself as well as you being able to learn from questions from members and even reflect beyond this conversation. So you can relax and be ready to have a conversation with the committee. So in the 45 minutes, that includes brief introduction that I will do of members of the committee. From there, we'll come to you for 5 minutes brief introduction, which also takes into account your skills, expertise, knowledge, experiences, and how that can contribute to the SABC board if you were to be considered for appointment. We'll then, after that, give to members an opportunity to interact with you. Those members who would want to pose questions. But just take note that firstly, your introduction of 5 minutes may not cover everything. However, members have got your detailed CV, so they will ask questions in that score. So we have 5 minutes per member, which is for questions and your responses. Once the members have asked the questions, if there's any question to lift up from the side of the chair for clarity, that I'll do. Otherwise, I wouldn't be asking questions. And then, of course, come back to you for 3 minutes again to make your concluding remarks before we finally bring interview back and close. So that's how we're approaching it. But just a bit of a disclaimer we have been making with candidates that the 45 minutes is the standard we've set, but it can go less, depending on the ground you've covered, but it can also spill over if members have follow-up questions in order to get you to cover the ground that they want to cover. So please bear with us in that score, right? So for having clarified this, let me quickly go to members that are still on the platform, just to check if we are all here. We have Honorable Mamtembu from the ANC. Honorable Mtembu.
Thank
Honorable
you. Good afternoon, Ms. Munsami.
Good afternoon, Honorable.
That's Honorable Mtembu from the ANC. We do have Honorable Dr. Basop. Let me check if you are still on the platform. Honorable Dr. Basop.
You, Chair. Good afternoon, Madam.
Good afternoon, Honorable. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Another one from the ANC, Honorable Mulala. Honorable Mulala.
Good afternoon, Madam Monsami. I'm available, Chair. I'm on the platform.
Thank you very much for having me, Honorable Mulala.
That's Honorable Mulala from the ANC. I'm Honorable Maneli, as you can see, from the ANC, but also the chair of the subcommittee. Greetings once again. We then have also from the Democratic Alliance, we have the Honorable Kola Barnett.
Good
Honorable Kola
afternoon.
Barnett.
I'm here. Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Honorable Barnard.
Yeah. So from the Economic Freedom Fighters, we have the Honorable Pambo. Honorable Pambo, can I just check if you're on the platform again?
We're here, Chair. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Honorable Pambo.
Honorable Pambo. We have Honorable Machozi from the IFP, who has not been able to join us as yet, but given the 7-member committee, most of the members, as we could have heard, are on the platform, and in that score are able to proceed as such. So that's a brief introduction of members of the committee. We now hand over to you. You will do the 5 minutes brief introduction. Like I said, thereafter, it will be members engaging. Let me then deal with this matter now, that once we get to engagement with members, it's not the intention of the chairperson to come between you and the member that's engaging. We allow the member to ask questions, then you will come in to respond without me coming in between. I will only come in if I check for follow-up, as well as pointing to the next member who would want to engage with you. I hope that's clarified. As I hand over to you, you can relax, have a conversation with the committee. 5 minutes introduction. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and thank you to all the honorable members of the committee, the subcommittee, for inviting me and for giving me the opportunity to present myself to the subcommittee. It is delightful indeed. So I'm Magdalene Monsami. I'm a former Chief Operations Officer of the National Youth Development Agency. I have served in the Policy and Research section and participated in the drafting of the Children's Act amongst the mergers of the Youth Commission and the Umsobombo Youth Fund, and thereafter forming the merger of the institutions. I've served as head of policy and research in social development under the tenure of the late, his soul rest in peace, Zola Skweyiya. I have also served as a member of parliament. I serve on numerous international forums. I have my own legal practice. I also have a foundation called the Women's Justice Foundation. I'm the deputy chairperson of the African Peer Review Mechanism. I have served on the IZICO Council, and I've chaired the Committee of Finance, Operations and Human Resources, as well as an alternate member on the Audit Committee. So I bring skills that are a variety of skills. I've served in various platforms internationally. My recent achievement was serving on a US tribunal as a Chief Justice with 7 other justices, which was the charges that were brought in terms of prosecution of some of the actions regarding indictments that were brought against the prosecution of issues that are against racism, etc. And I released my verdict in New York in May this year. I believe that I bring various skills and experience to improve the SABC and to assist and guide the SABC in terms of cajoling the process and progress, more importantly, and the role of guidance. I am a patriot. I'm an activist, and I'm a child of South Africa. I'm not a young child anymore, but I'm a child of this nation. And in terms of the experience that I bring and the skills that I bring, I also have a vast amount of understanding the conditions of the people of democracy, as well as of being committed to my country at all times and in all methods and manners that are possibly available to me. Thank you very much. That's brief. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Sami, will now, as I said, allow members who want to engage. I see Honorable Dr. Basop sends already up. I will note him. Honorable Mtembo would be following. I will then take Honorable Kolabana after Honorable Mtembo. I will then identify the other hands as we proceed if there are members who want to interact. Honorable Dr. Basop, you can then proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much, Madam, with the presentation that you have made to us as the committee. Indeed, I can see you do have an experience in as far as the fields that we have gone around them. But the area that I'm interested in, what kind of skills do you think you are bringing in this entity? And also, what do you think you can turn around this entity, given the background that we have given already? Because here, this is a public entity, and SABC, we all know what is coming for. That's the one. On top of that, what do you think you are the right person for this position? I will stop there now for now, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable. The skills that I bring, one is that I have been actively involved in society and in activism for 25 years. Apart from my legal skills, I understand the dynamics and I understand the conditions of the South African society, the divides that there might be and the diversions that there are, and the diversities that there are as well. I also bring the legal aspect. I've also had the experience of serving in councils and serving in numerous structures at national levels, for that matter, where I have been able to bring sufficient strategic and tactical skills to the table. What would I then do in respect of bringing these skills to assist or turn around the SABC board? Well, one, I believe that some of the incongruencies that may exist may lie on the fault lines of the public entity observations or the report, where you would find that in some instances, there's no link between there's no link and clear logic between the indicators and the strategic objectives, and information and methods are not clearly defined. So it would then become very simple. How do we ensure that the strategy and how do we ensure that the governance and the operations and finances and all of those aspects that go into it find synergy? Now, if we have to make observation, not only domestically, one would find that public broadcasters internationally are experiencing the same struggle because of the digital divide. So one is to beat the competition, but how do we beat the competition then? We have to appreciate that as a public broadcaster, we're a public voice. And what do we then understand by mass media versus television? The one thing for sure is that we should not feel fundamentally defeated simply because if you look at print media and the decline in print media and the increase in online media, one would then realize that indeed there has been a change in the digitization of technology. What is important is that we understand fundamentally what is the role of the South African Broadcasting Corporation. And that is to enhance diversity, to enhance and to strengthen the democracy towards patriotism, to create and understand that strengthening the democracy is not about judging the talent ego. Strengthening democracy means that we need to stave off staff rebellion. We need to enhance corporate culture. And staff rebellion may or may not be caused by the purposes of their own doing, but that of human capital capacity building. That we also understand that we need to consider who then are the best minds in the room, and how do we allow for the journalistic freedom? How do we grow the digital operation and enhance corporate culture? But also, importantly, balance the budget. We need to defend real news against fake news, which means our level and standards of operation in terms of our journalistic content and quality that comes across must be of an absolute imperative quality. And we need to set the news agenda. We need to be the trendsetters first on the game and be capacitated enough to be then sought after as the trendsetters, as those that set the agenda for the news. We need to develop new channels and online services and attend to issues of fragmentation. Now, if you had heard what I had said earlier about the report on SOEs, one would then, or public entities, one would then realize that obviously from an indicator point of view and from the point of view of what was the strategic objective, there was a mismatch. Now that is something that then would need to be resolved, the issue of fragmentation. Also, I am before a diverse political environment, and the political polarization needs to be part of building the SABC. So the polarization needs to fall away, like it does in, if you have to take the American broadcaster and you take the BBC, for example, one of the things that causes the pain to the nation is polarization and sensationalization of the politics and not being able to bring politics into a developmental state. Now, this is imperative in terms of strengthening the democracy, the national identity, and social cohesion. Also, the issues of being able to understand our age demographic. How do we then look at what are the benefits to an older generation, the retired, who may not have to be paying a TV license, but how do we then also, not saying there should be no payment of TV licenses. I do believe, because all other channels, Netflix, for example, are paying channels. So mine would be one to say, how do we then encourage, because young people use their cell phones and interact with them at that level, the younger generation, because we've got about a 66% demographic between the ages of 15 and above. And we need to utilize that for the purposes of democracy and for the purposes of social cohesion and nation building. But also, how do we create the mission of the journalist within the ambit of the object of the South African broadcaster? And obviously the issue of the digital broadcasting and the access to information. What is also important is the issue of advertising. How do we create our revenue streams in respect of this and focus on coupling, not only depending on TV licensing as a means of revenue, but also looking at advertising? Because if we become the trendsetters and those that set the agenda in the room, most clearly, we are then able to attract advertising. But also the improvement of content and structural issues. Look, I don't believe that entities, and we can't be doomsayers, We must be able to apply our mind in terms of structural issues and transforming consumer habits and expectations. But most importantly, apart from that, is to build the trust of the South African society extended into the continent and the world. We need to have a trust relationship where we admit to where we are faltering and we are able to take responsibility of our achievements and become the individual or the broadcaster that can convey that message. Where there is a good story to tell, then it must be told. I think in just apart from from what is the turnaround strategy, etc., in terms of governance and financial sustainability, I've covered the aspects. Look, I served on the IZICO Council, and we had a very short target in terms of policy, and we were able to draft and implement 25 new policies, very proudly so, and be able to monitor the risk that was attached prior to the policy not being there or not being amended. But definitely the issue of risk management in such an environment is one where one has to exercise vigilance. If we are not vigilant and prudent about protecting the broadcaster, then that would cost the broadcaster its ability to ensure that it is able to implement on its task. I've spoken about content, but just to stress on the human capital capacity, I think that is an ongoing learning adventure and something that as a society, we need to be committed to. The more we educate our society and the more we educate those who educate our society, the stronger our democracy, the stronger we build our nation, and the stronger our nation will experience, and the sooner our nation will experience social cohesion. I anticipate that I've answered your question sufficiently, Honorable.
Honorable Ma'am.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Madam. I'm fine.
Honorable Tim.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Good afternoon once again, Madam Munsa.
Sorry, Honorable Chair, but it seems like there's a breaking up from the side of Honorable Mthembu.
Yes, I could see that it seems there's network challenge there. I hope, Honorable Mthembu, your video camera is switched off. Just do that and see if it improves.
Yeah, it's switched.
Okay, let's hear you.
Good evening.
Yeah.
Honorable.
We can't hear you, Honorable Mthembu. We'll come back to you. Let's then allow Honorable Kolabana to ask you look for a space. We can't hear completely. We'll still give you an opportunity. Honorable Kolabana, proceed.
Shall I go ahead? Okay, while she tries to sort her signal out. Thank you. Ms. Musami, hello to you. Haven't seen you in some time. Let's just deal with the elephant in the room, shall we? You quit the EFF in 2016-17 odd. You were an MP for them. And the reports I've read, it seems you now have quite strong ties to the ANC, which basically, even though you run a law practice, it tells me you're a politician. Now, I don't know that a person can ever go back to being a non-politician after being a politician. And it's very interesting that you're wanting to be on a board of an entity which should above all be impartial. And with the acrimonious parting, I presume, with the EFF, your judgment would inevitably be seen to be suspect in that regard. Would you give the EFF an equal shot, or would you find an internal bias against them, or are you still pro-EFF? I have no idea. The point is you were a politician. So that gives me a huge problem. I know exactly what you used to say about the DA. Again, I know what you said about the ANC. Does that mean that you no longer believe what you believed then, or was that all politicking? I don't know how to read that room, as it were. So I don't know that no matter what you did, people would believe that you were pushing and driving for an independent news agenda. Moving on, let's look and say you were now on the board, and the sorts of decisions you would take there. What are your thoughts on the sacking of the news head and her subsequent exoneration by the CCMA and the way the SAB handled that matter? She was not reinstated. They promptly put someone else in the job. And what would you change at the SABC, especially in the run-up to the 2024 national election and the pressures that brings to bear on specifically the newsroom? And then there is, I think, the lack of content is a massive issue. There's 800 million that's been sitting there untouched, and that is for content, unspent, while at the same time they laid off over 600 people, taking huge expertise. They're now trying to hire over 400 people, which they say have different skills, but they made no effort to train the first lot that they fired. So bizarre situation going on at the SABC. It's apparently in the worst state internally. People are simply working out their pensions. They want to go. So it has lost its mojo completely. What would you do to turn it around? And also financially, you know, they're in a 600 million rand pit. They have huge issues. And of course, the Zondo Commission found corruption within. So give us a plan on how you would turn that around. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Caller Barnard. I really appreciate your questions. Let me start by answering the question in terms of the turnaround and in terms of my view of the sacking of the news head and the exoneration by the court and the non-reinstatement. I think that is a process that the board, the courts, need to appreciate between themselves, and the reasons that may be intimated by the board, of which I do not have such information. However, what I would say is that in a circumstances of such a, I think to summarize what you're trying to say in that instance, is that there has been difficulties in terms of leadership. And leadership and stability in terms of any structure are fundamental, and you would know this very well. Leadership is critical. If a leader is not being able to provide space and to be able to, and this is not an assumption in terms of the board, I'm now speaking and answering your question in terms of turnaround. Fundamental to governance ethics and being able to have accountability, transparency, and to be able to push through a process, one has to have the leadership skills that provide and empower those that are allocated those skills in order to be doing it. And this is why I brought in the aspect of, earlier of the fact that we need to consider the issues of human capital capacity, but more importantly, how do we juggle or stave off some form of rebellion, but also egos. So that is a natural leadership skill that one must have, which may be taught or it may be inherent. And I believe that that is one of the things that the SABC board, etc., that needs to come together, where, because it's a non-executive board, it would then allow for that kind of a relationship where the CEO, CFO, and COO, whoever sits on the board, are then able to work as harmoniously as possible if they follow the rules of governance, ethic, transparency, and accountability in the least or in the minimum, because I don't want to go through the entire King 4. I then want to go into the issue of the lack of contact and unspent monies, etc. And what would then be my financial approach? Well, one, I've mentioned this. One is that advertisements, trying to bring in the stakeholder participation, trying to incentivize society, our population, our people, to be in a position that they are able to want, becoming and beating the competition through innovation. Innovation is extremely critical in a digitized environment. So the innovation, and I think that what's important is to understand that there's no limit to it at this point, but then being able to employ and to bring on those who have the requisite skills. Well, you've mentioned that they are now hiring extra skills, and the skills that were there were fine. What is done is done. It is time for us to find a way where if there are skills that have been lost through the process of which the 600 odd people were removed, let us then find ways of getting them back. Let us put the motivation back into wanting to be part of building a greater social cohesion and national nation building and a greater democracy. These are people who did not join the SABC by chance. They joined the broadcaster because of the enthusiasm for raising the bar of democracy. And where we have to bite the bullet and say, here we've lost a skill, let us try and retain. Here we need to relook at how do we capacitate, then that becomes necessary. And financially utilizing, look, the 600 million that has been, as you put it, which was unfortunate, if I want to put it that way, those are things that can be corrected because it was higher the financial period before. So I think that we need to start looking at credit where credit is due, that where there is some recovery. And I go back to my point, let us try and look at how the broadcaster broadcasts for itself, its achievements, and how it is able to be honest about those things that it is unable to do, and to bring stakeholder participation, community broadcasting, enhance that in order for there to be full public participation. Honorable Kola Barnard, I just want to relieve you of your assumptions. I've never had an acrimonious relationship with the economic freedom fighters. Neither have I had an acrimonious relationship with the ANC. It is unfortunate that the DA may have an acrimonious relationship with the ruling party. But I do not want to personalize political parties and politics. I am here to serve the public and the nation. I did not leave the EFF on acrimonious grounds. That's an assumption, and I want to say it with the most amount of respect. It is very public knowledge that I left the EFF to pursue a career. And I want to leave it in terms of understanding that loving your country and wanting to bring service to your country does not provide acrimony at any level. I will serve my people in whatever they are branded in whatever clothing they are branded in. I have no objection to that. I'm an activist. It is not about never being able to separate your politics. It's about the fact that we went from apartheid to a democracy, and we are going to protect that democracy. As you, as a politician, and as I, as a person who wants to serve my people and my country, I won't apologize for it. However, I just want to humbly respond that my associations, I have relationships in the African National Congress, as I have in the EFF, as I have in all political parties, including the IFP, the PAC, the UDM, the DA. And I want to satisfy your mind that I have been actively involved in my country, in my service, despite not being having a label to myself. And I will continue Thank you so much, Madam, for your questions. I anticipate I've answered you sufficiently.
You absolutely have.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Tembo, are you back now? Or have lost you completely?
Yes, Chair, I'm back. I've been struggling outside.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Tembo. You can then proceed if you still want to ask your questions.
As I was out, Chair, let me take that chair. Maybe my colleagues have covered me, because maybe I might repeat the question that has been asked.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Tembo. Maybe just to
Chair?
Honorable Pambo.
No, that's fine, Chair. Let me just continue in the sort of same spirit as we have done with all the candidates that have come through, which are in one way or the other affiliated to political parties. Put this to the candidate right now and ask if is she a member of the ANC, and if she is she still does she think that she has the necessary or requisite impartiality to be a member of the board of this broadcaster? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Pambo. Firstly, I'm not a member of any political party. As I have mentioned to Honorable Kola Barnard, I'm a member and I serve my country. So wherever the need be as a child of the African soil, I will continue to engage wherever it is that is needed, because we have been part of a transition into a democracy, and we must be able to protect our democracy and protect the interests of our people. So impartiality has never been a challenge for me. And there is no way that I would necessarily exercise such. I think that is clear. If you wanted the answer to that question, Honorable Pambo, I hope that satisfies you, sir. Thank you, Honorable.
Yes, no, that's fine. I guess what essentially I wanted to hear is whether you're a member of any political party. But as you have answered now, is that you're not a member of any political party as it stands. Thank you.
I'm a member I am a citizen of South Africa, sir. Honorable.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any member that I may be leaving behind? If there is no further questions, honorable members, I think the point I want to come to relates to the balance of balance in the relationships. Honorable Mlala, I thought there was no member. You can then come in. Thank you. Yes, you can come in.
Yeah, thanks, Chairperson. And good afternoon, Ms. Monsami.
Good afternoon, Honorable.
Yes.
It's me, Honorable Mlala. I can't hear you. I'm frozen. I'll suggest that you switch your video camera off. Let's see if the bandwidth improves. I can't hear you. Honorable Mlala, can't hear you.
Chair, if I may I ask that maybe the questions are sent to Chair so that Chair can put the questions to me, as opposed to not giving Honorable Mthembu and Honorable Malala the opportunity to present me with their questions.
Now, Honorable Mthembu indicated that she was covered. That's why I moved to the next one.
Okay.
But Honorable Mlala got frozen, and I think at this point he has lost connection.
Okay.
Right. Because he's lost connection. If was still on, he would come in. But he came in at a point I wanted to just follow up on the issue of impartiality and independence. That in the environment like the SABC, you have got different stakeholders there. How do you manage the relationships in a way that manages, that ensures the independence of the SABC as a public broadcaster, but as well as the SABC, like all other entities in the country, in seeking to achieve the objectives set by the country? How do you balance that with all those stakeholders, the board, the executive, parliament that also plays a role, as well as the shareholder in the form of the minister? How do you balance that? Because usually there are unavoidable tensions there from time to time. As a board member, what would you say if you were to be considered in balancing all that? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. I really appreciate the question. The first thing I believe is that, as long as people are busy performing and working according to the tasks that are placed in front of them and being properly evaluated on their scorecards, there would be very little time to avoid any kind of tensions that exist. And that is one of the things in the turnaround that I raised on the immediate in terms of juggling in the talents and egos and being able to stave off certain rebellions. Now, if everybody who sits on a board, and because this comes with experience, is able to exercise their confidence in their professions, in what they have to offer, and guide thoroughly the board, but also strengthen, give that kind and that type of guidance and advice and strength in terms of following the corporate governance rules, being able to follow the rules of the act and whatever needs to be changed, finding where is the problem, being able to see the strength in each individual in a board is what the SABC or the Broadcasting Act speaks about in terms of diversity. And this is not something that is new. It's being able to give effect to the Constitution, but give effect to democracy. Diversity is one of the biggest challenges that we face in terms of appreciation and the style of leadership that we want to project. We want to be able to be the kind of leaders that are able to advise, whether correct or incorrect, grow, put in systems, advise on systems, structures, and strategies. But look at King 4. King 4 is very practical in terms of its intention for corporate governance. It's a system of rules and processes, practices, by which an organization is directed. I'm not saying that ultimately, because we need to create an environmental awareness. When we speak about environmental awareness, we need to understand that the shareholders and all the role players, be the board, the executive, the parliament, and I think you mentioned that the minister as shareholder, indeed, being able to balance means that to each his own accord. If management or the executive is doing as they are expected, the board is exercising oversight and guidance as expected, we are achieving the goal of the minister, of the shareholder, and the goal of what Parliament anticipates. It sounds very simple, but I can say to you that once you hold accountability, monitor and evaluate in your committees are the heartbeat of a board. And in your committees, if you are able to point out and be able to assert and reaffirm what then must be recommendations for noting or for approval by the board, there's absolutely bare minimum that can go wrong. So you need to open space for committees if they are, and in such instances where exceptions have to be taken. And I'm giving you a very practical example, because as a chairperson of a committee, the Finance Operations and Human Resources Committee in EZCO, I can say that if I felt that I was unsatisfied with the continuation of the outcomes, that we didn't achieve our goal for those hours for a day, then I would request that we extend our time. There has to be commitment, Honorable Chair. Board members must be committed, irrespective of the issues of remuneration. You have to be prepared to go and say, okay, we schedule time from 10 to 4, but no, we're not satisfied. We're going to go on till 10 p.m. That's leadership. And service to the nation, service to democracy, service is our pride. And hence being able to do that should leave no room for a lack of giving guidance of leadership, because these that you have identified as being those that are involved in terms of the relations with the broadcaster really don't need to be managed. They just need to be facilitated in order to achieve the strategic objectives. And as I noted earlier, the strategic objectives are not aligned to the action. They can be blamed not placed on anyone but those who are exercising oversight and those who are implementing. So that is how I would obviously want to say that the relationship is obviously not one that's going to be, all a bed of roses, but indeed it must be in the spirit of understanding. And I think we use the word so frequently, social cohesion. It's as if we want to make ourselves believe. The thing we need to do is act on seeing our society cohere. And we saw this in our local government election, where the decline of voters, even though they were registered, in Gauteng, you had more female voters than other voters. And what I'm saying is that, I'm sorry, I didn't answer that question of Honorable Kola Barnard. I'm answering it now. What would then be the role or the change of tactic towards the 2024 election? And that is where we need to hear the voices of our people. True stories, as good as they are, as difficult as they are, we need to use the broadcaster as a means of ensuring that this election is not going to be one that is diminutive in terms of numbers, but one that's going to be strategically strengthening the democracy by getting that 65% of the population to the polls to vote. And this is where the broadcaster becomes the voice and becomes the public, the communicator between who the stakeholders are and our society and our people. So that's very important. And my apologies for omitting that, Honorable Barnard, but I had the opportunity now and I recalled. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Musami. We are now getting to the end. I can confirm that Honorable Mlala has indicated in our platform that proceed because they're experiencing network challenges. So if that's go, we will not go back to him. We will now try to conclude. Like I said, we have had the conversation, and I'm sure from questions asked by members, you'll continue to reflect on them beyond this, and the responses surely members would have learned from that. We will now deal with just the formalities, that if you have got further inquiries to make administratively, it will be an interaction with the administrator that has been helping you to prepare for appearance before this committee, Portia and the team. But as it relates to the members making final recommendations and so on, as you'll be aware, all our processes of meetings are open to the public. So that's how transparent the South African Parliament is. So South Africans are able to follow through up until it's made. So if you've not been a regular follower of deliberations of the committee, free membership from today can follow through. You'll still be able to see also how we play oversight in entities like the SABC as well to appoint the board. So that's where things are. So I must really thank you for coming out to meet with the committee on a Friday afternoon. And I'm sure now as we start the early evening, there's still a bit of what is left of Friday as you enter into the weekend, and have a good weekend on behalf of the committee. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to Honourable Chair and to all honourable members of the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So as we get to the next candidate, allowing Ms. Simi to leave the platform, I'll then hand over again to Ms. David.
Thank you, Chairperson. The next candidate is on the platform. The name is Ms. Mandit Satiti. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Can you just sort out, I think the way I look at it in the platform, unless something else, she has not connected the audio, but the video camera.
Yes, I'll speak to her now, Chair.
Just a minute. Ms. Titi, we hope you can now hear us and you can respond, because I see you're unmuted now. Can you hear us now?
Good evening, Chair. Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
No, thank you. We will now proceed. We welcome you officially. This is the subcommittee of the Portfolio Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies. In the National Assembly. So the rules do provide that a committee can set up a subcommittee to perform a particular task. Our task as the subcommittee is the appointment process for the SABC board, for which you have been nominated and shortlisted for, hence you are appearing for the subcommittee. The subcommittee is also constituted with political parties as reflected in Parliament, of course informed by the outcomes of the 2019 elections, so are represented proportionally, but it's got fair representation. It reflects Parliament as a subcommittee of a committee of Parliament. We have allocated 45 minutes for engagement with you or a conversation. At this point, we take an interview and put it outside. We'll bring the word interview as we close. At this point, it is an honest conversation with the committee, so that from the questions that members would ask and your responses, we can learn from each other beyond just the interaction now. Having said that, therefore, in the 45 minutes we have, it includes brief introduction of the members. We will then, after introducing the members, come to you, give you 5 minutes to briefly introduce yourself, which will talk to the skills, the expertise, your experiences, and how that will contribute to the SABC if you were to be considered as a board member. Once we are done with that 5 minutes introduction, we will then come to the committee members who will then interact with you. Allocate about 5 minutes per member to interact with you, which takes into account the questions and the responses that you would give to the member. Once the members are done, if there's any matter I need to clarify before I give to you, I will then clarify at that point, maybe ask a question. But if the ground has been covered, I would not be asking questions, but get straight to you to give you another 3 minutes to do your concluding or closing remarks before we formally close. Let me make the disclaimer though that whilst we have allocated 45 minutes, sometimes it gets to be less than 45. Given the answers you give, you may have covered a number of questions that were to be asked by members. Or there may be a spillover where we have a situation where members would ask follow-up questions in order to get the best of the answers that you are giving to them for the questions they would have asked. So that's basically how we are approaching it. I would then, without a waste of time, introduce members of the committee. I know that most of us as members have got some connectivity issues, but they're doing everything possible to reconnect all the time. I'll start from the African National Congress. We have the Honorable Dr. Basop. Honorable Dr. Basop, is connected?
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. I'm on the platform.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Basop. We have myself, Honorable Maneli from the NC, who's also the chair of the subcommittee. We have from the Democratic Alliance on the platform, we have Honorable Kola Barnett.
Good evening to you. I'm here, yes, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kola Barnett. We then have Honorable Pambo from the EFF, Economic Freedom Fighters.
Thank you very
Pambo
much, Chair.
on the platform.
Thank you very much, Chair. We're still here.
Thank you. We then have Honorable Mulala from the ANC and Honorable Mthembu who have been on the platform but lost connectivity. I hope they'll come in before we even proceed further once they are sorted. We also have from the IFP, the Honorable Majosi, who has not yet joined out of other activities. So that makes the 7. So with the numbers that we have, we are able to proceed with the interview. But like I said, we'll treat it now as a conversation. So that's the brief introduction of members. I'll now give you 5 minutes to briefly introduce yourself, as I stated. Over to you, Ms. Titi.
Good evening, Chair, and good evening to your hardworking panelists. It really has been a marathon. I'm surprised that we're still standing. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Mandisa Titi, born Mtengenya. I was born in a small but very powerful town of Utrecht in Nelson Mandela Bay. I'm lucky as a person, I believe, because I was born in a community which put hard work right at the top of the list. My own family, my own parents were slave drivers. I come from a home where hard work was everything. Then I went to schools at that time, which really taught me a lot, although we were learning under a different regime. But I'm grateful for the love and the commitment of the teachers who taught us in the townships. Later on, I went on to boarding schools. And again, I was blessed because I went to what I really regard as the best schools in the Eastern Cape. St. Matthew's Girls, where I made lifelong friends. I, after that, went to Hilltown Institution in Fort Beaufort. Later on, I went to Lovedale Training College to do my teacher's diploma, where my father also was educated as a teacher. After that, I went into teaching at Loiso High School in Port Elizabeth. I must say, those were the best years of my life. I was a young teacher, a junior teacher, but because I loved teaching, I do come from a family of teachers. So I loved teaching. I was lucky because the children used to like me. And sometimes they would say, oh, Miss, we like what you're wearing. So I'm not sure if they were loving the fashion side of things or if they were loving the content of what I was teaching them. All the same, I had a wonderful time. Then I got married, and later on with my husband, we moved over to what was the Witwatersrand at the time in Gauteng. We lived on the mines where he was employed. But already during that time, I was already pushing 2 jobs. I was working as a teacher during the day at Badirile High School in Kutsong. And at night, I was moonlighting as a TV presenter. During those days, the studios were still in Commission Street. I must say, broadcasting later on won my heart. I look at the SABC of that time, the SABC of today, and I suppose I should appreciate both SABCs because if it was not for the SABC of that time, I don't think I would be sitting here saying the SABC of today needs to jack up its act and do something just to restore the glory of where we were. When I started at the SABC, I did everything there was to do, as my CV will show you. I've done continuity presenting, I've done researching, I've done honestly everything there is to do on air. But I was not satisfied because by that time I had become aware that there's an even more exciting world out there, and that's the world of advertising and marketing. And God being good, he answered my prayers. And around 1985, I got a job at one of the world-renowned agencies in town. It was called Lintas Worldwide at the time. I got in there as a young executive, to do a lot of work. That's where I learned to be agile. The advertising industry is a dog-eat-dog industry. It's hardworking, and we always know that without getting those numbers of people who use your products, you may as well go home. So later on then, I joined SABC full-time on the management side, where I also played a key role in generating revenue for the SABC on the sales and marketing side. I'll stop here for now, Chair. There's a lot to share with you.
Thank you, Ms. Titi. We will now, as I said, get to members interacting with you, those who want to interact with you. Of course, just remember just one thing, is that we said it's a conversation. In this regard, I will not be getting in between you and the member. I will allow the member to ask the questions and you respond without me coming in. I will only come in as I point to the next member if the member's questions would have been responded to in that scope. I will now start looking at those that want to engage with you. I do see Honorable Kola Barnett, his hand is up. I will then identify others who would want to speak as we proceed to save time. Honorable Kola Barnett.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good evening again. Explain something to me. You worked at the SABC 93-94 for maybe a year doing marketing, and then you left, and then you returned in 96 doing, and I'm just quoting for one or two of the things, strategic positioning of SAB radio and ad industry, profiling of stations, etc. Were you full-time in both those short periods, or were you a contract worker? How did it work? Did you not want to go back full-time as an employee of the SABC? And if not, why not? I'm interested in that dynamic. And then if you picture yourself on the board now, what are your thoughts on the sacking of the head of news, who was then exonerated but paid out rather than brought back? What is your opinion on that entire debacle? And what would you change at the SABC as we approach the national government election in 2 years' time? I'm sure you're aware of the strictures that come against the journalists as they head up to it. People start giving them instructions that they shouldn't, but it has happened every election since democracy. And what would be your plan to turn the SABC around in the face of the 600 million rand debt and also the findings of the Zondo Commission, which revealed the corruption within the entity? And yes, also comment on the issue of the firing of the over 600 staff, and now the advertising for over 400 staff to come back in with the claim that they're looking for different skills, but of course had made no effort to upskill the existing staff before they got rid of them. Very bizarre and messy situation. I'm interested in your comments and how you think the board should have dealt with that matter. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kola Barnett. Allow me to start with the very last part of your questions. The Zondo Commission matter. Like all reports that get tabled to the board, whether it's a report by the AG or it's a report from forensic inquiries taken by internal audits, whether it's a judgment that comes from a court of law, if it affects the SABC, the first thing that needs to happen is that we must read the report and understand it. I have observed over many years of working as a professional that sometimes as leaders, we take a report we glance through it, or a judgment, we glance through it without really trying to understand what it says. And then after that, we commit ourselves to saying, we'll do 1, 2, 3. Let me just take you through my understanding of what the Zondo report says about the SABC specifically. And in answering you, I will rely on an article that was written by journalist Teto Mahlakwane, who is an eyewitness report. Unfortunately, this was the only report I could lay my eyes on. First of all, as I said, I will expect to serve on a board that appreciates that the report must be read, understood, analyzed, and then get the board to locate its own role within the report, because all reports at the end come with recommendations. That's the first thing. Secondly, to agree as board collective, because again, it can never be a question of, Mandy, what do you think we should do? When you serve in a collective, you do take and commit to collective decisions. So having understood and analyzed and everything, then the board, I take it, will take a position to say, okay, so as the board now, what is our role within this report? Let me just deal with salient matters or salient points within that report to show you how I understand it. First of all, 2011, the story or the drama opens in year 2011. And the report says the SABC entered into a deal with the TNA. Note, Honorable Barnett, it says entered into a deal. At that time, at the helm of the SABC was one Mr. Hlaudi Motsweneng. In terms of this deal, government and the TNA were going to come together and formulate a platform where government will be able to communicate with the citizens the good works that they do. Fine. At face value, this looked like an innocent good deal, because which government doesn't want to communicate to the citizenry? It's the job of government to do so. So here was the platform. It looked lucrative. So most government departments and ministries jumped at this lucrative arrangement. And apparently this project cost millions. Fast forward, 2012, Ms. Lulama Mohobo gets appointed as the first female CEO at the SABC. She finds Mr. Motsweneng there. If I could just pause, Honorable Kolapanat, we'll remember, it's an open secret to all South Africans. We know how Mr. Motsweneng ran the SABC. We know that his word was final. We know that he did as he pleased. We know that he was law unto himself. Now, enter Ms. Lulama Mohobo, who was a group executive public broadcasting services for many years before then, in 2012. Interestingly, the report says that shortly after entering the SABC, she signed the contract. I have said we need to read and understand. Already, when I got to that point in my reading, I stood up and said, hey, hang on. First, there was a deal which ran for almost a year, 2011 to 2012. Now, a permanent CEO is appointed. Dare I say, she's made to sign the contract. Okay, she signs the contract and it runs its life. Then 2018, by that time, the Zondo Commission, had come in and all that. 2018, the Competitions Commission comes in to say, this measure violates the Competitions Act. 2018, how many years from 2011? So if you check from 2011 up to when the Zondo Commission happened, a lot happened there. Fine. In terms of the recommendations, interestingly, apparently, Mr. Motsoeneng was paid a handsome 11 million in that whole time. It doesn't say, or it says it is not clear what the 11 million was for, but the Zondo report recommends that, in fact, has ordered that he must pay the money back, so that's fine. He's going to pay the money back. But the Zondo Commission recommendation goes further to say that both Mr. Motsoeneng and the former CEO of the time must be subjected to a further investigation by the law enforcement to see if there was any room or role that points to criminality in what they did. My understanding is that that's where we are. Fine. So what I'm saying is, in taking all of this into consideration, the board must now ask itself, but also not only the board, Honorable Member Kola Barnett. In my view, the entire value chain that was responsible during that time, because in 2011 up to 2018, the SABC reported to this honorable committee. So in all that time, what was going on? My sense is that sometimes we do allow people in corporations to be untouchables, to be allowed to do as they please, also not to account to anybody, because honestly, it is not clear where Mr. Motsoeneng accounted to. We also know, just as programmers, all the other things that he did, e.g., one day he woke up and just made an announcement on one of the TV platforms that as of now, 90% music played on all SABC platforms will be 90% local, etc. That's a story for another day. While there's merit and there's a desire in all of us to make sure that we uplift, we support local content, surely there must be protocols, there must be ways we arrive at certain decisions, especially if they are going to affect the advertiser out there, if they're going to affect the viewer out there who tunes into that top international 40 and suddenly now it's gone. Anyway, I'm just talking to us as the leaders, allowing certain people to be favored over others such that they run amok, basically. My prayer is that we will never be in a situation where one individual among all of us is so favored that, they can do no wrong, or even when they do wrong, we can't see their contribution to the problem. So in terms of what will I do, what will I recommend, I'll be guided. I love being guided, and I don't like to be in a situation where we do certain things to certain people because we don't like them, or treat others in a certain way because we favor them. That is insofar as the question, Honorable Member, you raised on what would I do, or what would I suggest around the Zondo Commission report. But of course, the board will always, on its own now, pick up the lessons to say, where were the gaps? Why? How did it happen? Where were we slipping while all of this was happening? And what is it now that we're going to do to make sure that we'll be vigilant as a board to guard against that kind of behavior? Then, Honorable Kalabanet, you want to know, what is it that I will do or contribute to the turnaround of the SABC? I love this question because, and I'm going to link it with the sacking of, or the retrenchment of 600 plus staff members, which really hurt me personally so deeply, because having worked in the sales and marketing unit that is tasked to generate revenue for the SABC, I knew that decision from a distance, I knew that there was no way that decision made sense, because there are many ways to make money, which in my view have not been explored during at least the last 2 terms or so. And saying this, I'm alive to the fact that the SABC has a cumbersome mandate. The SABC has a mandate that no other broadcaster in this country has. I wouldn't even like to compare it with other broadcasters, national broadcasters in the world, because it's a unique situation that the SABC faces as a South African people's broadcaster. I prefer to call it people's broadcaster because that way it always reminds us that it's not Mandisa's broadcaster, it's not mine, it's not Kolakule. It's ours. It belongs to the people. I haven't seen the full turnaround strategy that has been proposed to the SABC. But first, I would like to move to say, I would be very vigilant to see the register of the SABC. Because I'm not new to the SABC, I do know that the SABC had lots of buildings and property all over the country. I would be interested to know what is the status quo, what happened to those properties as we speak. Secondly, right at the head office of the SABC in Auckland Park, there's what economists relate to as idling capacity. Why is this? This is because at a time when the SABC was at its peak, content was produced internally. So you had crews and crews and crews of people and presenters like me who were part of this hub of production. Anybody wanted to know anything about broadcasting and all that, if you had not walked through the corridors of the SABC, sit down because you don't know, right? So those sets, the last time I walked through the SABC, I saw those sets having collected dust over the years. I looked at the space standing there, idling. Now we all know space is money. I would have thought that maybe we will be able to look at the space to say, okay, how can we use these idling sets here, to assist the up and coming producers, many children from the previously disadvantaged who don't have access to all of that. But I don't think we're even thinking about that. And I'm just talking about the assets only. Then at some stage, it was decided that content will now be outsourced. I had thought that we will be sensitive to the split to say, okay, we'll go on a, say, 60-40 split, but at least retain some productions internally in order to save jobs. But no, as we speak now, almost all productions are done externally. And dare I say, in the northern suburbs, I do not know if there's a production house in Soweto, in Motherwell, in Gombo, which contributes to the content of the SABC. Then there was a time when we would say, okay, if northern suburbs, a production house, you get work from the SABC, at least we compel you SABC facilities, which was good economic thinking or financial move. It worked for some time, but as we speak now, no, it doesn't work, because over time, as you got different sets of leaders, each regime or each segment of leadership would come with their own thing. They'll come and chop and change this. In many cases, changing mending what was not broken. So fast forward, the year is 2022, we're sitting here now. The SABC has got this idling capacity. You might remember, honorable member, that for instance at the SABC, there's a beautiful, huge space that's called the Renaissance Center. It was launched with so much pride, and we would have thought that that space does get used for concerts, you know, by the SABC, get people to book that space to stage their concerts. No, it's also sitting there collecting dust. I'm just talking facilities. Also, your OB vans, almost every other radio service has an OB van. What happens to those OB vans? How often do we use them? How else could we be using them? Okay, currently I work in the Eastern Cape for the government of the Eastern Cape, and I work for an office which is very sympathetic to the plight of the SABC. I lead communication, and I had a budget that I would say, you know what, let's just make sure that the broadcaster is viable, because I knew that anyone who wants to kill the viability of the SABC, honestly, they've got to be gwichi. I mean, really, you can't. The SABC project cannot be a failing project unless we are cutting our nose to spite our face. So you also have those facilities. They cost an arm and a leg. What is the plan around them? Does the turnaround strategy express itself to those kinds of facilities? By the way, there's a lot we can do. People in the rural areas are waiting for the SABC to inform them, to educate them, to entertain them. In the bundles of the bundles, there's no entertainment. The only recreation is when government comes to do outreach programs, and everybody from those in the cradle to the grave come out to enjoy themselves. Otherwise, nothing is happening. How fair is that for a democratic dispensation? Back now to the team, the people who should be the heartbeat of the SABC, the sales and marketing team. I worked in that space. Let me share a bit of history with you, because institutional memory is priceless. There's a gentleman by the name of Koen Gous. Koen started radioactive.
Honorable Kolabanat.
Chairperson, I had a follow-up question when the applicant has a break. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, because I just wanted to know that why you are raising the hand. Let's allow us to continue.
Thank you, Chair.
I know, Chair.
Koen Gous saw an opportunity. There was never a sales and marketing unit ever in the SABC before Koen Gous saw an opportunity to start one. He came from the creative director's circle. Media director's circle. So he came from the advertising fraternity. Now, advertisers are out of the box thinkers. They're crazy people. They think out of the box, and they're forever looking for something exciting because they have products to sell, and you cannot be selling a product like, being boring. Can't be boring. You've got to have the energy and the know-how. You have to know the people you're selling to and. So Koen pitched an idea to the SABC. This was accepted, and before we know, there was a unit called Radioactive. And Koen then later on recruited me from the advertising industry, because Koen said, I want people who understand the advertising sector. Because if you do not understand the advertising space, you are going to be frustrated. You are going to be frustrated because those people, when you go to sell a radio station or TV station, you must know your story. You must know your audiences. Anyway, I want to be thankful to the SABC and Koen for having started that, because Koen drove us like crazy. But Kun knew that it's not easy to sell. Kun also knew that you had a lot of, let me say, black products or black platforms that were supposed to be sold to a dominantly white advertising sector. So there was a lot of education that needed to happen in order for us to make sure that the advertising industry understands where you come from. By the way, in that time, we're not the only ones. That same revolution of saying, no, the advertising industry must come to the party. The Peter Vondlas of this world, the Happy Chingelas, the Madalam Pashleles, the Dimapes, great giants of the advertising industry, they were also in their own spaces saying the same thing. So I came out of those strong hands of Kun Gos. But one thing I appreciated about Kun Gos, Kun understood that an unhappy, underpaid salesperson is not going to give you what you want. He understood that we needed to be well paid. We needed, when we bring the bacon home, we needed to be incentivized handsomely. He didn't mind that one day you would earn more than he, as the marketing director, earns. He didn't mind. He minded that we're able to make inroads into that industry and bring the money home. Also, Kun indoctrinated us to say, listen, guys, you can see most that here at the SABC, pardon me, Honorable Kalabanat, the pace is very slow, it's relaxed, people are complacent. Kun said, guys, with us, we are different. So he indoctrinated us, gave us this energy that we are different. We're different because we are driven, we are focused, we have a vision, we know our story, we know the communities who listen to these many radio stations, and we've got what it takes to go and share, these attributes of these consumers to the advertising industry. Honestly, history must be there to speak for itself. During that time, the SAP, we were flying. So when later on, I would sit and say in SABC, carrying a baking bowl to Parliament to go and ask just to survive, I thought, wow, dear Lord, something somewhere got lost. Now, we as the board and the management team, together with the other key stakeholders in the sector, because I do believe that you can't run the SABC alone when you do have fundis in the sector that you can bring together and say, guys, let's just help us find our way again. You'll say that can cost. Yes, it will cost, but you don't have to take people to Sunset or what. The SABC itself, how much space do you have? You've got auditoriums, and all you do, you just send out an invitation. People will come. People love the SABC. They'll come and give you more ideas to do that. So I'm saying there's a need, Chair, for the commercial wing of the SABC to be reconfigured.
Thank you.
There was a question about elections.
Yeah, Chair, if I may, just one last before you move on. It's fascinating to listen to someone who understands that cloudy, terrible, cloudy era as intimately as you do. It should be a prime example of the dangers of cadre deployment. He was a man who lied. He didn't even have a matric. And when he was found out, he said, well, I don't need one. I mean, there were no consequences ever to his increasingly irrational behavior. I agree. And when he came out with that dictate that 90% local content had to be used from literally the next day, and that was with zero research having been done, it very nearly bankrupted, for example, Radio Lotus. They didn't have local music produced. So huge issues he caused. Now, what can one do to ensure that that sort of appointment is never made again? And I say this in the full understanding that I have seen advertisements, and I always ask for the originals and ads for the same job from previous years. And I'm seeing the downgrading of qualifications to suit certain people to make sure they can get the job. If they don't have an MA, they say you don't need one. And that's how people have got put in these positions. Still today, after the Zondo Commission, it's still happening. So how do you propose preventing that sort of thing happening at the SABC? Thank you, Chair, I'm done.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I think it's only fair, you know, that we work in integrity, because this is our country, we love it. When we do that, when we take people who don't have what it takes to do the job, we really are setting up those people for failure. I mean, look at where Hlaudi is today. I mean, those people who believed in him, how do they feel after the mess that he caused? I feel even for himself, but let alone he. What about the careers, the audiences, everything? Because this the SABC is the people's asset. So how do you feel if you know that you just pushed him there because you liked him? I've talked to this thing of favoritism. Really, it's not fair. In my view, I would hire even my worst enemy if I know that they can deliver on the job. They're the people who've worked with me, do know me. I don't compromise on the work ethic. I'm willing to be unpopular, to be unloved, because I know that once you get the right people to do the job, at the end of the day, everyone will be singing and smiling all the way to the bank. So I really do think that I've exhausted myself over the Hlaudi issue. I'm not sure if the Honourable Member would still like for me to say something about the IEC and the elections and all that. I don't do. Your guide, Chair.
Yes.
I think that was quite sufficient. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Kola Barnett. May I just check if there's a member I may be leaving behind who still wants to ask questions? But I think in the way you were responding, you cover even questions to be asked by members. So I will just want to check if there are those who want to come in.
Thank you, Chair.
Can you allow me, Chair, before my battery is finished?
Yes, please proceed, Honourable Dr. Basop. I was out for a few minutes myself.
Thank you very much, Chair. You know, Chair, this is very much interesting. You know, all of us who have heard about SABC, mainly depending on news and everything else, but today this is a learning curve. I must confess, and I appreciate, Madam, the way you articulate and your vision, and what you are looking for to change around SABC. I'm clear about that, but the only area I just want to be clarified and clear about it, and it worries me. Let's argue that the Claudis or Mosenekes of this world are still there. Then you get to that environment with those people who have put SABC where it is, as we have articulated correctly. Now, how are you going to feel? Does that not going to create unnecessary tensions between you and them? You know, can you take us into confidence as the comment that is not possible? If it's not, how are you going to? If it is, how are you going to manage it? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Dr. Basopo. I'm not aware that there are people like that, but what I'm curious about in this whole story of how people are drawn in. First of all, the retrenchments. The first question I asked was there a skills audit conducted? And if there was a skills audit conducted, where is the report? Who has seen the report? Because my sense, if I had a word at the time, based on the skills audit, because the skills audit would have shown you where you have an oversupply of certain skills and where you have a shortage of the skills we need for broadcasting today. It would have told you. And the teacher in me comes in again. My position would be, then reskill people, retrain people, instead of chasing people out of jobs during these hard economic times. Retrain these people, because these people, they are brilliant people who understand the institution. So all you needed to do was just to tweak, the position they're in by retraining them, making them ready for the new needs, for the new SABC, which speaks now to the 400. How do you account? I want someone to explain the 400 for me. And out of the 400, I was saying the 600, out of the 600, we didn't have the 400, the skills we want in the 400. So a lot is not making sense to me. And I do feel that maybe really, we do need to live up to the values of the SABC. One says partnerships and conversations. Sometimes we must have a very difficult conversation among ourselves, including those we put in certain positions. We really must do what Kun used to do for us when you get put on a hot chair, to explain when you have not called on your agencies, when you have not made your target, and when your team fails. You must answer, and it's not personal. I agree with a lot of other fellow candidates who did say in business, we fight inside the boardroom and there's blood on the walls. But after that, we fight because we share a passion and we share a certain vision. And we know if we're going south when I go north, then there's a problem. So I'm saying it's also not fair for the board to walk in there with a predetermination that, when we get there, we are going to show so and so and so and so. I would, if given the opportunity to serve, support a view that says we are here to learn, those of us who know to relearn and to understand, so that then we can be able to make fair, just decisions which will help the organization going forward, and not have scores to settle or grudges or anything like that, but go in there with a clean heart to say, you know what, I'm here, I'm bringing my 2 cents worth to serve my country.
Thank you, Chair. I'm covered.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Basu. I will, without taking more time, come back to you. I thought there was somebody who wanted to speak. Go back to you, Mamutiti,
Yes, Chair.
to speak for your 3 minutes max, to make your concluding remarks before I bring interview back for a few minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. Chair and honorable panel, today's SABC operates in a different media landscape. It's a media landscape that's characterized by amazing challenges that we have never imagined before the digital era. Today, the same citizens that we would like to influence, inform, educate, are spoiled for choice. Unlike in the times of the previous SABC, where we were the only ones who could do this. Today, audiences generate their own content. They discuss what they want to discuss. They get the support, the love, the affection from other content users. It has opened up an entire new world. People are bold, people are not scared, and their content is not thwarted by restrictions of this, and that. In the meantime, when you look at where the platforms are at now, already the TV services, the audiences are plummeting. Radio is still standing strong, but also there are amber lights that are beginning to show. who moved our cheese SABC. We no longer now are the ones who can do as we please. And even as we worry that, oh, during elections, now the SAP is going to do this, people are there on the ground. If we fail to cover this and that event, trust me, the citizens themselves are there, they cover those and they post. YouTube is flourishing. There's a whole notion of influencers. There's a whole notion of the sub-brands of the SABC who get famous from working for the SABC, but grow to be brands in their own right. They also shift to join that whole competition space where sadly, they also compete with the SABC because they've got and because they can. So we live in an era. I'm excited about the bill that's on the table because also it takes the whole independence notion further. I've been bored, I must say, when we talk about independence, because we've talked about it as if it only relates to editorial, news editorial independence. What about creative independence? What about programming independence? Can programmers program the way they like? You know, so the bill, I'm happy I've seen that it addresses that. So thank you very much for having me, Chair. I look forward to a possible opportunity of being given a chance to, at this time, not be a backseat critic that says, oh, look at them at the SABC, what the hell are they doing? But to be part of the solution to say, this is our broadcaster, we really cannot let it sink, including all the other aspects like Centec. Why would Centec be allowed to literally drown the SABC? Not only the SABC, by the way, the whole community media sector. Because I work in the communication space, I'm aware there was a plethora of contestations which were going to close because they couldn't afford Centec. So why is Centec now the new elephant in the room? I trust the shareholder and the portfolio committee to really take a serious look at all of these challenges. And thank you very much for the opportunity. Good night.
Thank you, Ms. Titi. We've come to an end. Like I said earlier, in terms of objectives, that it's a conversation which you must honestly engage the committee on. And like I said, you were quite elaborate in response to questions, to a point of covering many questions to be asked. Of course, from the members who were able to get through to ask questions, surely you would have drawn lessons. You'll continue to reflect even after this engagement. And surely honorable members would have also learned a few things as we continue to do our oversight work over the SABC board, so which makes the current process we're involved in quite important, not for its own sake, but for us to improve our oversight over the SABC. So I want to thank you for getting into that conversation. We'll now switch to the interview, in that I will now talk to the formalities of the process as we close. That if you have further queries post this interaction, administratively you can speak to Portia, Ms. Portia Ndaweni, who has been communicating with yourself and the team when you were preparing to come over here to this platform to engage with the committee. But as it relates to the recommendations and final decision, we can say this without fear of contradiction, that our meetings are open to the public, as it is the case now. So you will be able, like all South Africans, you'll be able to follow the deliberations until at the end, and the final decision being made public. And that's the transparency that the South African Parliament has. So if you've not been a regular follower of the committee we can say that you've signed up to be one of those that must follow the deliberations of the committee. So we really thank you for pitching up on a early evening on a Friday. We hope you still have a few hours on Friday to still continue with your life and enter into a good weekend. Have a good weekend and good night. That's cool. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. So as we allow Ms. Titi to leave the platform, administration would in the meantime try to get probably the last candidate for engagement, Ms. Mayepa.
Ms. Lindy Mayepa, Chairperson, last candidate.
Yes, so we have Ms. Mayepa. Ms. Mayepa, welcome.
Thank you, Chair.
Can you hear?
Just trying to unmute myself.
Okay, but can we hear us?
Yes, Chair, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
I was just asking, we're just having some bit of internet latency. Should I be on camera or should I don't know how it will affect the bandwidth.
Okay. No, I think we'll in the meantime proceed. But of course, once you do experience problems that we are unable to hear you, we will give permission in that regard, but at least members would also relate to the person that they are engaging with. Yes, so we do understand you should have probably come earlier in terms of the program, but because of overlap, I've been briefed that you had to attend to a family emergency and therefore come back later. So we do understand the challenge, but we also appreciate that you still took interest of coming back to engage irrespective of the circumstances. So we really appreciate that. So you are appearing before a subcommittee of the Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies in the National Assembly. The rules of the National Assembly do provide for a committee to set up a subcommittee that focuses on a particular task. And our task as the subcommittee, it's the appointment process for the SABC board, for which you were nominated and also shortlisted for, hence appearing before the subcommittee. The subcommittee in its constitution, it's made up of parties represented in Parliament. So proportional to the size of the electoral supporters by 2019 elections. So it's fair representation. It's got other parties. It's not one party in a way. So that's the committee that we have. We have allocated 45 minutes of engagement or a conversation with you. That's how we take it. So we put the interview for now on the side. We'll bring the interview when we close. But we'd want a conversation where you engage honestly with the committee, relax, engage on the matters that are raised with you. Of course, in that 45 minutes, let me start with a disclaimer immediately. It may be less than 45 minutes where you speak and cover the ground, where members may not need to make even follow-ups or ask for the questions. But there may be times when members would want to ask follow-up questions in order to get the best out of your answers. in that score, there may be a bit of spillover in time. So it's important to take note of that. But the standard would have said was 45 minutes engagement. Of course, it also includes a brief introduction of members of the committee. And when I do briefing on the members of the committee, I will immediately, when I'm done, get straight to you to give you a space to briefly introduce yourself for 5 minutes. In that introduction, it also presents an opportunity for you to reflect on your skills, expertise, or experiences, and how that could contribute if you were to be considered for appointment in the SABC board. Thereafter, I would, of course, give members to engage with you at 5 minutes for the member that is engaging with you. That engagement means questions and your responses in that time allocation. I must state this, that because your introduction is 5 minutes, you may not cover everything that you have on your CV, but you can be assured that these members have received the CV long before and have the detail, and therefore questions may go beyond just what you said in your introduction, if you can take note of that. So once the members who wanted to ask questions are done, the chairperson will only come in terms of questions if there is a point to highlight from questions that have been asked. Otherwise, if the ground has been covered, I would not be asking any question, but facilitate that you come in and do 3 minutes of your closing remarks before we bring interview back and close the session. So that's how we are going to proceed from here. Just to complete, once I get to the members, the intention is not for the chair to come between you and the member who ask you questions. We want the conversation to flow. So once the member has asked questions and concluded, you will then come in immediately to respond to the questions. And I will only come in at a time when I check if there's a follow-up from the member or point to any other member who wants to speak. I hope that at least clarifies you. So at this point, you can relax back and wait for the conversation to start. I see that members are really struggling with the network and other.
Yeah, sure.
So the others would are still trying to reconnect. They're sending on the platform that they have difficulties of getting in and out. But let me indicate that for the committee, we have from the ANC, Honorable Dr. Basop, who has also indicated he was just participating now and got disconnected, trying to get back. The same applies to Honorable Tembu from the ANC and Honorable Mlala. Myself, I'm here from the ANC, Honorable Maneli, who is also the chair of the subcommittee, Honorable Kola Barnett from the Democratic Alliance. I think he's just still at least able to stay on
I am
the
here, yes. I'm here, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Kola Barnett is here. And then we also have Honorable Bambo. Are you still in the room?
Hey, kunzima bo.
Yes. So Honorable Bambo is also on the platform from the Economic Freedom Fighters. We also have the Honorable Machozi, who is from the IFP, but who could not participate today owing to other engagements of the party. Right. In that score, I would indeed give you the 5 minutes, and I'll give indication before I I get to members on where we are. As I said, they are struggling with some connectivity. So we now have 5 minutes to do that brief introduction. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. Good evening, honorable members. I am Lindiwe Mayepa. My career started as being a pedagogue. I have taught in a high school and lectured in a college of education. Then I have been in the telecom space, whereby I did ICT and policy regulation to understand the telecoms landscape and broadcasting in a way, moreover, that the market was getting deregulated. I have gone through various portfolios, different portfolios in my career, including sales and marketing, being in the public sector, being in regulatory affairs, sustainability, and BE. But currently where I am, my trajectory basically is into the corporate governance space, that I have been basically giving you, just giving a bit of a context. I have been appointed as a governance board committee member at Directors Association from 2020 to date. I am currently serving as the chairperson of the Board of Trustees of AdCorp for the Employee Benefits Scheme. I have served as a voluntary director at Uhambo Foundation from 2015 to 2017, contributing my personal time and assisting at the disability centers and helping to raise the funds for wheelchair users in less resource communities. Then in 2020 to 2022, I have served voluntary as a board secretary for the SME for Chamber of Commerce. In a nutshell, I've tried to provide context around my journey in the board space and in the corporate governance. Thank you, Chair. Chair, honorable members, I'm still here.
Am I audible now? Yes.
I didn't
But
hear anything.
am I audible?
Oh, yes, for now you are.
Okay.
Thank you.
As I said, we'll get to members and I'll give status at a time because, like I said, other members are still struggling with connectivity, and I can confirm we've got the numbers to proceed. Honorable Mlala has been able to log in, even though there may be challenges on that side for network. This is important for record that we're still properly constituted as we get members to engage. I've seen Honorable Kola Barnett, his hand is up, should want to engage with you. I will then take the other members who may want to speak thereafter. Honorable Kola Barnett, proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Hello and good evening to you. A couple of questions from my side. Your strength and expertise seems to be in fiduciary duties. So if one saw you make it onto the board, what skill set would you bring to that position? And then let's look at some of the current issues swirling around the SABC, your opinions on them. First, from my perspective, would be the extraordinary sacking of the head of news, who was then exonerated in the CCMA but not taken back. They paid her out while hiring someone else. So double salary for the same job for some time. What would you change as a board member, change at the SABC, specifically in the run-up to the 2024 election?
Yeah, last candidate now.
Okay, who's that talking? Portia? Portia.
Ms. Ndabeni, please mute.
Okay, shall I continue, Chair?
Please continue.
Yes. Thank you. So what would you change at the SABC to ensure the protection of specifically those in the newsroom from the inevitable political pressures that come and are introduced as they have been since democracy as an election comes closer and closer? And then the issue of the firing of 600 experienced staff, well over 600, versus the fact that they put out adverts for well over 400 to hire. And yet we heard nothing about the efforts to reskill those who they got rid of. So bizarre situation. Many people are saying it was utterly chaotic process. And now they've had to pay out huge amounts to settle all of those and packages. And what has it achieved? I don't know, if anything. So your thoughts on how that was handled. And then, yeah, there are claims that because the listenership and viewership have dropped so dramatically, it relates specifically to content and lack thereof. And of course, having lost so much expertise, that would tie into not having the production going on, the input from that expertise. Certainly, they're sitting on 800 million Rand, which should have been spent on content and hasn't been, which means that we have producers, artists, performers sitting at home with no salary, and the money is locked in the SABC, and the people they should be hiring to do productions have not received a cent. So bizarre situation going on, and I'd like to hear, if you were on the board, what would you do to turn it around and turn the SABC into a profit-making entity, because it's currently, what, 600 or 700 million in the red. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. And I would like also to echo my expression to what the Chair has indicated, that this is a conversation. I'm talking here as a good corporate citizen of South Africa, having passion for the country. And having this conversation, I'm going to speak from my heart. I'm going to speak, as you have said, Honourable, that how should we change and turn this around? Firstly, for me is, I believe that it is important that members have got to be competent with their duties and obligations so that they can exercise the.
You've muted yourself. You've muted yourself. Unmute.
Sorry. All right. Should I repeat myself or should I continue, Honourable Member?
You can continue from where I think we lost you at the time you were speaking about competence and so on. So you can move forward.
Oh, okay. What I wanted to say is impressing really upon around this conversation that I'm speaking from being a good corporate citizen of the country and having seen what has really happened also. Now, for me, where I'm sitting is, it is important that members that are appointed on the board should be competent with their duties and obligations so that they can exercise the authority accorded to them respectfully so. But core to that is the members that should come in should understand the duties of directors, what it means to be in the board, understanding the duty of exercising your fiduciary duties as a member of a board, acting in good faith for the best interest of the entity of the broadcaster, avoiding conflict of interest, acting in a proper purpose, basically, causing no harm to the entity. Now, Honourable Chair, you said the skill set. What am I bringing? I'm bringing in basically integrity, accountability, good communication skill, being a strategic thinker with good research skills and a good discipline, basically. And also what I'm bringing also is my sense of independence of judgment, that I should be very impartial, and my judgment, basically, my personal judgment should not be clouded by any other precedented kind of issues. My contribution would be to have an impact on the board, ensuring that I provide, working together with a unitary board, providing a creative contribution to the strategic direction of the public broadcaster, and bringing perhaps the experience and the objectives of deliberations that would be occurring. And I do have also a strong sense of capacity to provide independent oversight and debate on the vision and the mission and the objectives basically of the public broadcaster. So I think I've basically indicated the skill set on how we basically deal with the member that has been out and now he's been remunerated accordingly. I think for me, basically, it's proper credentials should be seen when a person is given perhaps a certain portfolio to manage. And if that fails, punitive measures have got to be taken appropriately so. Rightful people should be given the rightful positions that they will be able to command authority accorded to them respectfully so. And importantly, I think for me, bringing in also it's the principle of the establishment of a unitary board working together, which reflects the balance of power also, and ensuring that is no individuals perhaps would yield any unfettered kind of power to the board. And that will inform basically that the board will work as a unitary front to be able to make the necessary decisions that will impact the public broadcaster per se. On the issue of the laid off the 600 and the 400, that raised, I think, eyebrows to the broader community of South Africa. I think importantly here is if a skills audit has been done perfectly so, gaps would be identified and it would be seen where we are having gaps and where we are having an oversupply perhaps of skills. And where we're having an oversupply of skills, how do we then reskill and retrain so that we ensure that those people are placed in the organization, in the entity, basically, taking into cognizance the status quo of the country, looking at the high rate of unemployment. What are we doing as a public broadcaster to ensure that is we salvage that? We ensure that there is economic participation of the employees, and we come with a retention strategy that perhaps we make use of them on the enterprise development kind of projects, and also where they will migrate into the value chain of being in the procurement chain, where the broadcaster will be able to make use of them. Thank you, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Barnett. I'm checking if there's any other member who would want to engage with the candidate.
And I think for me, perhaps to augment on what I've said, that is talking around the unitary and the united board. The value of that board is very much important, and in ensuring that is we bring independent non-executive directors into the board to be able to challenge, not basically challenge, but to be able to have the robust, honest conversation. This is a public broadcaster where it has been given a mandate to inform and educate and entertain. Honorable Chair, we have said this is a conversation. For me, basically a disclaimer that I'd want to put forth is, I have been news fasting for 2 years because I could not see the mandate of the SABC serving me in informing me and educating me, but I could see some bit of entertainment. I just started coming in just some few months ago because I felt that is, I need to prepare myself also as a citizen for 2024 and see how do I partake and understand what is happening in this scope, because I am in the trajectory of corporate governance. How am I perhaps willing to serve or bring my input of knowledge and expertise in this particular entity?
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Mayepa. I don't see any other hand at this point. But you've just raised a point I wanted to get back. You are saying you've been fasting a bit on the side of the news and watching
Absolutely, Chair.
until you came back. I think then this speaks to the question that has been asked earlier on. Having had your own experiences, what will it take for the SABC to turn things around to attract even a person like Ms. Mayepa, who would have decided to be on a self-imposed stay away from watching the SABC. So that's one point there. But the second thing is what you raise about independence. The reality of the matter is that it's not just about the board in the SABC.
Yes.
But the board finds itself in a space where there's a role of a shareholder. There's also the role of parliament,
yes,
and those that are running operations.
Yes.
So as you speak to that independent people, competent, how do you balance that independence with the set objectives that all these other role players have to work together to achieve? So those 2 points, and then we can wrap up. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. I think the balance of independence basically has to rotate around stakeholder engagement. As you have mentioned, the different tiers of stakeholders that are in the public broadcaster. How do we engage with each of them? And how do we also collate and ensure that is all the stakeholders come together, including the executive, basically, the executive team also of the public broadcaster. For me is, I would like to see the board fulfilling its statutory and constitutional duties as a public broadcaster. How can you do that? You have the mission, the values, and the strategic objectives, but then how do you socialize that to ensure that you galvanize support with the other stakeholders that you have basically mentioned, the other shareholders that are involved in the public broadcaster? So in essence, to my answer is stakeholder engagement is important. Survey of the employees is also important. The revisit also of the strategy is important. Are we serving the needs of the country in informing, educating, and entertaining? How are we bridging the digital divide, basically? And how do we provide better content for TV and radio programs that are transmitted to the broader community of the country? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Like I said, it was indeed a conversation for us to learn from you. And I'm sure even those who are following would understand how our South Africans may feel about the need to take SABC to another level, so that we don't have many who impose a stay away on themselves. That's on a lighter note. So I'm really saying that we have reached the objective, which was to engage, draw some lessons in a way that helps us beyond the interaction as we continue to do our work of playing oversight over the SABC as the committee in particular. As I said, we'll then bring back interview at this point. So we are closing the conversation, getting to the interviews now. Just on the formality side, just to indicate to you that if you have further questions or clarities you need regarding the process administratively, you can interact with Ms. Ndabeni, who was interacting with you That's administratively. But at the level of members where we make recommendations to the House and so on, as you may be aware, that our meetings are open to the public. So that's how transparent the South African Parliament is.
Yes.
So South Africans do follow what we do. And in case that stay away that you imposed on yourself also meant that you are not following what happens in the committees, we can guarantee you, you are signed off for free as one of those followers that are to follow the deliberations of the committee going forward. So we really thank you for making time. As I said, one was made aware of the emergency we are attending to.
Yes, sir. Yes.
We hope for the best.
Yes, sure. Thank you, Chair.
And speed recovery in that score.
Yes.
So please take that as you get to the weekend. We know it's in the evening now. Surely you still do the best of what is left of a Friday as you enter into a good weekend. We thank you for that as we allow you to leave the platform for the committee to just conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. All right. So may I leave now, Chair?
Yes, do.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, honorable members.
Thank you. Ms. Ndabeni, I think that was the last, right?
Yes, Chairperson, that was the last candidate.
Okay. Now, thank you, honorable members. Thank you to the South Africans who have been following us for almost 4 nights, and at least today it's an early evening, I can say, from where we have been in the past few days. So we have now completed the interviewing phase, and therefore would prepare for the deliberations which would lead to the recommendations. Ms. Ndabeni, if you have the program, it will be helpful to maybe share so that those who want to follow the deliberations of the committee have a sense of what the planning is. But I must thank you, honorable members. I know it's not been easy. You've stayed the course, and I'm confident that we will deliver a credible report that will be compelling to the House for its adoption, so that we are able to meet the timelines we have set for ourselves, that we would not want to have interim arrangements in the SABC, but have a smooth transition between a new board that should come in and the board that is exiting. And I'm sure you would agree that in this stage of the interviews, also the assessment of the work in the SABC has come to the fore. That's something that the committee may want to look at. We also know now that there's an assessment report that has been done. Surely the committee would need to have its eyes on that as a way of assisting the next board that is coming, so that we know what issues really need attention. So as I said, I really thank you. I also thank the support staff who have been making it a point that we stay on this platform supported to deliver on our mandate as members of Parliament. Thanks, committee support staff. Already Ms. Ndabeni indicates that network shows to be unstable. But what we know is that the targeted date for the deliberations was meant to be the 26th of September, because we are targeting that by the time Parliament rises, it must have considered our report and recommendations for the consideration of the President. So the intention still remains as such, honorable members. So we would be communicated to in terms of such a meeting as other applications would still need to be made. So in that score, because the subcommittee also has to report to the main committee in terms of its work. So we should mean those deliberations would lead to us presenting a report to the committee and later to the House, honorable members. Like I said, we really thank you for your participation. We would of course look at options available so that deliberations are not disrupted by what we have been through. We are now aware that there's quite a number of committee rooms that have been prepared alongside almost the same way as where Parliament currently meets, where you have a hybrid situation in the section 194 where one also serves. I know that committee room is also prepared along the same lines of hybrid. So we may have to consider also that whether we can get members to physically attend the deliberations and adoption of the report by the committee, so that as far as possible, we have inclusion of members up to a point of conclusion. So I just thought I should clarify that. I'm not sure if Mr. Ndabeni, you are now better off. Let me give Honorable Kolabana to send this up for now.
Yes,
before
just one question, Chair. You said we would meet on the 26th. That's a Monday. Is that correct?
That's what I want to check, Honorable Kolabana.
Okay.
Because that's what I was given, and I was asking the same question that we usually meet on Tuesday, our slot. So Ms. Davini then indicated that her network was unstable on the chat. So I'm not sure if that's clarified. That's why I'm saying we'll communicate formally and also make members of the public aware by issuing a statement, at least indicating that the committee has completed the stage and it's getting to the next stage. If that will assist you, because I'm not sure if Ms. Ndabeni is able to get back.
Good day, Chairperson, it's Hajira. Ms. Ndabeni is having contact with me and she's just having some problems with a connection. She will send communication as soon as after this meeting. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you, Ms. Rosal.
Good evening, Chair. If I may, it's Jacob. It's Jacob.
Yes, Dr. Mdubi.
I just wanted to thank you, Honorable Chair and the rest of the members. I just wanted to confirm that indeed, Chair, according to the SHARP program, the next sitting will be on the 26th, which is definitely on a Monday, but that could then be, reconsidered on the basis of what you've just indicated, and given the fact that we also would have to, to present the report, to the actual, committee as soon as the deliberations are over. But that according to the initial program, we had planned for Monday, but that is not rigid really as such. And the plan was then, as soon as the report has been presented to your committee, we'll then target the House sitting of the 29th of the same month of September for adoption by the House.
No, thank you. As I said, Dr. Mitupi will communicate formally. We just need to make the necessary arrangements, including changing the date to the application to the House Chair. The Monday, it's a constituency day for most of the members, and that on Tuesday is the actual slot to the committee, just to make sure we don't have issues with approvals in that scope. But we'll make this official. I don't want us to drag it for long. I know members may be quite tired after so many days, including yourselves as the support staff and those who have been following our proceedings. And I can tell you they are looking forward to the actual deliberations when this committee reconvenes. Thank you, honorable members, and everybody on the platform. Have a good weekend. Surely you'd use it to recharge and get back to Parliament's program quite energized. Thank you.
Thank you,
members. Officially.
Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you.
Pambo uphelile umthandazo.
Amen, Mfundisi.
Uphelile umthandazo. Blana, the church service is over. You can exchange whatever jackets or overalls now.
No, we're going to be young. Mr. Malala must stay at home.
Okay. Thank you.